Okay, we are going to call to order the Town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting for Tuesday, April 29th, 2025. It is 10:03 a.m. We are in person at Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue, as well as online. Next item to address is roll call, and starting to my right,
Ellen 11.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
Dan Enright.
we have Geneva online waving to us. Geneva, how
Hello.
are you? And
Doing
then
great. How are you?
good, thank you. Mian will be a little bit late, but she will be joining remotely as well. That brings us to agenda item number 1, work session 1A, presentation of the Telluride Historical Museum Annual Report. And we have Kieran in here to present.
Yes, hi, Kieran Lannon, Executive Director at Telluride Historical Museum. Thank you for allowing me to fulfill my legal obligation of giving this report. You good to go? Yep. Sorry, here we go. Right. So, staff, how's it going right now? Myself as the Executive Director, we have Molly Daniel, who is our curator of collections and exhibits, and our front desk staff, which means we are a little understaffed at the moment. We lost our Director of Education and Outreach, Teresa Kanishnek, to having a family. And we lost our museum assistant, Mary Higgins, to attending to family. So what that means right now is that the Telluride Historical Museum is hiring 2 positions, 2 full-time positions. So for details about that, you can visit our website, www.telluridemuseum.org. Come work for us. We're fun. All right, the good. Admissions revenue is at an all-time high. So we've never been better there. We did have increase to our rates a little bit a few years ago. 2019 is our high water mark in terms of the raw numbers of visitors, but we are creeping back up closer and closer to that number. We had just under 10,000 total participation between visitation and program participation for the past year. And 10,000 was usually the benchmark we aim for pre-pandemic. So we're getting back there. Also, the museum's approval rating. I won't go through the whole thing about how we're like 5th behind a whole bunch of hiking trails and stuff like that. Nobody wants to see that this morning, but we have an average rating of 4.75 on the common review sites, and out of 5, mind you, and our internal surveying. So yeah, people like us. They really like us. All right, programs. We had our full slate of programs over the past year. Our highlight was You Are Here, the exhibit that revolved around his rare and historic maps. It's one of our best reviewed exhibits ever. People loved it. Those who were, and it is down now, so this is kind of, you didn't see it. Oops. But the maps were absolutely incredible, and some of which had never even been on display before. So it was real boon to us to be able to have it display those maps. We're borrowing them from a generous local collector. Beyond that, we had a few of our usual events set revenue or attendance records, like our walking tours, our Fireside Chats series, which takes place up in Mountain Village, and our film screening with Ken Burns. All of those had particularly strong performances. And we also started a new Heritage Night series, which revolved around hands-on activities with historical or heritage crafts, things like leatherworking, bookbinding, and activities like outdoor exploration. So very, very good stuff with regard to our programs. The less than good, membership continues a bit of a trend in a downward direction. Luckily this year, well, luckily, that's a funny way of putting it. We think it has more to do with the staffing transition and shortage. Notices people will support you if you ask. If you don't get the ask out in a timely manner, then you can expect that things will kind of fall short. So we have some work to do to make up there, but that would be, we're starting to see some from the end of last year even start coming in now. So we're not really concerned about it. However, we do want to reverse that trend. Major focus for us moving forward. Be exciting, somewhat, if you like. Right, for me, it's like drinking out of a fire hose, but it is what it is. We were asked to be on the official local organizing committee for Southwest Colorado's America 250, Colorado 150 Twin Anniversary commemorations, which are happening in 2026. So that includes, we're the lead for San Miguel County. There's San Juan, Hinsdale, Ray, La Plata, Archuleta, Montezuma are all in the Southwest region. We have a number of different activities that we're gonna, and initiatives that we're gonna be pursuing to help bring shine a spotlight on 2026 and these anniversaries in the history of the country and the state. Those include this Passport to Southwest Colorado program. That is, if you're familiar with like the national parks passports, it's a similar idea where people go around to various sites and collect stamps or actually it's activities here, West Stamps. They do activities. It's encouraging people to visit historical sites throughout Southwest Colorado. Those are going to be distributed free of charge to every fourth grade student in the LOC area. And they should be out very, very soon, next month, it's looking like. Sing Colorado is a concert series based around historical music from both the state and the country. Museum will be hosting a concert next year for that. Power Place is one I'm not even going to talk about because it is one that I don't even really have my head wrapped around. And then there's an oral history component that the museum is also co-lead on. There's going to be an oral history database for the region that's compiled, letting people know where oral histories are available. And then there's a group of us working on an oral history based, important artifact based exhibit that should be represented in every county or travel to every county. If anyone's interested in helping out with this, right now the San Miguel committee is me. Drinking from a fire hose, it's fun. No?
Oh, join us.
All right. Next year, looking ahead, I wanted to point out, building on the success of our last exhibit, we have another real, as the kids say, banger coming up. And that will be our exhibit that is revolving around 50 years of Kodo. So Kodo is an extremely important piece of the community. Their history is very interesting. And the exhibit itself is also going to be something like the history of Telluride over the last 50 years through the lens of Kodo. So it's going to be really cool, really something that everyone should want to check out. So no one wants to hear me yammer on more than me. So that's all I have for you.
All right, great. Thank you so much for the update. Some exciting stuff coming. Does anyone from council have any questions?
I have a question. If people are interested in working for the museum, how can they find out more about the jobs you have?
Yeah, it was posted, listed in the newspaper for now, but also just check out our website,
Okay,
ColoratoMuseum.org. Job descriptions are there. Find me on the street, email me, whatever. Come work for us.
Any other questions?
Exciting stuff.
Mhm.
Just to help highlight it further, same question for membership. I assume you can go to the museum website. Can you remind me what that website URL is?
Telluridemuseum.org.
Amazing, Karen. Wonderful.
Yeah.
I'll look into pursuing a membership there.
Yeah, absolutely. Please do.
I renewed mine yesterday.
Totally.
Great. Well, thank you for your time today and thank you for the update. It's much appreciated. And best of luck with getting those memberships back up and being a part of the 250, 150 and all the other exciting things coming up.
Exciting. Yep.
All right, that brings us to agenda item 1B, which is an update from Telluride Arts. And we have Jean here to present. And is Camille here as well, or?
Yeah, thank you, Teddy. We actually don't have two of our board members to present.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Is it here?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Just speaking
Just,
to a
yeah,
microphone.
just speaking to the microphone would be great. I know it's kind of little challenging at times, but that will work.
Great. Well, do you want to start?
Hi there. Thank you so much for giving us time and space for updating you. First of all, I'm Penelope Place Gleason, and I am a board member, a newly re-elected in 2024. I have served on and off over 20-ish years, but I'm back on as of 2024. And here we have a new board member.
Another new board member. I'm Deanna Farrell, and really pleased to have an opportunity to come talk to you. I think one of the reasons that we wanted two of the new board members to come and speak to you today was to communicate that we're sort of resetting a little bit at Telluride Arts, as you know, and we have a very engaged board that is really trying to get this Telluride Arts and the Transfer Warehouse in particular back up and serving the community. And we have sort of recommitted to our institutional mission. And I think we both can just say how enthusiastic we are about path going forward. We have with us, as you all know, Jean, who's presented to the council a few times, Corey Fortenberry, who has done unbelievable work getting the Transfer Warehouse shored up, much more work than anyone possibly could have anticipated when we started this whole project, and Jared Carter, who's also been doing phenomenal work throughout the time. So we will present a few minutes just to give you an update on what's going on. And if there are questions that we can answer, we will. Otherwise, we'll ask some of our members here to answer them for us. So as you all know, in the recent months, we have provided a lot of facility space, both initially in the main avenue, but now only at Pacific Avenue, for exhibitions, for sales and performance activities, training, advocacy, information services, and support to individual artists, musicians, and of course, administered the grants to individual artists as well. In November, we completed the second phase of the stabilization of the warehouse walls and infrastructure, and I'm so happy to say we have finally closed out, thank you, Corey, all the permits associated with this phase of the construction. Again, to the extent that there are questions on that, Corey and Jared can answer those. We have reported in previous meetings to town council members and to some of the staff that we did vote in late 2024 to abandon the design, the Koenig building design was way over the skis for the capacity of the community and for the needs of the community as we saw it. And I think the board feels very aligned on that at this moment. But we did want to proceed with the commitment to shore up the building and try to make it as useful as possible to the community as soon as possible. And one of the requests that we have for town council now is to schedule time with our board and staff to review the PUD modifications that will be required now that we have a different approach going forward. So that's one of our asks for you. If we are to proceed with anything beyond a outdoor setting for community convenings, we would have some need for a redesign. We're having conversations about what that would look like. But before we could even begin to think about that, we want to ensure that we understand exactly what the best needs for the community are. And to that effect, now that we've completed the stabilization of the building, and we really want to make it available to the community as soon as possible. We have delighted to say that we are at a point where the Transfer Warehouse is safe for use as an outdoor setting, similar to the way it was used before, the time we all remember during the COVID days. And to this end, we've actually received a number of community organizations expressed interest in having some of their events there. We're excited about the Telluride Foundation is having its 25th anniversary and wants to work with other arts organizations to host something there. We've been approached by the Mushroom Festival, Original Thinkers, Kodo, and others. And I think one other reason we are so keen to get this up and running is to introduce this wonderful asset of our community to new members who may not have experienced it the way we did before it got closed down for showing up. It is not entirely a complete venue as it is, but it is usable and it's safe, even safer than it was when we were using it in COVID. And that's why we think we can proceed with that. We think of it as a proof of concept. Like, let's get this serving the community again. Let's work with our partners in the community to have this really become the sort of heart of and soul of so much of what people remember the transfer warehouse was before, and use that time to reopen discussions with you and with the community about what might happen in the future. But for now, we're just looking to get this proof of concept going, to work with our organizations to move forward and start using the space. Our team, which, as you all know, was led by Jean and Corey and Jared, are addressing all the concerns around public accommodation, safety requirements, and civil ordinance, noise mitigation and monitoring in particular, which has been an issue in the past. And those conversations have already begun with some of the neighbors who in the past have been quite concerned about this, Joni, Arthur, Tom. So at this point, we really want to update you. We're enthusiastic about this panel going forward and hope that we can work with you to facilitate this proof of concept and start having our partners use the space as early as this summer. Thank you for that. Penelope, I don't know if I missed anything, but please add anything you'd add.
Really, I would just sort of say ditto to a lot of things that Diana said. I think a key thing, looping way back to the beginning here, is we've never stopped doing our programming through all the phases that we've been through. And it's been very robust, and really delighted to see we've had exhibits of especially local artists. I don't know, I hope some of you might have dropped in here and there and seen some of the work. And it's so exciting, the expansion of the local arts that we've been able to help facilitate. I think the key thing in terms of the reset for the arts, Telluride Arts, is the reconnection to our original mission. We, of course, have been dealing with a massive capital project, and for some in the community, they might have perceived us slipping from our original mission. And in fact, we've not only continued throughout the whole time and in present and moving forward to facilitate art and artists in our community. That's our bottom line. And I think that the key thing that Jean brought up when he came on board to help us through this transition is the idea of Telluride Arts being like a utility. It sounds like a funny thing to say about an arts organization, but it means that we're here to help artists and the other arts nonprofits and the community at large in promoting the arts as part of the health of our community, really. And in so doing, we haven't expanded our programming because it's quite robust with the grants and the exhibitions and the artist workspaces, but we have added in a new series of poetry, facilitating poetry with, it was an idea that came to us from Art Good Times. And there's been some other, expansion of the programs that we already have. So I think that it's important that people know that, because I think a lot of people thought we abandoned all of our programming to put together this huge project in the middle of town. But back to the transfer warehouse, it is a really important time for us to have taken a pause because of the transition, because of realizing, as you said, that we need to assess how does this truly serve our community. And to understand that 10 years is a long time, as we all know, and we've all evolved as a community, but we're still committed to that project as being part of our overall service to the community. And we're also really committed to engaging the town and all the stakeholders in a discussion on how can this particular facility truly enhance the authentic Telluride experience for us locals and for our visitors and for folks who aren't even born yet, but the future folks. So I think it's really a wonderful time. I've been here for 28 years and I'm very, very excited about this time to reset and to really draw in everyone in the community to have a really fruitful discussion about the future of the transfer warehouse in the core of our community. I think we just wanted to open it to your questions at this time. And as Diana said, if it's something beyond our pay grade, we have these real experts here who can answer as well.
And I did want to jump in for council, and we do have staff in the back, just a little bit of a correction that the no CO has been issued yet. And so the transfer warehouse is not permitted to hold any events or anything like that at this time.
Sorry if I misspoke. I didn't mean permitted, that the
Ah.
construction has been closed. I want to clarify
Oh,
that.
right.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes.
And so there are staff here if there's any particular questions around that
We,
as well.
we do hope to work with the town to move in that direction, but thank you for the clarification.
Great.
So we thank you for that. Any questions from council?
Well, I think that dovetails into a question I had of what is Telluride Arts Board long-term vision for this transfer to warehouse space in, and I assume some of that is based off of factors that may or may not be outside of your control, but in a perfect world, or perhaps just give me a few different scenarios of what you see 5, 10 years down the road for the transfer warehouse might look like.
You know, I think the honest answer is we don't know. We don't have a 10-year plan. And what we know is that the Koenig design, which was the design that was never ultimately finalized in any case, is not what the Telluride Arts District can do, nor do we think it's what the community needs at the moment. And I think our process is to develop this proof of concept, as we've described it, to go back to having the transfer warehouse serve the community and use the time to understand how that is working for the community to inform that conversation. And the board is committed to giving this moment pause to understand how it can work this way, get a lot of input from the community, from the town, and develop a plan over time.
Okay, through a similar lens or through a similar perspective, what do you view the town of Telluride's role in that partnership 5, 10 years down the road?
Very good question.
Yeah. Do you want to answer that?
Sure. Yeah, I believe there are several possibilities. And again, I don't want to, it's like, I don't want to go into a discussion with the town and tell you what you guys should do X, Y, and Z. So honestly, what I think is there's a few possibilities, whether it's, I feel like we're in a type of partnership now because of the agreements with the PUD, et cetera. But also our commitment to restoration of the building is, was a big part of that partnership for the town or for the community. And the role, I think, again, there could be a few different possibilities. We've seen different roles with different organizations and different facilities in town. We'd like to hear from you and have a lively discussion about it and bring up those possibilities.
Just to say that was one of our asks to you now, was could we engage in a conversation with town council to explore those scenarios? And, we've had internally some conversations about what that might look like, but we don't want to do it, as Penelope's saying, absent your sense of how you want to do it. But that is our ask of you. Can we start those conversations? We need to kind of learn from this proof of concept and then decide together what makes the most sense for us to work forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Want me to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say thank you to everyone on the board and everyone that's worked on this project. I know that it was monumental to get those walls sturdied and safe, and they're an amazing historical asset to our community. And I definitely applaud you for that work. And I think that was like definitely worth, the money that it took. I knew that it's been very expensive, but I'm very happy to see that those are going to continue to stand in our community, because I think that they're really cool. I guess I feel like in the conversations that I've had and just being in the community and being active in the arts community, it seems like it feels like we've had this conversation before. And I guess the part that I'm interested about is that, you guys have chosen to, which is totally your prerogative on this project at this time, to abandon those development plans that you had in place. My understanding was that they were very expensive and maybe they weren't exactly fitting what the community wanted. But I guess my question to you is, after this now new community outreach, if you hear a lot of the same things about what people want, and the reality is that the community wants a building or facility that is going to be in tens of millions of dollars, how is your organization going to handle that? Because that's kind of why you've backed off of the initial, the original plan that you had. So I want to make sure that, like, you know, when we're having the conversation, that it is productive and that it has an end goal, and that, like, you know, we're not going to just end up where we are right now in a few years saying, oh, well, the idea that everyone came up with, that everyone wanted, is too big for us to execute. It's not feasible for us financially. I just want to kind of start having that conversation.
I really, really appreciate you saying that. That's been in my mind as well. In fact, that's why we don't want to say lay one particular idea onto the community, because indeed, it may well be that is the feedback. It may not be this design. As you know, this design, when the hard numbers came, there weren't the little scribbles on a cocktail napkin, or, you know, all the things we were developing, and the changes, as you know, in costs of building have really affected it. But when it comes in more than 3 times what you really, you know, thought it would be. And I think if the community says, you know, yes, we want XYZ and it's going to cost this much, I would frankly say we would need to reach the community and say, we need help raising that kind of money. Honestly, and participation, I don't know if it's participation from the town itself or from other entities or other individuals, but honestly, if the community wants this with that measure of, you know, enthusiasm, we would be saying, okay, let's sit down and figure out how to do that. Anything that we come up with. But truthfully, as it came back to us in the price, and also reflecting back on the feedback we were getting from the community, it became a question mark of, would we be able to raise that kind of money if we don't have that level of enthusiasm that you're describing? So one doesn't exist without the other. Community enthusiasm and community support have to go hand in hand.
But I do appreciate you saying you want to have those conversations. We also do. And I would say, while the cost was a huge component of the decision to abandon, it wasn't just cost. I think there were a lot of concerns from other members of the community that this would in some way compete with the community in ways that weren't healthy, with the galleries, with some of the venue spaces that now were open, that weren't open during COVID. And so I'm not sure that we could characterize now that design was what the community wanted and we just didn't do it because of the money. I think as we started to hear more of the concerns and understandings, the cost was a huge component, but I think our view, the board's view, was this isn't really meeting the community needs. And so let's take a step back, let's make it functional for the community, useful now, and reassess in the post-COVID world, what is the real need for it? I think people got ahead of their skis on that one. But we welcome your ask, and we ask the same to engage in these conversations, and in the meantime, to make use of this wonderful asset.
Could you give us as council, as well as the listening audience, kind of an update where you're at with moving towards that CO, and what your discussions with town staff have been to try to get to that point for events this summer, and the feasibility of it in your minds, and you know, summer will be here pretty quick, and so I'd love an update on that.
Sure. So we're excited. Part of the reset was to say, Gene came in, and very thankfully, we are very grateful to him for helping in this transition period. But we recognize that we need to have somebody who can be here in Telluride and be part of the community. We have hired a consultant to help us with the search. We have drafted a job description that we are pulling together and getting input on. And our hope is to post this very soon, and to engage as many people as want to understand what is. I think Oh, you said CEO. I'm sorry. I thought you
Yes,
said
yes.
CEO, like
Yeah, no,
president.
yes,
Okay,
yeah.
you're like, what are you talking about? I'm so, my
Great.
apologies.
Yeah.
But now I answered the job description
Thought
question.
me
if you
getting a
wanted that
little
with you.
lost
Okay.
there, but-
I'm so sorry. My apologies. On the CO, let me ask if you would, Corey, to update the folks because I already slightly misspoke one, Zoe. I don't want to do it again. So let me leave that to you.
Sure. So the work that was completed this summer was part of the stabilization of the walls. The existing walls range from 2.5 or 2 foot 4 inches thick to 20 inches at the top, and there were many voids inside those walls. So what we completed this summer was stitching those 2 layers together with 1,500 stainless steel wire ties, then scanning and finding all the voids in those walls. A company out of Maryland who works on historic buildings all the time. So we scanned, and located all those voids and did a compatible injectable fill to fill all those voids. So that's been completed this summer. They came back and they scanned it, proved it all, and we repointed everything. In addition, the front half of the building had a basement in it. Historically, it was an 8-foot basement. The back space was crawl space. We excavated around the inside perimeter, stabilized those walls, stitched them with the stainless steels, injection grouting, and repointed all of the surface. All of the work was done predominantly from the inside this summer. And it is part of the structural stabilization of the walls, depending on the design in the future, when we have open courtyards. It's still technically an unreinforced masonry wall. So there's another process of adding reinforcing to the walls, depending on the design, whether there's a roof membrane, whether we've got wall bracing. In addition, we rebuilt the wall bracing that was in there that you saw during COVID. They were all tied to a slab, and those have all been tied to micropiles to brace those walls. So that completed this summer's work. And if we use it for venues this summer, we'll need to go in and still regrade, finish the floor, put in a crushed granite floor. We'll have to meet with building department and fire department, public works, looking at safety concerns and getting that all addressed for egress in and out of the building. Similar to COVID, but probably an upgrade from the way it was used during those days.
And so do you guys, just again, for everyone to be clear on it, do you have kind of your to-do list? I mean, I'm looking for more specifically, like, where are you at in terms of working with the town, bathrooms? It's, in 2 days, it's May. And it sounds like there's a lot of arts organizations and other organizations asking you for potential use this summer. And that time's going to slip away incredibly fast. And we know our staff is extremely busy. So I'm trying to figure out where you're at with the nuts and bolts to be able to open this space and work with potentially our Parks and Recreation special event staff, as well as what you guys need to do specifically with the events, with what these things are getting done and what the reality is of, a soft opening date to be able to have these events.
Thank you,
And-
Teddy.
and-
We're just as keen on that. And maybe Jean, if we could ask you to update us on all what you've been in conversations and just where that stands. I think we do have a plan late August to start.
So honestly, summer, we're discussing for us, it starts in August. So we should say fall.
Well,
Probably.
but Jean, why don't you speak to it? Because I think you've been minding this and having these conversations.
Thank you, Deanna, and thank you, Teddy. So I sent an email to Kristen and her team because the next space, to my understanding, on a game board is to be able to secure the CO, whether temporary CO or otherwise, for the space. Waiting response from them. Once we have that and we have the certificate, and then we can move forward with all the other steps. Again, that's my understanding of the process, but we've closed out all of the permits and the inspections associated with that.
So we're just following that sequence of events. As Penelope and Deanna have mentioned, our season right now is really looking at August through October. We have a couple of tentpole events with that, one of the main tentpole events, and one of our partners who's here is the Foundation Celebration. And what we are planning to do in that weekend is actually host 3.5 days of events where we would have exposure to all of the nonprofits in town, and to really do a relaunch of the space as a celebration of the local nonprofit culture and all of the attractions that we have with that. But, you know, right now we have about half a dozen events provisionally scheduled, but obviously we can't move forward without that CO.
And I will just say, just because I got a little bit of feedback, there's 2 phases to the project. So right now, when talking about the CO potential, that would be for phase 1. In order to hold events, you would still have to complete phase 2, is my understanding, to ensure safety for events. So I'm not exactly sure what the timelines are, and we can work with staff on that, but just for a little bit more context and clarity.
Thank you, Zoe.
Yeah.
There's significant work to be done to do it. Thank you for that. Any other questions from council?
Go ahead, Ella.
Yeah, I'm like, you guys have hit on a lot of the thoughts that I've had, but I think I'm trying to figure out how to make this a question. I think that from looking at what's happened at the transfer warehouse, it's felt clear that the original plan, or not the original, but the redesigned plan that we were going with was ambitious and likely unattainable. And I think the feedback from the community has been pretty consistent. And I wish that we were having this conversation sooner. Like, it kind of feels like we're right up against a deadline and like just now having this conversation. So I guess that really like makes me feel like we need a lot of clarity about expectations and timeline. And it doesn't feel like there's a clear vision on how that plays out. I hear this talk about August, but I'm still having reservations about just feeling confident that this is going to come together in the timeline that we need it to. So I guess this is where I don't really know what the question is, but how are you guys looking at a timeline in terms of if there is like a re-envisioning of what this space looks like? What does the timeline actually look like for that? And what are the realistic parameters for the re-envisioning? Because I want to see this get to the end point. I want to see it come to fruition. And like, I've always been on team Transfer Warehouse, but it's hard to keep my faith and keep like rooting for this project when it just feels like some of the like nuts and bolts, for lack of a better word, just don't feel like they've come together in a way that we've hoped that they would. So that's just where I just have I have some concerns as someone who, you know, has supported this project and loves everything that the transfer warehouse was. I want to make that clear that I like love this space, but I'm just concerned that there's not a clear plan and there's not a clear timeline. And yeah, I guess, could you like address some of my concerns with that?
Well, I can try, but I if I'm honest with you, I have some of those concerns as a board member. I can't speak to what happened before 24. And I think what we're here to do is, we also wish this had started before, but here we are, and we are starting now, and we are in earnest. We have set this ambitious date with the Telluride Foundation and our other partners. If we can't do it, we can't do it. We understand that. That's life. You're all very busy. We will do what we can, but you know, that's our aspiration, and we hope that we can partner with you on that. But I think the best timeline I could give you, and it's not to anyone's satisfaction, including ours, because we really don't know is the answer, is to say, we know that we are committed to making sure this beautiful asset is safe and all those walls are shored up, and that's what we are doing. And I think that the last closing out of those phase one, that was the intent. We want, while we go through this conversation with town, with other members, to envision something that is right-sized and appropriate, to make it useful in the meantime. And that's why we want to get people re-energized around it. We think it'll help with creating the vision that we want, with getting the funders that we will need to have the place open. Every time somebody walks by that empty transfer warehouse, it's such a sad thing that nothing's happening there, so that we can, with this proof of concept, begin that conversation and reset it. And I think the board is committed to doing that. Our ask of town, understanding that you have a million other things going on, is can you work with us to get this to this point so that we can reset all those conversations and start again and develop a plan that may be ambitious, but not completely out of line with what is possible for the community. But we hear you. We spent a lot of time on the board talking precisely about this. And I think the timeline, we also have a transition within the Telluride Arts, because we are, as I mentioned, looking for a permanent executive director. So we will continue to do the best we can while we can. And we want to keep this conversation together so the expectations don't misalign on timing or on project or otherwise. I know that's not terribly satisfactory, but that's the best I can do.
Kind of, it sounds like you guys are looking to, in some ways, just hit the reset button.
That's that expression is one we use. And I know Jean has something to say, but if you don't mind, just a quick thing. One, we do agree that whether or not we're able to proceed with the CO as we're hoping, we are on schedule to convene those community discussions. We've already begun that. Jean began that with the discussion with all of the arts nonprofits concerning what is a creative district. And that was a very lively discussion. It was really important to clarify the difference between creative district and Telluride Arts actual mission and programming, so that people understood the expectations. We are some of us are going to be present at a gathering of creative districts coming up just a couple of days to have there's a reset going on there for all creative districts to discuss what is a creative district. And that, again, that's a different role than Telluride Arts, but it's an important one. Jean and staff have they'll be connecting with all creative districts in the state and seeing about having our facility that we have now across from the library be a hub for creative districts to show art from every district as a way to not only highlight who we are as Telluride and bring people, in to connect with Telluride Art District, but also to highlight the entire state and show the community of the state and our part of it. So there are things like this that are happening alongside with this reset button. Just another reminder that we didn't sit on our hands on this. We've already penciled in 3 or 4 scenarios and looked at budget for them, for possibilities, including this concept of having it the open space, but a safer, better open space than we've had before, and other concepts. But again, we don't want to lead or force the community into a new concept. I think it's really more important to listen and hear, especially with what Diana mentioned. We learned that in the kind of, our gung-ho, let's get going on this project, that there was some disconnect with some of the other arts entities in town, and we got the feedback strongly. We would like to have Telluride Arts be more of the utility, the facilitator, the helper for all of the arts versus what they were perceiving as competition. And we certainly realized, no, we don't want to be competition causing problems for other entities in town. So I think that's a really important reset button. And within that, how does this project fit with being cooperative, facilitating utility versus perceived or actual competition? And now I'm going to point to Jean because you had your hand up.
I'm gonna interrupt really quick before Gene talks, because maybe Gene can embellish on this. Outside of, certain requirements that Telluride Arts has, internally, have you even begun the discussion of a timeline of what you're trying to accomplish in terms of fact finding, town hall discussions with the stakeholders, design, construction, completion, to come up with kind of a ballpark number internally? Again, outside of what requirements may be or are, I would love to hear that.
Yeah, thank you, Teddy. And that's what I was going to respond to Elena's question. So when the decision was made to not move forward with the Olson Kundig design, what that essentially did, and I'm going to interrupt my own self here, Corey, at any point, if you feel that you need to spackle or to fix what I'm saying, please do. But what we realized at that point is obviously we needed a new design comp to be able to move forward. And that required going out back to the market for another request for proposals and to be able to move forward. In order for us to be able to do that, we had to have a design to be able to advance that. So in terms of, again, looking at game boards and spaces on the game board, we have to have a sense of what the space is before we can go to the market to be able to get proposals on how that is realized in the space. We also knew at that point that there would be no further construction on the space this summer. That's what was confirmed. If we did anything, any further reinforcement, if it wasn't aligned with what the ultimate design was going to be, at the very best, it would have been potentially a waste of millions of dollars if we were to shift in another direction that didn't require the type of reinforcement and stabilization that we'd be putting in. So with this period now of vacancy, which we saw in the space, what the board and Jared, Corey, and I, what we had discussed is, can we present this abbreviated season or series of events in the warehouse, again, to the phrase that Deanna and Penelope have been using as a proof of concept, to be able to bring to the town this understanding of how the space can be used during this period of dormancy. One way or another, this site was going to be dormant during the summer. And so if we can, and if we're successful in moving forward with getting the various permissions to move forward, we will be working with the foundation and at least a half dozen other organizations to bring events into the warehouse. We have done the budget for that. We have a reactivation budget. There's a certain amount of money that's going to be required just to bring the site back into inquiry. You can speak more to that. And then there are production run costs, obviously, each week. So we have discussed that internally, and that's something that the board has agreed to, that we can support with additional community support to make happen. If we move forward with this proof of concept, we will now be holding and hosting these convenings, these community conversations on what is the what are the ideas, what are the concepts, essentially what's been discussed here and moving forward, but based on this practical example of utilization during the summer in the space as it is. At that point, we go out to the market for that proposals for the new design that we have. And then and that timeline, I think we had discussed February, March. We had that by that point. And I'm going to give the mic now, Corey, if you don't mind, because I'm not too clear with the RFP and then what is the new work that could begin in summer of 2026 on the site.
Well, any work that would happen in the next summer, Gene, as you discuss, is dependent on a new design. Once you get through this, where are you going to go with the design? So there isn't really any start of work in the following summer. It's all dependent on this collaboration, coming up with a plan and a new design and going out to request for proposal.
And so with that, any further work is obviously contingent or dependent upon that design piece. If we don't move forward with the summer season, then we will commence with the convenings this summer. We'll start them immediately without that opportunity to be able to present the experience to folks who maybe didn't have it previously. And then we would go to market sooner with a new request for proposals for a design. But nothing begins without the design concept, and we can't put out the request without having a sense of what that design is. We have had conversations, and we've actually done budgets on 3 different variations of that work, and that was anywhere between 8 million and, of course, 45 million, and those 3 concepts. But so it's not that nothing has been done. It's just that the board and the stakeholders here around this project want to get input, new input maybe that it hasn't received in the past, or maybe it has, but now it wants to revisit on what is the community good? What is the public purpose? How do we best realize it? How do we become a complementary and not competitive resource in the town with the warehouse? And it's really if it appears that we don't know where to go, it's only because we're asking for input. We're looking to engage existing stakeholders in this conversation on what this design can be.
Great. Thank you.
I think there's members of the public here for this
Yeah.
item.
Before we go to members of the public that want to discuss it, we have not heard from our 2 council members that are online, Geneva and Mian. And if I want to give them, if they choose, the opportunity to ask questions as well, I think we've covered a fair amount. But before we go to the public, I do want to give those 2 an opportunity to chime in, since everybody else in person on council has had that opportunity. Anything from either of you 2? You don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, I have more comments, I guess. I feel like I'm in a bit of an awkward situation because I've worked in the warehouse and worked closely with this organization and no longer do, and now I'm on my council role. But I sort of want to piggyback on what Elena was asking or making a point of, which is just the idea of, what is Telluride Arts asking of the town? And I feel like some of the terms I've heard are or phrases are to work with us on the plan or on the CO. I'm not sure. We've heard from our town manager a few times that the planning and building department side of this is not complete, and it's not really our role as council to get involved with that for any organization. And I think my overall kind of 10,000-foot view is, if we're going to get involved from a council level to sort of make a special deal or give extensions of agreements or things like that, I would really want to see like a full bulletproof plan rather than a more sort of open-ended, we're not sure which direction we're going, but we hope that you can give us a longer deadline or an approval that you wouldn't have otherwise, or something like that to help us get to this endpoint. I absolutely love the warehouse. I have spent countless hours shoveling snow and pumping water and making drinks and throwing parties in there, and I want nothing more than for it to be an open space for the community again. I just don't know that, I know that during that experience when I was working there and talking to lots of people in the community, that there's some questioning or some concerns about sort of whether town is giving special treatment to this project, and that the rules should apply to everybody, to which I defended the Telluride Arts. I'm not sure exactly what the question is here, and I think the lack of clarity is the biggest issue that we've come across, and that this project has gone through so many iterations of starting over and reimagining what it should be, that is really not our role to be extending numerous times. So that sort of contributes to my hesitancy to I don't even know what the question is today. What a it is for us to do. I really appreciate understanding more about the stabilization of the walls, and I hope that it can get open as soon as possible, and would extend my support of verbally of, hoping that they can work everything out with the building department for phase 1 and 2 of the CO, but I just really feel like that's sort of out of our purview, because we have the building department that are experts on that. So I guess that's all I have to say. Thanks so much.
Janita, thank you. Man, do you want to add anything or should I go to the public?
I think you can go to the public. I think anything that I would say has sort of already been said, but I do appreciate Telluride Arts coming to, just inform the council and the public as to where they are in this process right now.
Great, thank you.
Excuse me, Teddy, just a brief answer or
Sure.
may I?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Geneva. Actually, really good point. And I just want to clarify that we are looking at two different situations. One is a very short term, which you've described as, yes, we would love to try to open the space for some kind of activity this fall. The long term, which you have alluded to, we totally agree that we need a review of our existing PUD, and that would be something we would, not in this session, obviously, but we need to come back with the town. We are not right now, this is not what we're talking about at this moment, and we know that we have to talk about that, and we want to come to the town and discuss the necessary modifications to the PUD outside of this session.
Great, thank you. Is there anybody in the room for public comment on this discussion that would like to say anything? Can you check online, Piper?
Raised. I have Arthur Goldberg first.
Great.
We're sorry, Mr. Goldberg, we can't hear you at the moment.
Yeah.
He's unmuted.
It shows you're unmuted on our end, sir.
We still can't hear you.
Try again.
You're still can't hear you. Why don't we do this? Why don't we hold off to see if we can figure it out, and we'll take Doug Tooley's comments, and that'll also give us an opportunity to make sure the issue's not on our end. So Arthur, hang on 1 second. We're going to go to Doug and see if the audio issue's on our end.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Fantastic. I think one of the larger overarching questions that this issue illustrates is how the ethos of the too big to fail has evolved over this 17 years since the 2008 economic collapse, which the incoming President Barack Obama bailed out the failures. It's a complicated dynamic, both on the right and the left. Just to conclude on that thought, I think the election of President Trump is a result of that dynamic, and we have not as a country dealt with it. And I would hope that the East End of San Miguel County can play a leadership role at the moment. Arts are not a major subject for me, but it is something I've been engaged in for a while, substantially with the organization Art Space in Seattle, Washington, just as it was starting its first successful project. And that's a workforce housing. It's a national organization that does artist-oriented workforce housing. As some of you may recall, I testified twice raising questions about the status of this project. I believe it was the two first extension requests. I did not testify in the third one where the arts community voiced its concerns. This has been a problem for a while. There were objections raised about the PUD itself. During that process, under then Planning Director Michelle Haynes, now with the town of Mountain Village, and Mayor Murphy, now our county judge. And that particular dynamic is actually at question at this moment, and the legal issues I face in that same court. The PUD itself was questioned by a number of people. It was creating a public benefit from actually the reduction in cost to the developer. I would hope the Zolines are a major part of the money that has been raised.
And Doug, you're out of time, but we'll let you wrap up that thought. We hold on one second, Doug. You got muted there somehow. I wouldn't mind him wrapping up his thought because I don't know if he saw the timer.
No, it's not showing on my screen. So I'll just reiterate, housing is one of the options. And I think we need to look closely at the political dynamics of the too big to fail and, blaming the victims of that failure time and time again, instead of the people that are responsible for that failure. Thank you.
Great, Doug. Thank you very much. And then just a reminder that there is a timer.
You're not allowed to unmute yourself until I ask you to, and I have asked you to unmute.
Looks like you're unmuted, Mr. Goldberg.
Try and speak now. No, we can't hear you. And if it worked for Doug,
I don't
I'm
think he
assuming.
has a microphone
Yeah,
connected.
I'm assuming it's on your end.
You can
It-
call.
Yeah. The best thing would be just to call on your phone. You're still,
And that number, sir, is 719-359-4580. Looks like we might have one person in the room perhaps looking to make public comment or no, but okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Um,
and so I think Arthur, your best bet is to call in because we still can't hear you. So if you can hear us, give a call and we'll do it that way.
And when he does, star 6 or star 9.
And then we're keeping an eye out to see if we can get you in on the meeting. Piper's looking for your call. We're gonna have to move the meeting along shortly, so. Yeah. We'll give you one more chance.
Let me just
but-
say that if at any point, Arthur, you want to communicate anything to Telluride Arts, we're very happy to hear it. Just pick up the phone to Jean or to any of us. We're happy to hear your comment directly.
And you can always email your public comment to townclerk@telluride.gov as well, and that would go directly to the clerk, who will pass it on to council.
That might be the best tact at this point. Any sign of him just calling in? I'll give you 30 seconds and then that's it. Can't figure it out in 30 seconds, we're moving on. Sorry for the dead air, everybody.
Dakota thinks their radio's going.
Yeah, checking their volume levels. Piper, anything?
Is not enjoying the meeting yet.
Yeah. I'm sorry, we just got to move on. That's the fourth time.
He's trying to call.
He says he's in.
Oh, he just said his name.
Now he's gonna have to unmute his phone number.
Which is, how does he do that?
Star
Star 9.
Star 9.
Star 9 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Yes.
now we
can.
How about now?
Yep.
All right. All I can tell you is that, let me note this here. All I can tell you is that what I have been seeing on my screen is that that you're not allowing participants to unmute themselves every time. So I don't know what's going on.
We have to allow it in
anyway,
our, I'm just going to interrupt you real quick. We have to ask you to allow us, then we unmute you. And this is one of the only times I've seen in 2 years that it hasn't worked, and it worked for Doug Tooley. But that's beyond the point. You have 3 minutes, and we'll let you speak.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the accommodation here. I'll also start by saying thank you to Telluride Arts, and particularly to Gene, to keeping open communication with myself and Joni. It was even mentioned here at the beginning of the meeting, and we really appreciate that. Really what I wanted to ask was, given that it appears that for now, for the foreseeable future, the venue will remain as it is. It will be 4 walls, open air, which is what it was, how it was used during COVID, and then after COVID for quite some time. And frankly, the issues that we experienced had a lot to do with how it was being used after COVID, as things continued to ramp up in terms of the number of events and concerts and private events and so forth that were going on. And what we would like to know is, when will we learn just how it will be used in the near future, once there is a CO issued? We've heard that it's going to be done with an eye to the community and how the neighbors will be impacted by it. Gene even mentioned decibel levels. And we're wondering, what does that mean? That's a lot of kind of vague, issues there. So can or when can we be told what will be happening there, what decibel levels will be observed, what hours of operation will be used for amplified music, and so forth? And that's really what we want to know. We've had a lot of peace and quiet since the construction started, other than construction noise. But now, once it's going to be reused as an open air venue, which is what we seem to be hearing for the at least foreseeable future, when will we and what will we learn about what we can expect to experience?
I ask Gene to.
Great.
answer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Arthur. And I think it really just goes down to that sequence of events. Right now we do have a half dozen interested parties, again, all community organizations, nonprofits. Once we have the CO And once we have the special events permit to be able to come in, we can begin constructing this season. And I'm hopeful that that'll be within the coming weeks, because we don't have that much time also for our partners to be able to commit to using the space. And Arthur, I would just say the communication that I've engaged with you and Joni will not just continue, but will increase at that point. So as soon as we have the information to be able to move forward with, we'll engage you in getting your input on our thoughts as well. I can tell you that with Corey and Jerb sitting behind me, we've already had a couple of conversations on what we can do to both mitigate and monitor sound. Mitigation is one thing, and that also speaks to the types of events, the hours of operation, and just being thoughtful in what is the sound that's being produced. The monitoring, and we've again discussed that as well. It's decibel levels, both at stage level and at different heights within the warehouse. So I can tell you that once we have the approval to move forward, you and Joni will be actively engaged in that discourse.
Great. Thank you for that clarification.
And sorry, just to add in really quickly, of course, Telluride Arts, the transfer warehouse would have to comply with our sound regulations in our municipal code, just like anybody in our town has to as well. Just to add that in, obviously. Thank you.
Yep. And do you have any other further questions or of us or comments before we wrap this up?
I would just say for us, I mean, everyone has spoken to, the present urgency to be able to move forward with this season. I'm grateful that we have the support of our board to be able to make this proof of concept come through. And I think that is a huge win, not just for Telluride Arts, but for the community. And I'm hopeful that everyone who has heard this presentation has heard at least directly from our board, because that's been a question that's come to me about, the opinions and the commitments from our principal stewards of the organization, which is the board, to this end. But there is an urgency. I commit, as the board knows, unconditionally to be able to move this process forward. And so as we move through the sequence of events, we will continue updating folks on where we are. And if and when we're ready to make an announcement of the season, you folks will be the first to know.
I would also add that we heard loud and clear and agree that we could do a better job of laying out a very clear timeline so that you are able to work with us as best as possible for what is a series of events. And I think we would like to commit to doing that and getting back to you on that and seeing how we potentially fit it all in time for that. I think that's a valuable input. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And I'd like just to reiterate, obviously that space has some family history for me. And so I can't wait to see its success. But it's been a long process for the town since the 2015 PUD approval. And then when Meriwether was let out of the obligation to have the warehouse completion as part of the condominium construction completion as well. And, it's, something that's not going to happen quickly, as we can tell. And that's extremely frustrating that, whatever decision we made might not have been the best one at that time. It's what the decision was that we made, but we're still looking at a shell when it could have been done years ago. And so that's kind of when you hear our frustrations, a lot of it is the entire process and maybe not the individual sitting in the room, but that's why we're going to be that's why we want to see these kind of things with the requirements that are in place. Great. Thank you all for your time. Thanks for everyone showing up in the room to support you as well. That will bring us to agenda item number 2, and that is Zoe for her administrative reports.
Great, thank you. I'll start us off with an overview of just the high-level manager's report from our departments. First thing I'll start off with is last week I attended the city and county the Colorado City and County Managers Association, CCCMA, too many Cs, conference, where I was asked to present to my peers of managers, and it was a great conference. So I appreciate, that was the first time going because it's usually during spring break, but great to meet with my peers. Then we'll head over to communications, the Town of Telluride Merchant Meetings. We hosted the second bi-monthly Telluride Merchant Meeting on Tuesday, April 8th. Yes, it was during spring break. We still had some merchants show up, and we're just trying to keep a consistent cadence. This was to discuss topics like single-use plastics, ordinance, wayfinding, parking, construction projects, and more. The next one will be a joint meeting with the Town of Mountain Village, and this will take place on Tuesday, June 10th at 11 a.m. And more information on that will be found at bit.ly/TOT Merchant MTGs. So short for meetings. The Town of Telluride website. I don't know if any of you have seen the Town of Telluride website, but we have launched a redesign on April 2nd. We continue to overhaul the existing content to enhance the end user experience, improve navigation, and ensure accessibility for all. If there are any questions, concerns, errors, or missing information, please don't hesitate to reach out to our communications division by emailing info@telluride.gov. Our communications manager, Lindsay Mills, is currently attending the Emergency Services Public Information Officers of Colorado. I'm not even going to try to come up with that acronym, gathering with PIOs across Colorado to learn best practices for emergency communications and share experiences, build crisis communication plans, and so much more, which I think for us is always helpful. And she is there with her peers from the Town of Mountain Village and San Miguel County. For sustainability, we have our spring cleanup and trash bash. Stop me now, Dan, if I'm stealing any of your thunder during your report. But the Town of Telluride is partnering with towns of Mountain Village, Norwood, San Miguel County, Eco Action Partners to host the spring cleanup and the third annual trash bash. This is scheduled for May 16th through the 18th. So these events will provide residents with an opportunity to responsibly dispose unwanted items and help maintain clean public spaces. The spring cleanup will take place in Telluride, Mountain Village, and Norwood, followed by the trash bash in Telluride on May 18th and the VCA cleanup event on May 20th. Community members are also encouraged to pick up litter throughout the spring as snow melts and trash becomes more visible. From the housing development, Canyonlands Tower House continues on with their construction. No additional news there. Virginia Placer phases 2A, 2B. We're still working with our value engineering, and the guaranteed maximum price is expected late May. So working toward that. Shandoka Building Phase 2 is under construction with a completion date, hopefully November of 2025. The Lot L redevelopment in combination with, of course, the Lift 7 neighborhood planning all continues, working with our partners at Design Workshop. We are looking to have a meeting here shortly with Telluride Ski and Golf and Design Workshop to set our upcoming community engagement meetings that we are going to relaunch here when everyone comes back and we have more residents to engage, and that will be happening in late May. We are working with Telluride Ski and Golf as we're hearing community feedback and looking at what their portion of this project may look like and may evolve into something that is slightly different than the original concept of a large hotel. So we'll keep working with them on what that may look like and updating. We've been discussing an updated traffic study, but without understanding what they would like to vision in this process and what those traffic numbers might look like, we can't publish the final traffic study yet until we understand that dynamic. So we're getting that information from them and updating our traffic study accordingly as quickly as we can. Voodoo Rental Housing Project. We are going to have another section of this later on in the manager's report, so I won't step on it too much, but I do want to call out that Communities That Care will be hosting its grand opening celebration this Friday from 4 to 6 p.m. As their grand opening of the youth hangout in the shed space. The other commercial space with Coffee Cowboy is underway, and they are looking to complete their tenant improvements. We did do quickly on the housing needs assessment. This information can be found at the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority website, as they are the ones leading this assessment. But we did get an updated timeline for completion. We are providing our draft comments and providing a comment period finalized this week. And then the revisions of the revised draft are expected to be delivered by mid-May of this month, soon to be this month, next month. And the final report will be made public by the end of next month, following 2 rounds of revisions. Community services, we did the 2025, the inaugural employee rental housing survey. We hope to continue this survey with more respondents and more engagement so that we can really understand and hear from our residents. I won't go over all of the insights that we found in the survey, but we got a lot of great feedback along the themes of maintenance and property upkeep, communication, the tenant experience and more community events, amenities, and trash management, among others. The rental housing, as along with our larger website updates, we have, and following feedback from the survey, have completed a significant update to the town's housing web pages to reflect the adopted employee rental housing policies. And additionally, there is a new rental calculator there. So if people want to put in some of the key information to help them determine their rent at the different housing products, this is a tool that can help provide that estimate. Of course, there is always the caveat to please meet with our staff to go over all of the deduction potentials and all of the nuances to provide a more accurate rent for any of our properties. And then a last plug for community services, childcare, Elaine's Place program openings. So Elaine Place currently has openings in its childcare program following several children graduating to preschool. Daily availability is open with limited space on Thursdays. So visit bit.ly/TOT childcare or email childcare@telluride.gov. We also put a couple notes in and updates from our facilities team and what they're working on with periodic maintenance of Voodoo and the Shandoka Apartments. And then for our, from finance, just a little bit more narrative around our real estate transfer tax, sales, and excise taxes. So as you can see that real estate transfer tax revenues through March are at 27% of budget, which aligns with the 25% target for the year. Obviously, we know that this revenue source can be difficult to compare year over year for each month due to historical variability. It is, however, on track for meeting our 2025 budget. For sales tax, January sales tax revenues collected in February have increased by 7% overall. Retail in-town sales tax has risen by 10% compared to 2024, while retail food and beverage sales have increased by 6%. Revenues from lodging, property management, and short-term rentals have also grown 10%. For our short-term rental excise tax, the revenue source has increased by 18.3% in January and 22.1% in February compared to 2024. And finally, for the lodgers tax, revenue from this source increased by 10% in January and 13.6% in February compared to 2024. And finally, for Parks and Rec, San Miguel River Trail updates. So a section of the San Miguel River Trail located upstream of the large Beaver Dam, east of the Pine Street Bridge, was reopened to the public on April 5th following successful mitigation efforts. The area had been compromised by rising water levels caused by ongoing beaver activity in the river and adjacent wetlands. Restoration and safety improvements included removal of hazardous trees along the trail, removal of the Beaver Dam and fencing from the San Miguel River, and installation of protective measures for trees and vegetation along the river corridor. For the Pavilion Sidewalk and Curb Gutter project, the installation of the new concrete sidewalk gutter and curb and V-pan between the pool fence and pavilion entrance is now complete. And this is a great improvement in this heavily trafficked and used area. And for recreation, we now have registration open for youth baseball, swim team, and adult softball. And there's upcoming registrations for pool membership and swim lessons. Pool membership is April 23rd. And for all the parents out there, swim lessons, April 30th, because we all know those go quick. And we have the Kodo Street Dance, which was held April 4th, and that kicked off the spring event season with strong community participation. I will then hold off on the public works section as we are going to dive into a slight construction update here in a moment. But I will move on to our Q1 Town Council goals and objectives update. And I'm happy to pull up the report if there's more thorough questions. Do you have
Sorry,
some
just-
questions on?
Well,
Yep.
just before we move on from the manager's report, thank you. Love the year-over-year percentage change for sales tax. I think that that's a very useful metric. Thanks for including that. I just want to note, the link for the rent calculator unfortunately is broken. Doesn't link, so we'll just have to fix that for anyone in the public.
Thank you,
Please
Dan.
watch for an update for that. Thank you.
Okay, I will make sure to get that updated. Okay, so for our Q1 update on the 2025 adopted council goals and objectives, and Lindsay already texted me that she's on it, so she will be.
Thank you.
So we have a real-time dashboard for the community members. Again, just reiterating also what has been set from our town council to accomplish this year. In doing that, in the first quarter, we have completed 31% of the overall plan, completing 5 of the action items, 69 are on track, 5 are experiencing minor disruptions, and 1 major disruption. And 12 have not started yet. 5 have also been identified as multi-year initiatives. So I will go over just the action items that are completed and those that have minor and major disruptions and any that have not started yet. So for our section of addressing critical infrastructure needs, we see a 20% progress in this category. So out of the 44 action items in this focus area, 1 is complete, 25 on track, and 8 have not started yet. The one that is complete, obviously we have increased our parking rates and fines for the fiscal year 2025 as a part of the approved 2025 fee schedule. And this is going back to other aspects of our implementation from our parking study and plan. Things that have not started yet, the town is still looking to prepare to support the installation of the water and sewer infrastructure for Society Turn. Once this development is contracted, once we are contacted by the project developers and representatives. And to this date, no outreach has occurred. I know they're still working with CDOT to complete some of their necessary approvals for that development. The new regional wastewater treatment plant project is still in the feasibility phase and expected to enter planning and design soon. Progress on the new facility will help inform future needs and potential uses at the current wastewater treatment plant, and staff will begin site planning once there is a greater clarity on project direction and outcomes. Staff is also evaluating the design options for the Mahoney Avenue between Highway 145 and Mahoney Bridge. Data collection and analysis are underway to assess existing conditions and inform alternatives that align with site constraints and community goals. And that again is a part of that Southwest Area Plan effort. Repairs to the cracks on the spur bike path have not started yet, but this must be completed before the overlay work can begin. In 2024, Public Works was unable to secure a contractor for the crack repairs, and so as a result, we're doing it in-house with our team. And they'll be beginning addressing these repairs as time and resources allow, with paving to follow once the path is properly prepared. The FTA is currently reviewing construction plans and specifications for the Public Work Maintenance Campus. Construction is anticipated to begin in early summer pending final approval, and staff continues to manage the grant compliance and funding coordination. Also, the project to replace the existing high-pressure fill line and rehabilitate the east tank lining is currently in the design phase, and staff is coordinating next steps to advance the project toward construction. Moreover, third-party consultants have been hired to support engineering for the Stillwell treatment plant upgrade. So staff is also assessing tunnel to plant piping improvements, and due to seasonal flow and lengthy CDPHE process, it may be more strategic to maintain Stillwell as an emergency summer source, allowing up to for 90 days of use annually. So we're assessing that. And the ice rink is now closed for the season. So the heat recapture and boiler replacement project at the Town Park Pavilion compressor room can now move forward without disrupting service. I'll just quickly go over any minor disruptions. Fiber conduit to Public Works Campus and Community Services. Again, part of the SWAP project is seeing some complications there as the fiber network is expected to be operational in 2026. Staff is also looking to hold 2 planning and organizational meetings with Brightly Alpha team to implement asset essentials for facility maintenance. This is again new software for our facilities teams to really get a handle on all of our equipment and infrastructure to have more standardized proactive maintenance and continued maintenance, and this will help with that. We've already talked about Virginia Placer. The pre-construction meeting and contractor KSK has been completed, and work on the accessibility improvements and bump outs is scheduled to begin on May 5th. So this was a minor disruption as the hope was to start in April. The start was delayed due to contractor completing other ongoing projects. Construction will proceed intersection by intersection to minimize disruption.
And I'll just add one thing for the listeners out there is that on the website, we do have the schedule. So if you're curious what blocks are when, they kind of have that schedule laid out. So that may help you understand what your impacts would be.
Yep. And our team has met diligently with all businesses that along Colorado to have that one-on-one understanding of that potential disruption.
Great.
In those meetings. And then one major disruption for our infrastructure goals, we only had one single bid for the First Street Bridge project, which was significantly exceeding the budget. So Public Works is currently evaluating alternative solutions to move the project forward with the financial constraints. For preserving our community, where we have a 27% progress, we have completed 2 of these goals, one being the 2025 employee rental housing survey, and the other being the website redesign. Ones that haven't started yet is tenant social gatherings, which is a hope, and we saw that feedback within the survey itself to have more community engagement within our rental housing products. So the hope is to have that late summer of 2025 to again help foster that connection among our residents. The update to the 2013 Telluride Historic and Architectural Survey is delayed due to a grant not being awarded. So we are now looking at other potential grants and funds to reapply for and move the project forward. And the comprehensive land use code rewrite will begin following the completion of the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan is obviously scheduled for this year. So this goal will most likely not happen until that completion, which will most likely be pushed to our subsequent year. For protecting health and quality of life, all of our action items are on track, one being multi-year. For cultivating economic sustainability and a thriving commercial core, 32% of progress there. And out of the 7 action items in that focus area, 1 is complete and 6 are on track. The one that is complete is launching our bi-monthly merchant meetings. And then finally, ensuring Telluride is an employer of choice. Out of the 7 action items in this focus area, 1 is complete and 4 are on track. The one that is complete is we have updated the town's performance management system, which was launched April 1st. And we have not started looking at a new retirement plan where we plan to have an RFP in the second quarter of 2025. So with that, we will move on to the other call outs in our manager's report, starting with Hayden. Unless there are any questions on the goals and objectives.
Well, I did have a comment, and perhaps it's a larger conversation than we have time for at the
Yeah.
moment, but I did just want to touch on one theme that came out to me as going through some of the goals and objectives updates as far as delays go, and that seems to be cost overruns, or the need for value engineering on a couple projects.
Mm.
I do want to highlight, it's not just us, as we saw with the transfer warehouse and Telluride Arts, it's something that does seem to be affecting regionally, and I think that's what I hear from other municipalities around the state and our local partners regionally here, that high costs are a challenge currently, and we're seeing it affect multiple things on multiple fronts. So I don't have a specific suggestion or way to take this conversation, but I do think it is important because it does seem to be impacting us in some very big projects that we need to be undertaking.
Mhm.
So I don't know if you have initial thoughts or a way
Yeah.
that we could take this conversation further, because I think it's something that we should all continue to think about.
Yeah, so when we are looking at that, from the manager's office and bringing it to you to council, and a lot of our projects haven't quite gotten to that point yet, or when we give these updates, having to push them down the line. Most of the time, when construction prices are high, they don't tend to diminish that rapidly, quickly. And a lot of our goals are dependent on other pieces of capital projects. So it's always kind of that give and take. For instance, just Pack Street Avenue. So Pack Street Avenue is part of our Southwest Avenue plan, which needs to happen before we can do Mahoney Bridge, which needs to happen before we can do Lot L. So all of these things kind of tying together. So when we really make those pull and take decisions or timing aspects within the budget constraints that we have, we really look at where the impact is on some of those things. At this moment, First Street is the only one that we haven't had discussions with, but I will definitely be coming to council on what that implication is going to be, kind of holistically discuss what that looks like. But you are right that it's taking us a little bit extra time and a little bit more creativity than we've had to do in the past to work with the constraints that we have.
From a finance side, has there been any sort of reformulation on how we estimate costs going into some of these projects?
So
That started to happen?
yeah, so it is always during our budget season to get to contract or to talk with contractors and get as close as you can realistic estimates when the bids come. And sometimes what people say, I think in all projects I've been in, what they say they think it's going to cost varies differently at time to time what it actually is. But I think we can look at doing a multiplier or coming up with a policy in-house. I haven't heard anything from other municipalities that are doing that, but we can reach out and see if there is. I think that's a good point, Dan.
You kind of already answered my question, but I, just to give us an idea, like the First Street Bridge, for example, the estimate that came in, how far from the budget was it?
And I don't know if Kyle is on because I only know the single bid that came in at 650,000. I don't remember what his budget was specifically for the First Street project, so I don't know what that. But he does have his hand raised, and Piper is not there. Is he getting to do anything?
No, I'll screw it up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hear you. Thank you, and thanks, Stan.
Yeah, thanks, and a great question. So the original estimate that came in from our third-party contractor, professional services, was 250,000 was the estimated cost to replace that bridge, and so it came in at 650 with the one bid. And so just, you know, as options that we're looking into, we are trying to figure out, we're now reaching out to the individual manufacturers of the material. And so I'm trying to establish that material cost. And then, you know, worst case, even trying to be the GC through Public Works and trying to make this project happen by pulling in those individual parties, which would be one party to come in to actually do the construction of the bridge decking, the railing to be installed, and then we would have electrical. So it's not a lot of parties that are involved. But we're trying to see if we can shave some of that cost down through purchasing the materials directly to Public Works and then acting kind of as the GC to organize that project just to see if we can even make it happen. So that's what we're working on currently. And then we'll try to figure out what those costs would be for us to do that and if there's a savings.
Thanks, Kyle. I mean, I'm hoping that the majority of our projects aren't going to come in at 2.5 times what was originally budgeted. That's, it's a little, I don't know, that bums me out that that's where that project is coming in. I know it's one project. I know it's a seemingly smaller project in the scope of everything that we do. But I think, you know, to your point about, are we going to put in multipliers and stuff like that? I mean, we certainly can't make budgets with multipliers of 2.5%, or sorry, 2.5 times what the projected or anticipated cost would be. So hopefully we can get some better information going forward, and that way we are not surprised by these kind of proposals that bids come in.
And I think the other part of a lot of what we're seeing is fewer people bidding on some of these things, just because there was a boom in construction and other aspects that are playing into it. So
There are a lot of construction projects around town.
Yep.
So
Yeah, and that's accurate. And we are seeing a lot of contractors that, you know, have really never even worked in Telluride. And you'll see that on these competitive bid sites where they'll throw a number at something, knowing that, you know, if they win it, their multipliers there. And so they'll figure out what they need to do. And you'll tend to see that they'll even subcontract it out to someone else because there's, you know, so much profit there. And that's not the game you want to be in. And so, you know, being flexible and trying to figure out other solutions is just something that I've noticed, you know, I've had to do since I've been here. But things are, I'm hoping, are slowing down, and we'll get some more bids on these projects, and hopefully we don't have to, you know, see just one bids in the future.
But thank you. Thanks for that point.
Thank you.
All right, Hayden. So I'll turn it over to Hayden to give our Q1 parking update. Again, this is just for one, as we had launched in January several of our pieces. So data is still new, and we look forward to continuing providing an analysis for you throughout the year. So take it away.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. As you guys know, Council has prioritized parking improvements, which in 2024, they commissioned the parking study, which then led to the 2025 council goals and objectives, which were to expand pay to park areas, modify permit zones, increase hourly parking rates and citation fines, and deploy a new LPR enforcement system. So key changes in Q1 that have happened so far: we've expanded the metered areas. So we installed new meters on Columbia and West Colorado to manage demand and promote turnover, and usage data will guide future adjustments. We've updated parking rates, increased rates on Colorado to encourage short-term parking. We introduced the free 30-minute option, and since early February, we've had about 350 uses of that program, so it's actually getting quite a bit of use. Wayfinding is in the implementation planning phase, so new wayfinding projects to direct visitors to long-term lots such as Silverjack, Shandoka, and Carhenge. Guide Studios, who you guys heard from a little while ago, gave a presentation, and so we are currently vetting local fabricators for signage to be implemented in the coming months. And we are currently exploring mobile applications for parking as well to allow for easier access of parking in Telluride. A quick little financial analysis from Q1 versus last year Q1. Silverjack dropped 23.6%. On-street parking grew, but when you factor in the rate increase, it actually declined about 3.4%. And then ticket revenue increased 81%. But when you factor in the ticket changes, the price from $30 to $40, the actual relative increase is 36%. And then the next steps, as we continue to kind of grow our ecosystem and try to figure out the best plans for parking in Telluride, wayfinding will continue to grow. Will help identify available parking in town. That's something we identified as a major problem in town, is there's a lack of visibility for some of our free lots in Silverjack. We're going to continue to monitor the Engle parking pilot. Staff will monitor usage, safety, and feedback through fall 2025. Public feedback is encouraged through our Bitly link. It's bit.ly/TOT parking pilot. And in there, you can kind of put some feedback of how people are feeling about how the Engle parking looks. We're going to bolster our community engagement. We're going to hold a public forum, survey, and open house in June to gather feedback on the changes that help align with policy and community goals. The LPR is currently expected to be delivered in May 2025. So the hardware and software has been delivered, but the vehicle that it actually mounts onto will be delivered in sometime May. And then we expect by a couple months of fine tuning and getting it ready for hopefully a summer rollout. Staff is also working on a comprehensive policy review of our parking system. We're reviewing meter placement policy to guide future decisions on locations and standards for new meters. And we expect that in the fall 2025, we'll have a council workshop kind of going over all the things from the entire year while still providing quarterly updates throughout the year about the status of parking. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions?
I have a question just about the meters.
Sure.
I've already talked to Zoe a little bit about this, but it feels like just because my understanding was when we were implementing this, that the majority of the parking usage was going to be through smartphones, that it wasn't going to be at physical meters. It feels like the frequency and placement of the meters is kind of excessive for that use for people that don't have a cell phone, maybe are only dealing with cash or something like that. So I'm just curious. I understand that like this is, our pilot program. None of this is permanent. None of this is like, gonna have to stay forever and ever. But I'm curious if we've had any thought about maybe removing some of the meters for this summer. Just like I said, it seems like there's a few that are redundant. They're too closely spaced, kind of stuff like that. And then having the continuation of the meter discussion later. I'm just curious if we've decided that, or is the plan to just keep everything as it is right now and then not make any changes until the fall?
Yeah, there's a kind of twofold of that. So one piece of that is trying to find a matching mobile app with our parking system to help kind of bridge that gap of not needing meters as much. And the next part is how staff is doing internal review of the policy to help identify a better layout for parking meters. And once we get that finalized, I expect we will use data from the meters themselves to see which ones are underutilized and then partner that with the new policy we're formatting about meter placement in town. And so
I'll just add to that with some clarity. So right now, the town of Telluride uses T2. T2 has two options. So you can utilize the hardware infrastructure, which is the meters, which is required for the free 30 minutes and other things. And you can text to park. What T2, and they have a web app, but it varies in user ability compared to like a Park Mobile system or other things. So staff is currently looking at additives like Park Mobile or
there's Pay by Phone.
Pay by Phone
Basically the same thing as Park Mobile.
that are mobile apps, which then could help us with like the free 30 minutes that could be done through the phone and not necessarily the meters and all these other things. So currently with the infrastructure that we've had in place, the meters are an important aspect for some of those other pieces, not just for those that don't have a phone and the accessibility piece. It also has some more functionality for our parking system that we rely on than others that have a more software mobile app focus.
Sure. And I hear that. Like I understand, because I was one that brought up the conversation about wanting the free 30-minute parking for people to run errands and stuff like that. But I guess my point is that just looking at the map, like, there are some blocks that have multiple meters on them. That doesn't seem necessary, even for the need of them in the program. So I guess my point is that like I said, the clustering of them, I can't find any sort of rhyme or reason to. It seems like some are very tightly clustered, some are very spread out. It seems like the ones that are very tightly clustered are probably not all necessary.
Yeah.
Is there a way for us to maybe go in and say, hey, we don't need, meters that are within, 20 yards of each other. People can walk to their closest one. They're visible, they're not hiding. That was my question, is that I understand the current need for them, but it seems for our size of town and everything, it seems maybe a little excessive, the number of meters that we have.
I think we definitely can. Where we were coming from the manager's office is that when we decided to make a change, it was very holistic and strategic.
Sure.
Looking at our meter placement throughout the town in its entirety, coming up with those policies of we only need one per block, or if there is a neighboring block that is sufficient, what are those parameters of exactly how we wanted to do those placements, with other aspects like residential, historic, other qualities that we have within town. And so making one move, but if we have direction and you want us to get rid of some now while we're working through that and add that additional step, we can look at that as well.
my preference would be, I mean, I feel like I could look at this map and point out ones that are like, on Pine Street, there's one on the main street, and then there's another one just right where the alley is. Those are very, very close to each other. Those seem superfluous. The ones that are across the street from each other, there's one on Oak Street, and then the alley on the next block, there's another one. It's like, to me, it's like, it would be pretty easy to go and kind of like redline some of these, because I do think that, they are big, but I understand they're a necessity to our parking project. It just seems like there might be too many out there, and their placement seems a little erratic.
Yeah.
I guess.
We can look into that.
I have a question kind of related. After this pilot, I'm assuming we'll have data on who's paying with their phones versus who's actually using the meters.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I think that still feels like a big piece of information that I would love to see before we make any changes, or too many changes. I could get on board, but I also feel like I would love to just have some data inform why we do things.
Yep, exactly.
So to just like blindly start to make changes when there's already a little bit of guesswork in what's already happened, I would hate to follow up guesswork with guesswork to too much of a degree. So I would just be really curious to see that data. And I think that could really help us with whatever the next step here looks like. Because we all know it's a pilot. Everyone listening, it's a pilot. We know there are going to be changes to this, but yeah, I'm a big fan of having those changes be really pointed to data that we collect that tells us what the need is and what's being more utilized.
Yeah. And to that point, I think that's that balance that we've been discussing, because the data collection takes time and use information, but maybe there are some things that we can change more immediately, and look at that.
Yeah, I could go either way. I see the redundancy in some of these placements, so I could get on board with that. And I also, I feel like there is a certain amount of need to stick to a pilot in order to then make the next changes. Like, I don't want to get too caught up in temporary. I think there's going to be a long-term plan here, and this is going to need some editing at some point. I don't know if I feel like it needs to be before the summer, or if it's something that's part of the bigger picture, the sort of zoomed out version of our new parking plan.
And we're working with T2 on data collection, because they're getting the data, it's just how they're sharing it with us. So in the Q2 update, I could delineate mobile T2 mobile pay versus meter parking. It's just with the time frame we had here, they're working on kind of compiling that in a pretty picture for us. So that's what we can show in Q2 for sure.
Yeah.
Or sooner if you want it sooner.
And then there's Geneva and me and have questions.
I'll start because I'm unmuted. I just want to echo Elena's comments, and Ashley's too. I think we've certainly heard from the public that there's some concerns about the parking program and the pilot that we're running right now, but I feel really, really strongly that we do need to see this through to sort of to the fall, so that when we are making these decisions, we are making them based on data. We're not making decisions based on things that we think are going to work, that we really are taking a very analytical approach to this, and reducing ideally as many of the meters as we possibly can, but just really ultimately setting ourselves up for a program that's ultimately going to be successful for the destination as a whole in the future. So I do just want to state for the listening public that we very much have heard any of the concerns that are had, but we do want to make the decisions that are based, kind of on fact and usage, and in a way that are going to actually serve the community for the future.
Great, thank you. Geneva?
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think that we are not parking flow experts, and while it's hard to get used to, or maybe shocking to see new pieces of equipment and new paint on the ground in places where they've never been before in Telluride, they were not strewn about willy-nilly, even if some people think they were. So I'm inclined to follow the recommendations of the parking experts who design parking plans for towns of our size or larger or smaller all over the country and see where this leads. And while absolutely being open to changing it in the future, but I don't think that we should be changing it now before we see how it works. That's it.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, great. If there's no other comments, I think the next council meeting is May 12th, 13th. It's in 2 weeks from now, so it's a short turnaround. The staff can quickly look at some of the superfluous meter placement, and maybe we can do a quick discussion or update during the next manager's report of what that potential could look like if we did want to make any changes. If you would like to see that, or I've heard from others of just keep it how it is, and we'll look at the data as well.
Or if you even letting us know if there was a strategy around all the places.
That would be my question. Is
Yep.
it, like I said,
Yep.
if there's a reason
Mhm.
and it can be clearly articulated as to
Yep.
why we need 2 meters, specifically one like seemingly near an alley, like that's where I'm like, if there is a method to the madness, I'm all about it.
Right.
I have a pretty analytical brain and can like see patterns and things pretty well.
Yep.
I'm struggling a little bit
Mhm.
with how some of this got laid out.
So I think 2 points. So 100%, and we'll work with our Marshall's Department, Public Works Department on that narrative. 2, staff agrees, and that is why we are not just saying that we don't, excuse me, don't need to create a meter placement practice or policy or some kind of standard, because I think I know there is not anything defined for the town right now. We would like to see that definition, because again, like if we were to remove meters within a certain distance of a historic structure, it wouldn't be for the new meters. It would also impact other areas of town where the meters are. So what do we want kind of those boundaries to be, and other aspects that we should be looking at, not just the usage part, but some of the other qualifiers that we should be considering, because I would like to enact whatever those strategies are for town as a whole. So I think we can definitely do that in the interim for the new meter placement while we continue to look at what we should be standardizing for meter placement in the future.
Yeah, and any strategy would be good. Like someone had a comment to me on West Colorado in that there wasn't any on the south side. And is that
That was from Sun, because they're all solar. So there was not enough solar for that. So there's definitely some narrative around some of these pieces. Yep.
I do have a quick question. What are they look like hazard signs on 2 of these meters on the west end? Well, west
orange
end.
triangle.
So like any new infrastructure, and this was a screenshot of what we see within our software, our portal.
Mhm.
That would mean that meter was down at the time of the screenshot.
Okay.
So we're continually working through bugs on a number of these new meters to get them up and running. So meter hardware has now been moved into IT, and John has been working diligently with T2 to make sure all of the meters are up and running at all times. And he's learned a lot about meters.
We all have.
We all have. I think that's a good point. Any other questions, concerns, comments?
Nope.
Okay, we have good direction for the next manager's report update around parking, and we will continue the conversation. Thank you, Delaney. So moving on, we will go to the Voodoo update on the Voodoo Affordable Housing Project.
Hello. Hi.
Delaney.
I think, and thank you to Hayden for doing the memo, which took something off of my plate. I
So sorry
appreciate it.
to interrupt you.
Oh.
Super quickly. It is noon. Are you okay going?
Yeah, let's definitely get through, let's try to get through the rest of your report.
Okay.
And then I can figure out a way to squeeze in, starting with attorney's
Okay,
report
thank you.
later on in the
Yep.
meeting.
I think that the memo is pretty self-explanatory. If you do have any questions, just for the sake of time, let me know.
Okay.
So the memo says that a studio became available, assuming that means somebody who had moved in, moved out.
Correct.
Did they give any indication to you as to why?
I think this goes a little bit into confidentiality on
it-
those pieces, but
I will leave it at, it was becoming a legal matter.
Okay. Is there any lesson that you feel like your office learned from that could be better addressed in the future?
So it wasn't
to
financial.
try. What?
Yeah,
sorry.
so it wasn't financial.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand why we're still trying to struggle to fill these units. And I understand, and I'm not trying to put blame on you, the limitations of how much you can say, but without more information, I feel continually sort of trapped as to what to do next.
In that particular unit, there were no lessons for us
Okay.
to learn.
Okay.
You've opened that back up for applications and
Yes, and we've actually offered it to at least a handful of people. It's not fitting in with their income bracket for affordability. So we're just continually offering it to people, but we thought it would be helpful to have all of the vacant units broadcast once again at this very public meeting.
Yep.
So yes.
Are there what are the income limits for the studio unit?
The studio unit, because it is the highest price in that bracket of type of unit, it goes up to technically 160 based on what we did initially, but the state limitation, which is what we're using as our hard and fast, we definitely can't exceed that, is 170% AMI.
Okay. Because that wasn't listed on the update, so maybe that's just a point of clarity for anyone listening, if they are interested. That does have a higher income limit than I guess not.
170.
Yeah, so similar to the 2-bedroom. I'm curious about if you got any feedback about the 2-bedroom that we had set aside for a mental health professional. Like, is there any more to the narrative around us not being able to fill that, just out of curiosity?
For whatever reason, we have struggled to get responsiveness from entities. Just this past week, when I mentioned that it was going to be coming up as a topic in front of council, I did have responsiveness from an entity. And I've had 2 people express interest, one of whom we're kind of going back and forth by email, which seems to be the lingering tenor of how these empty units have been going. We're just always back and forth in communication. That particular unit also did have 2 people reach out to me directly about 3 weeks ago and 2 weeks ago, respectively, and their household situation with one income earner, it's simply unaffordable for them. And there's really no latitude for us to change that dynamic of the pricing structure. For one reason, it's dictated in the grant document, the agreement with the state, that we have each level has this many units at these prices, and that is therefore tied to the financing for the project as well. I don't know if that fully answered your question.
No, I think that added a little bit more information.
I think, sorry to go back, I think that the intent with that unit was the idea that being a 2-bedroom, there would likely be 2 income earners. And if it was someone who was in a professional capacity as a mental health professional, that their income and potentially an additional second income would likely put them in that bracket. That was what my recollection was from when the whole project was put forward and the dedicated units were discussed.
I have a question. I think, because correct me if I'm wrong, there was like a committee and Geneva sat on it, correct, Geneva, for to discuss with stakeholders about who that were the ones that were requesting that we provide this in this development. Is that correct? I guess I'm just curious. It seems like if we didn't have at least a couple of these professionals kind of earmarked, it seems like maybe a little bit of like a lost leader with that. It's like now it's empty and we're struggling to fill it. I'm shocked that we didn't have like specific individuals or a pool of individuals that we were looking to specifically.
And it might be just because the box is so tight.
So it's like people that it was projected for aren't able to fit into this.
Yeah, and that's why.
This like mini issues that we're running into right now with our housing program are that 4 or 5 years ago, we had very pressing problems in certain categories that seem to not be as much of an issue now. For whatever reason, it could be that the pressure from COVID is over. It could be that a lot of movement has happened and folks have settled. But back when we put this suggestion to hold a unit for a mental health professional, the messaging that we got from many, from Tri-County and from other organizations and from the hospital district, et cetera, were that we're having a really hard time recruiting mental health professionals because housing is so difficult. And that was the decision to hold a unit occurred as we were deciding on financing for the project. So this was like years ago. And now here we are with the unit ready to go. And there isn't anyone that is in need of a unit right now. That's all it is. I feel like we're experiencing this as well with some of the with our issue with the range of income targeting, where a few years ago, the feedback we got from many people was, I make too much money according to the current rules to live in housing. You need to make housing that fits higher income earners. And we've done that. And there aren't so many families that fit into that now at this very moment. So this is a self-imposed limitation or opportunity. And I think that we are within our rights to remove the reservation on it if we want to, or maybe we can move that prioritization to an upcoming opening unit or something like that. But I agree, it doesn't make sense for it to sit empty.
Yeah, and there.
Does that answer your question?
Kind of.
Sorry, I
But
talked
we-
too long.
But
No,
if
you're
we go
fine.
on their recommendation, that hopefully would solve the problem.
My question is,
You know, I don't know, like making it available.
Not on, it does nothing on the studio or 3-bedroom. Those recommendations only address the 2-bedroom, which I think we should adopt most of those at least, but
I have a question, I have a follow-up question though then. If we had these meetings with these stakeholders and they said, we're struggling to hire people because we don't have housing for them, have we re-engaged with those stakeholders and said, do you still have people that are working for you or that would come and work for you that are struggling to get housing, and see what they say? And then if they're saying, I guess that's my question, is like, it seems like we have a lot of assumptions, but we don't know these other stakeholders where they're actually sitting. Is there still a need? And is it the case that the need exists and this product isn't fitting because of the price or the income requirements, whatever, isn't fitting the need? Or is it the case that the needs have been satisfied and now we just have an excessive product that doesn't have a buyer? That's my question. Because that to me, then those are two different, depending on which of those problems is the issue, then that we can solve it by then two different things. We can either then change the product requirement to say, okay, we're going to lower the price, or we're going to change the occupancy so that we can meet the problem that was the issue of not having enough mental health. Or we say mental health doesn't need this. Is there another group, another asset to our community that we can utilize this for, and then change it? Or it becomes just part of the rental pool. I feel like I don't have any information to make a decision on what we do with this 2-bedroom for mental health.
I mean, when I went and met with it was the board that basically manages the money for the mental health tax revenue that we have. And we mostly just discussed what is the definition of a mental health caregiver. And they gave us that direction and did not say, we have these people in mind, or we think that the boundaries should be this or that, or anything like that. And I'm assuming that if I'm interpreting what Delaney's saying correctly, is that she's reached out and nobody has a specific employee right now or a vacancy that needs to utilize this unit. Should we reach out again? Sure.
Okay, you answered my question, I think. So it sounds like if Delaney's reached out to these other stakeholders that we worked on this with, and they say that they don't have currently anybody that needs this housing that we've reserved, then it seems like the answer is we need to unreserve it for mental health professionals.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I'd like to discuss is there looks like 3 recommendations and what do we feel about them? Will they work? Will they not work? Can we come up with something different? I mean, because I think we just need people in the units, right?
Yeah, I mean, I lean towards option 1 because
Right, if they're not there, rent
if
it to
there's
somebody
not
else.
like if people aren't hungry for this, if there's not people in the mental health sector who are hungry for this unit, I don't want to like withhold the opportunity from other important people in our community who need housing. I think we had a good intention here and we can still prioritize people if we get applicants that are mental health professionals, great. But if the need isn't there, I don't think we should sort of keep barriers around this unit from other people to apply. Because I think, restaurant managers and teachers and anybody is, a valuable person in our community. And if we have an empty housing unit, we should put them in it.
Agree.
Can I just jump in for a couple points of clarity? Delaney, I know you've been holding your breath, and maybe you can really reiterate and confirm what council is discussing up here in the reach out and what you've heard from those folks, and that maybe will aid in your discussion. And 2, the recommendations are not options, but I think they can be 1 or 2 or a combination of all of them. And then Hayden looks like he's got something to say.
Yeah, to Dan's point, the recommendation. So the first 2 are kind of about the mental health unit itself. And the third one is about, for all the available units, reducing the requirement to be a resident in town to 1 year. What's it currently, 2?
No, it's 1.
It's 1, but
Oh,
go
but
ahead,
remove it
Delaney.
entirely. So that way we can get someone in there in the units who might have just moved into town. That'd be for all 3 available units. And then for the mental health unit, it would be broadening the set aside to any unit. That way it's not just a 2-bedroom, and then take that 2-bedroom open to anybody. Those are kind of like the proposed options, but not, you guys can choose 1 or 3 or none.
So the idea with the priority for the mental health person would be if let's say there was a single female that moves to Telluride, and then she would be able to come in and say, hey, I would like this studio.
Exactly.
Then she would be given priority for that studio, not necessarily just, the 2-bedroom, which as a single female wouldn't qualify for.
Exactly. And we need Kevin to help with this as well, because 2 of the recommendations probably need to come back to the would it be THA? And the third one could be direction today, but 2 of them probably do need formal action in a later meeting, being the set aside and then broadening.
Correct. I
I
agree.
mean, I guess in that sense, I could get behind all the recommendations.
On reread, I can get on board with all 3. I still have concern that the primary factor in our inability to fill these units is that narrow scope of affordability or qualification, however you want to phrase it. You have to be essentially just under the mark for your AMI limit on there for it to be reasonably affordable and not any bit over. And so I think that there is a chance that even with adopting these new recommendations, we are still facing the same problem. I guess we cross that bridge if we get to it. But the feedback I seem to hear, and I think a lot of the public comments from our last town council meeting from Sunnyside residents tied to some of this conversation, that it is so narrow of a path for these to be truly affordable and to really feel like a good deal for a lot of applicants, a lot of our residents, that that seems to be the primary issue to me.
So let's maybe try recommendations, and if we have to revisit that, we will, right? I mean, I agree, but there's got to be some underlying cause why we're not filling them.
Yeah, and we don't have much, like, these are set prices. They're not even subject to the rental tier, correct?
Not yet.
Okay.
They will be in 2026, I think, as people continue to live there and their rent or their income potentially increases, then it will fall under the guise of the policies. But for right now, in this initial period, it's what the grant says. We got to get them filled.
In that,
Wait,
so,
I'm confused by that.
yeah, could the rent, if somebody is under the income limit, could their rent hypothetically go down? Like if this is above 30% of their income?
That is a question to be asked probably in the fall as we look at budget projections, because the project has a bond and needs
Yeah.
to make X amount of dollars, and that's got to be reconfigured and discussed.
I think we need to have a serious discussion about if we need to pay down some of these projects to bring the bond requirements. I don't know how the logistics of all of that work, but based on what I've heard, what we've all heard from Sunnyside residents, what we're kind of experiencing now with Voodoo, I think we have to get realistic about the amount of debt that we can expect our renters to be able to cover for us. And it might not be 30% of their income. And us having empty buildings is not helping any of our problems in any way. It's not a good look. So I think that we need to have a serious conversation about what that might look like and how that would affect the fund and all of that. But I think that hearing what we've heard from our Sunnyside residents and a lot of people saying that they're looking for housing elsewhere as a result of it, and what we're experiencing right now with Voodoo, I think that it's something that we have to at least seriously consider and look at, especially as we're looking at these upcoming projects. Because again, if we have the need that we say we have, and then we're going forward and we're creating projects that are not being rented to their capacity, it puts us in a very, very unstable financial situation, and it's not actually accomplishing the goal that we set out to do. So I just feel like I had to say that.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think, just to throw my 2 cents in, I do have some reservations as well. From the beginning, I've wanted the income multiplier to be lower. Like that's not new coming from me. And I do feel like 30% is too high. I know that, we chose that for a reason, but I think that's why I have a little bit of hesitancy in taking on new construction projects for housing. If we're having these kinds of issues and what in our system isn't working before we, bite off another really big project. I think we need to figure this out and make sure we have a system that works for our residents. And I'm glad that these problems are coming up in a relatively small project as opposed to what we're talking about at Lift 7. I think it's good that we're talking about this on a project the size of Voodoo and not something much bigger. So I think, it's all good information, good learning, good to kind of figure out what the kinks are in this plan. And if we can revisit that or somehow get to a point where that multiplier can be lowered, just to make these units work better for people. Because I agree that it is a little concerning that we're having trouble filling them. I still am shocked that we're, here in April and still talking about this. So
I
Thank
feel
you.
like this is a snapshot of the dynamicness of what's going on with our housing needs. And that what has been a large challenge for filling these units has been the residency requirement. I think we should move forward with these recommendations and try and get the units filled. I just don't think we should be jumping into the philosophical discussion of our rental housing, changing the rental housing policies as a reflection of this project, because we put extra parameters on this project to try and address the issue of newer community members getting units over tenured community members and that feedback that we had received. And we gave this a handful of months. And so let's implement these changes. I know of a couple of families that are waiting for this hoping this residency requirement could go away so they could apply for the units. And I think that this will solve the problem here.
Thank you. I think we have our direction specifically in regards to the Voodoo project and the staff memo, and I appreciate the other input that the manager's office will take and discuss with the team and come up with any future work sessions, discussions, retreat points along those lines as we look at future projects.
Great. Thank you so much. We will break for lunch and I'll pick up the manager's report at some point in the afternoon.
What time? One back.
Okay, we will reconvene the Town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting. It is 1:03 PM. And agenda item number 3 is public comment on non-agenda items. I'm going to make a little bit of a change because there's a lot of people in the room and some online as well. So what I'd like to accomplish is reducing the time per person down from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, because I want to try to hear from as many people as possible. And the overall public comment period is limited to 45 minutes per council meeting. So that's the reason why I'm going to do that. If you have things to say that have been said already, if you can make your comments concise to that point to certainly strengthen that point, that's great, but try not to be repetitive. We'll make it what I feel will be a better discussion as well. And how I'm going to start with the public comment, since there's looks to be many people in the room that have either signed up or may want to sign up, is I'm just going to go right in order on everyone who has signed up. Then I will make a second call for anyone in the room who feels they have the need to speak. And then we will take our online people for comments after that. Is there anybody, I'll start with the list actually. And first on our list for public comment is Mark Rainier. And when you come up, please state where you live.
You guys don't already know. I'm Mark Rainier. I live in Sunnyside. Thank you again for continuing to recognize the new policy housing, or the new housing policies are not working for a select portion, a very important portion, in my opinion, because I'm one of them, of town residents. Thank you, Elena and Ashley, for your earlier comments and just recognizing the ongoing issue. First, I'd ask please to keep at least most of the residency restrictions for town rentals. Demand is not the problem. I mean, obviously, pricing is, even if that's not explicitly expressed through the town housing authority, it is the price. Find other ways to pay the bonds rather than putting that burden on middle class or replacing us with out-of-community people. You know, we're already here. There's already a long list, a long waiting list for housing in this town. Getting rid of the residency restriction basically just sidesteps that entire portion of the community and says that we don't matter. You know, we're just a number. And I know that's not the case. And, you know, please don't make decisions that make it seem to be the case. In the spirit of, as I tell my kids, be a problem solver, not a problem haver. One solution that I've discussed with a few of you as well, we agree universally that these policies incentivize people who work fewer hours who make less money. Working over 1,400 hours should be encouraged. Rewarding more full-time employees and more hours would go a long way to eliminate the perceived punishment of these policies. The more you work, the more you pay is just seems like indentured servitude almost to the town of Telluride. If gross income were prorated to the same hours, if you're saying the minimum hours is 1,400, if I work 2,000 hours, which I do, my wife works more than that, 2,300 hours a year. You know, the more we work, the more we pay. If it were to say 1,400 hours is our expectation, if you work more than that, you know, that's your money. You know, maybe that's where you have a nest egg for your kids' college, for a down payment on a new home, for things like that, for a way to get ahead, to get out of employee housing, which should be the goal. I think we need to find a way to please reward full-time employees. You know, employers want full-time employees. If you have an employee that works 3 days a week versus an employee that works 5, you know, you need 2 of the employees who are working 3 days a week at that 1,400 hours. You know, you only need 1 that works 2,000, if that makes sense. So just an idea as a solution moving forward. Thank you again for continuing to work on this and not letting all the hard work you've already done go to waste by eliminating the middle class of Telluride. Thank you.
Mark, thank you very much. Next up on the list is Eric Dalton.
Hi, guys. My name's Eric Dalton. I live at 425 West Colorado. Lots of my neighbors sitting here too. Just wanted to talk briefly about the new parking. I just feel like my neighborhood, and I call it my neighborhood because it's a neighborhood. It's not the commercial district. Feel like it just changed overnight. And I feel like we became the parking lot for the town of Telluride. And I appreciate what you guys are doing as far as trying to find better options for people to come shopping downtown. And I'm a business owner as well. So I can appreciate that, but I feel like we should be looking in our commercial core for more opportunities there. I know Silverjack's underutilized. I have a whole block east of my shop, the 300 block of East Colorado, that I feel like let's look at that for some parking solutions. You know, there's not even buildings on half of that street. I know a lot of other folks here will talk to some of the safety concerns and stuff like that we have, but I just feel like this came out of nowhere. I know there was a town council meeting in early April where I think you guys addressed a lot of this. I wish as a resident and someone who was directly impacted, and I would argue all of us directly impacted the heaviest from this new change, that we just would have been given some kind of notice, you know, on my front door, mail me a letter, something like that, so I can show up and try to talk to this before it's already been done. But I think a lot of us felt just like it was a shock to see it all just change overnight. And that's my front yard. I've been there for 20 years. I care deeply about the whole block, the whole 2 blocks, the entrance to town, and other folks will speak to some of this, but I wish we were included in this conversation earlier and in a better way, so it could be more constructive. Because I feel like now we're just kind of, you know, fighting against what's already happening and the decisions that have been made. So as a business owner and as a 20-year plus resident of the 400 block of Colorado, I realize this is a pilot, and I just hope you guys listen to everyone today in the room and think about how this is affecting folks who are here and have made a commitment to being here in Telluride. I have to jump through so many hoops with Hark every time I need to do anything to my house, and it doesn't feel like that was even considered at all. You know, it's a historical neighborhood, and I feel like decisions were made without much regards to that. And I don't get to have those liberties. You know, everything I do at my house is definitely regulated. And so I question that. And I hope you guys question that as well. And I hope you can listen to the rest of the folks who bring up some other concerns we have. Thank you.
Great. Eric, thank you. Next we have Sarah Nyman.
Hello, I'm Sarah Nyman. I also live at 425 West Colorado. I think our main concern about this parking pilot is how dangerous it appears to be. And I personally have already witnessed a number of close calls just from living there and also driving around those 2 blocks. But I'm going to let someone else speak to that. Instead, I wanted to draw more attention to just how this affects the entrance to town, which I personally care about. And I would hope that a lot of people would care about this as well. I guess it sounds like Hark wasn't even involved in this decision-making regarding the parking pilot. I'm not sure why, when Hark is so heavily involved in our personal projects on those 2 blocks with historical homes. Here's just one example. You know, driving into town, you're passing by the school, great big parking lot, and some time and attention has been paid there for landscaping. There are trees, grass, there's an ore cart on display. It's beautiful and it's landscaped and it's thought through so that when people are driving into town, they're not looking at the parking lot. They're looking at all this other stuff that's really beautiful. But now, when you meander down Colorado Avenue, you see this whole line of diagonal parking. And pretty soon here, as the season kicks up, it's going to be pretty full of cars. And I just believe that that changes the entire dynamic and the character of the main thoroughfare of our town. I mean, that 2 blocks, I believe, gives a lot of character and quality to our town. It's what makes it so special and unique. So, you know, now there's no center lane. We can't have those great big flower boxes, which I think are beautiful. You know, I think it's going to lower the value of our homes on those 2 blocks as well. And you walk out your front door and you're looking at a parking lot. There's just all these changes that have been made, which feels like overnight. And we don't simply have a say around that, which doesn't feel very fair, especially when we do know that the Silverjack parking garage is heavily underutilized. So it's a little bit of a quandary for us. Like, why is this the solution when we can target directing more people to park there? So it's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Sarah Gluckstern.
Hi, Sarah Gluckstern. I live at 571 West Colorado, which is right at the corner of Davis. I believe my home was actually the very first house in town for like back in the very olden days when it was the town planner's house. Yeah, I'm here to talk about the diagonal parking and the paid parking. I will try not to overspeak to everything, but my main concern is really about the safety issues. I actually want to take a video just about an hour ago from me trying to back into off-season traffic. And I was not surrounded by 2 large trucks, which is what normally is parked now in front of my house. Getting into traffic is just like, it's impossible. Like we don't have stop signs in the town. So like as traffic flows through Main Street, you cannot back up safely. And I have a camera and the beeping thing, but like I can't, when it's all full, I don't know how how anyone will ever reverse into traffic safely. I also, as many of you know, ride my e-bike everywhere in town. I'm sure you've seen me. And I've been trying to practice like not biking, like 'cause right now it's empty, but like it won't be very soon. It feels scary as a biker, honestly. Like you now really have to become part of the traffic. And if that's what it is, but then I'm thinking about me as the driver or me as the biker and how easily someone would just back straight into me. That's during the daytime. My mom was leaving my house just last night, and I think a biker flew by in the dark, and like and this is off season and it feels like really pretty scary. The last thing I'd say is I live right at the crosswalk at Davis. That already is like dicey with the parallel parking, but I realized now as I was there was a big like construction truck parked there. You can't, as the pedestrian, you have to walk well into the street, and then the drivers coming down can't see you. So those are my biggest concerns. I also see all the the kids on the e-bikes zipping around town, which is a whole other thing, but like they're gonna keep doing it, and I'm just concerned that like one of us is gonna get hit or accidents or etc. So those are my biggest concerns. I also share the concerns about the sort of the entrance to town and how beautiful it is and how this changes it. But safety is my top concern. So thank you for listening.
Great. Thank you, Sarah. Next on the list is Allison Canella.
Hi, everyone. I'm Allison. I live in Sunnyside. I spoke at the last meeting a couple weeks ago, and I wanted to make a correction. So last time I shared that because of our household income increase of about 11%, our rent was increasing 40%. And not too long after the last meeting, we learned that the housing office miscalculated. And in reality, because of our 11% income increase and because of this new tier system, our rent is actually increasing by 59%. So almost 60% more. And that means that in order to continue living there, that's $16,000 more a year in rent. So in the last meeting, I think Ashley, you talked about the deduction part of the policy and how that allows for money put into certain savings accounts like 529s or IRAs to go against household income to lower it overall so you qualify for lower rent. And that's a great idea that we love, encourages people to save. However, since we'll soon be paying $16,000 more in rent, we're not going to be able to contribute anything to a savings account. So it just doesn't work. So like that $16,000 that we're going to be paying exceeds any amount that we put into any kind of IRA or any kind of savings account last year, before rent increases. And so it's just not possible with the new rent to do both. So I wanted to point that out. Thanks.
Yeah, Allison. And Rosie Cusack.
Hello, this is based, my speech or whatever you call it is based on a 5-minute time limit. So I'm just gonna read and I'm gonna skip over some things for now and go with big picture with little input. And I know based on the manager's report and the feedback from the town council, you guys have made up your mind and you're going through with this pilot program, whether we are upset or not. So we've made it very, very clear. Ashley brought up a great point about, you know, making concessions on the meters, quickly shut down. She was shut down as far as I'm concerned. Very upset about all of this. I go along with everything that everybody has said so far. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna skip over the Diamond Ridge topic, the massive construction projects on Main Street that are making this town look so bad. I'm gonna skip over the affordable housing because I can't even speak to that. It's so outrageous. You've got to fix that. Shutting down STR licenses for 2 years, I'm gonna skip that. New City Hall in the corner of Aspen in Colorado Avenue in the county building, I'm gonna skip over that for now as well. Parking meters and angled parking. I've spoke with many of you. I'm not gonna do it anymore. Not gonna speak to anybody anymore. You all think it's okay. You all think it's safe. You said those words to me. Some of you have said it's safer. It's in writing, guys. It is not safer. Limited visibility when reversing. It's real. Please get in your cars and go over there and please try to reverse out. Please do not anyone else say, Rosie, there's cameras in the back of smart cars. Really? You told us that you have parking meters because people don't even have smartphones. But now we're going to rely on the lives of our children and our citizens with people with smart cars, with cameras. Cameras don't look everywhere. People are going to be injured. It's going to be horrible, and I don't want to see it. One-way traffic confusion. How do you get into those parking spaces? Guys, please get in your cars and go try to park there. More spaces, more space for turning. The event to get into an angled parking space is outrageous. It is an improper and illegal turn to make in order to do what we're doing already today to get in. Now, I want to ask how many, not ask because we can't ask questions, of course. There are 13 speeding tickets given out in 1 year period of time in the town of Telluride. 13. I asked for a report. That's the report I got. I have a copy of it right here. 13. Cars fly around this town. People are going to be hurt. I don't know how many times we have to say that. Here's something else nobody has said yet. Please, and you are all welcome. I don't even know who I'm talking to, anymore. The light impact. Can't do it, guys.
I'll let you finish your
Thank you.
statement.
You got to change that too. The light impact, guys. The light impact and emission into a historic residential home in the night is outrageous. It's trippy. It's like a pretty light show, but not as good. And it causes sleep disruption, increased stress and anxiety. Can you tell? Impacts in mental health. Can you tell? Impacts. I don't have a kid, but if I did, doctors say that the flashing lights into a residence, into their homes, historic homes have transoms. Transoms are windows that roll through the above doors that let light into all of the rooms in the houses. That light fills our residences. Your smart cars, they come up, they have their lights on. Those lights stay on for 6-7 minutes. I don't even know how long. One was on the other night for 35 minutes and the car was running with his lights going right into my house. Please, I'm gonna leave the door open. Stop in any time after dark and see it. There are so many more topics, guys. So many more. I am absolutely furious with it. And I'm really sad and disheartened with the entire process of and things that have gone on in these chambers, in this chamber in the last year or two. It's really not okay.
Great. Thank you, Rosie. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Come on, Rowdy, step on up.
Hi, everybody. Rowdy Rowdebush. I live in Norwood. And I was here before the slate started parallel parking. It was always diagonal parking before. And I've had a business license here quite a long time. And from a different aspect, since the first parking meters were put in, one blocking the alley across from the Sheraton Bar, which was one of our escape routes. I didn't say much. I carried a couple quarters. But I also quoted Bob Dylan a lot, that we don't follow leaders that watch the parking meters, with all due respect. And so my side of this is, for me to come to town, go to the post office, go to my bank, stop by the Toggery, have lunch at the Sheraton, that's become an unpleasant experience. And not just for me. And so while, I'm nostalgic for earlier times, aren't we? I suppose everyone old codgers are, but somehow this hasn't really solved our parking dilemma, but it sure has everybody that I talk to. I just wish that there was a way that we could make this a pleasant experience, not just for, the old grumpy people that don't have a smartphone and have no intention of getting a device that tells the NSA where I am all the time and where I parked my truck before I came to this meeting. I'm a result of the 60s at the University of Wisconsin. So peace and love, brother. But that, it seems to me that it's with all due respect to my friends whose neighborhood has been inflicted, there's a whole lot of people. I don't think business owners on the street are incapable of coming up with the solutions if there's a discussion with them. And I don't think they were consulted. And certainly no one consulted me and told me I had to buy a $1,000 phone so that I could get a half an hour free parking after so the different demographics of our population, who for very many different reasons, many of whom are at work today, so they can't come, and the difficulty that construction people have. So I don't want to tell you how to fix it, but I sure would like it where the joyful experience of, stopping by the post office, talking to people could be restored. Of course, Danny Kraft comes out of his office and guards my truck when I park illegally at my bank. So, there's action being taken on some levels. So I don't have the solution, but the problem is bigger, even though they're probably, it's impacting their home. Telluride's my home too, and there's a whole lot of people. No one is happy with the way it works. And I wish that that the problem could be somehow solved to make it a more pleasant experience.
Thank you, Rowdy. Anybody else in the room for public comment before I close public comment in the room?
Hi, I'm Wendy Wilbert. I'm a 35-year resident of Telluride. I agree with everything that Rosie had to say about the parking. One, it's just atrocious looking when you come into town. My biggest concern is the safety. I ride my bike 6 months out of the year. It's human powered. It is not an e-bike. I've always liked that little center section to get out of the way of traffic and let cars go by. That's not happening anymore. I'm riding right down the middle of the street. When I'm coming into town, I'm coming uphill. That means I'm going slower. That means the traffic is going slower. The kids riding their e-bikes are flying through this town. No one ever does anything about it. I've never seen a person on an e-bike get ticketed. And they're going to be riding alongside those diagonal park spaces, and somebody's going to back out into them. I don't care how slow you go. If you're backing out really slow and you've got an e-bike flying down the street, I agree. There's going to be numerous accidents in this town. I don't know what the solution is. Everybody's talked about the parking at Silverjack. It's definitely underutilized, but this diagonal parking, I think, is going to be a disaster. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Anybody else in the room for public comment before I close the in-person public comment? Seeing none, Piper, do we have hands raised online?
The first hand is Douglas Tooley. I'm asking to unmute.
Hi, Doug Tooley. Thought I was after Susan, actually. Just real quickly on a couple subjects. People may have been following the lawsuit of Emily Masson via Smart et al. Regarding the gondola ballot vote last November, 3A. There's been a lot of misinformation coming out of Mountain Village on that particular proposal. Harvey Mogensen, Councilmember Mogensen, and Public Information Officer Catherine Warren, who also chairs the C-Case board here in Mountain Village. Excuse me, here in Telluride. Long story short, there weren't enough false votes cast to change the election. However, there were false votes cast in part by the non-standard nature of letting second homeowners in Mountain Village vote. It didn't affect the election, but it could have. And people are going all NIMBY, whatever, on Masson and her friends regarding this attack as being frivolous, etc. And I'm sorry, it's not. And there's a clear error in voting calculations by, I believe it resides on County Clerk Wazinski, who's been notified of discrepancies that I've noticed too and did not respond to. And people talk about voter interference, complaining about Trump, but it's happening here in so many ways as well. And there's no accountability for that, including on the forthcoming wastewater treatment plant discussions, et cetera, et cetera. There are certainly large segments of the legal profession who are getting control of the capital planning of this town and are not putting things out here in public, including like later today, an executive discussion concerning an intergovernmental memorandum of understanding. These discussions need to happen through public authorities and public process, and they are not. It doesn't add up, folks. What it does add up to is a dysfunctional democracy here in the east end of Telluride, east end of San Miguel County, which is being exported to Norwood and the rest of the region by despicable techniques. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley. Anybody else, Piper?
Yes, we have Susan Dalton.
Great.
Ask her to unmute.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Susan Dalton and I live at 465 West Colorado. I've been a resident since 2002 and a property owner since 1986. I want to speak to two items. One, I want to share some information to all of our listeners about the meters and how they appeared on the 400-500 block. And then I want to speak about recommendations made by the Desmond Parking Survey, which Geneva said earlier, we need to follow the recommendations of the parking survey. So the parking meters were installed under the guise of a parking pilot. There was no effort to engage in discussion with the community, no evidence of this installation being on the agenda for town council since February 4th, 2025. The town budgeted $42,500,000 for meters, and installation costs are in addition. None of these should have been installed on blocks 400, 500, and along Columbia without discussions with neighbors. We are a small community. This is not the way that we do things in a small town. HARC was not consulted on the installation of these meters. and we do not believe the meters conform to light emission standards established by the charter of the town of Telluride. Now I want to move to the recommendations made by the Desmond Parking Survey, which the town of Telluride paid $44,000 for. First and foremost, page 8 states, strong public parking agencies focus on managing parking for maximum efficiency before creating a new supply. It's already been said that the Silverjack garage is underutilized. There are 70 parking spaces, and the Desmond survey observes that 41 are used. That leaves 29 spaces free, double the amount of parking created by the diagonal parking on West Colorado Avenue. We should be focused on maximum efficiency parking in the commercial core, not creating additional parking within the residential historical district. Page 3 of the report states that the current parking program in Telluride intends to minimize vehicular congestion, minimize air quality impacts, and mitigates parking impacts on neighborhoods. We disagree because we believe the diagonal parking will add to vehicle congestion. 14 more spaces along Colorado Avenue adds to poor air quality, and this additional parking does not mitigate the impact on our residential historic district.
And
Page
Susan, I've got to let you finish your thought on that one, but because of the total time in public comment, I have to unfortunately cut you short at this moment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan.
We have Mark Frankman.
Great.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Mark Frankman, full-time resident since 1976, homeowner 553 West Colorado since 1985. Diagonal parking, super dangerous. Touch on a few things that haven't been said. Cyclists, yes, dangerous for cyclists, going super fast downhill headed west with little trailers and low profile kid carriers. Don't discount that. It's extremely dangerous. Turning now onto the streets from the side street, like turning on to Colorado from making a left turn from North Townsend onto the street. You can't see what's coming at you into these diagonal cars. The center line removal. Where is the snow plowing going to go? The berm gets plowed into the center. That's gone. Delivery vehicles, FedEx, UPS are already having a big problem down here now. They can't park where they usually do to deliver packages. When they park diagonal, it creates an even bigger problem. Hey, those flower boxes were great. They got nowhere to go anymore. What are you going to do with them? Throw them away? They also were traffic calming. This I'm seeing already. When you pull up into the street in front of my house, you're going to hit the street light and you're going to knock over these parking meters. It's definitely going to happen. You're going to have to keep replacing them. They're in the zone where the front ends of the cars stick over, so that's not going to work. Diagonal parking has been said. It's been tried before. I remember when it was here in the 70s when I first came here, and they eliminated it because it was dangerous. There has become more traffic since then. Your Quarter 1 update had listed 3 goals. One of them was to mitigate localized parking pressure in neighborhoods near high traffic destinations like the commercial core, the gondola, and the schools. We're right in the middle of all 3 schools. Rainbow is right across the street, and the elementary school and middle school are equidistant from us. We're in the middle of all that, and your stated goal is to avoid this. The noticing was really bad. 3 days after the fact, we get the email from the town, and it's insulting to be told that parallel parking is more dangerous than diagonal parking. That's just not true. The warning indicators on modern cars, the rear cameras don't see traffic coming down the side at you. The side mirrors do. In a parallel parking with a side mirror warning light, you can tell when a car's coming towards you. Comparing the 500 block of West Colorado to anywhere in Montrose, Delta, or Grand Junction is, again, it's just insulting to do that. I'm also speaking for my next door neighbor, 551 West Colorado, Louise Jamail. I'd like to use just a brief amount of her time, but she asked me to. She had a couple points to make. So I'm going to go over my 3 minutes and extend just a little bit into hers. I'm mindful of your time. I'm almost done. You talked earlier in your meeting about mitigating some of these issues before the end of the pilot. This should be mitigated very soon. This is really bad. I'm usually don't speak this fast, but I'm trying to get this all in. I've got one more thing to say. I won't even have to use Louise's time, but she's adamantly opposed to this. Okay, another neighbor who's a homeowner here in West Colorado. I'm just going to leave you with a little bit of a poem from a famous poet. And it goes like this. Don't it always seem to go? You don't know what you got till it's gone. You pave paradise and you put up a parking lot. Thank you.
Mark, thank you very much. Piper, any other hands raised?
Andrea Brenner.
Okay, we'll have time for just this one and one additional one.
Last hand raised.
Okay, great.
Hi, everybody. This is Andrea Brenner. I'm also representing 5 other of my friends and neighbors. I am at 470 West Colorado. Very affectionately having been known as the Pink House. It's now the Blue House. And we are part-time residents for over 20 years in Telluride. And one of the things that we loved about our town is that the town fathers had restricted any sort of McDonald's and Starbucks and anything of that grandeur, big city nature. And now we have parking meters. So that is just totally against HARC, totally against the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we all spend to abide by our historic preservation, to abide by HARC rules, to abide by our old town fathers that we're disrespecting. My letters that went into Kodo and into the Daily Planet and into, several people at the town, which actually didn't get responded to, but besides that, I know you're all busy. My real big concern is safety as well. And I have cameras on my house, and the marshals have actually, over the last 5 years, come to me very many times asking me for footage. And I've had footage of a car accident. I've had footage of somebody tripping and falling and actually being airlifted out. I really hope I don't have any blood in my camera. That will be blood on, really, I hate to say it this way, but blood on the hands of a really bad decision. I'm going to add more cameras so I can get up the hill. Right now, I only get 5 cameras of the angles. And I just think that you really have to rethink this. Maybe you had a parking study, but there should have been a traffic study. And if one wasn't done, as somebody who is involved with construction and development, we have to have traffic studies beyond comprehension to make sure that our impact is taking safety as a priority. And I don't think that it was done that way. And maybe the fast thinking needs to be reversed very quickly. I'd also like to add, it'll be so sad to lose those flower boxes. That is something so iconic for Telluride and Old Town feeling. And I hope that the marshals can continue to look at the traffic of the speed. The Purple House people put out one of those little Amazon speed trap monitors, and she's clocking people at 30 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour. So no one's abiding by speed limit, and this is just going to exacerbate the danger and the lack of safety being priority. So I want to thank you all for your time. I know you guys worked hard on this, but please, I urge you and all of us on this call and meeting to rethink this, and it's okay to reverse it. We'd appreciate it, and thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your comments. One last check, Piper. There's time for one more if someone else raised their hand. All right, great.
Letters, emails from people who have homes on North Oak Street. North Aspen Street, they'd like to be heard. They have apparently sent letters in, but haven't heard back from anyone. But the objections are not just Colorado residents, Evanston residents.
That's fine. If they want to send an email and be part of the record, they can.
Yep,
And-
I haven't received them. I'm not quite sure where they're going, but town clerk at telluride.gov is a good place. And if you want to forward it on to me, Rosie, or any of them, I can, as long as it says, please have this be public comment. happily to make it part of the public record.
Make it part of the record for sure.
I'm not sure where the,
I get it. We'll look at it. We'll look at them. Yeah, no problem.
Got it and take action.
Yeah.
please.
Thank you everyone for your comments today. It's usually not typical to address them, but I do understand the volume of comments today. And so the question I will ask of my council is, if there is any thoughts of in the future of creating a work session to discuss parking or aspects of parking that affect this decision, or any other things that we are fine tuning as part of the parking discussion. And happy to open that up.
and I will just say, we do have obviously planned to come to council with really looking at this pilot and providing information. But if we want to move that up any sooner, I think that's the question, or an interim conversation.
That's right, because the current time frame is, because I know this will help also some of the comments, that this is not in effect in the winter.
Right.
One,
Mhm.
so you don't have to worry about snow removal.
Mhm.
And then two, it is a pilot till October 1st. Is that?
Yep, so
that's
in the
correct?
fall, and we were going to come to you in July around just to look at how the summer has been impacted as well. So have a check-in in the summer and then finalize the analysis of the pilot in the fall
Okay.
for diagonal
And so the
parking.
question I have for people is there any appetite to move that analysis discussion up further? We know there's merits of taking all the concerns very seriously. There are also merits of trying to figure out what is happening, what is not happening for us to learn about it. And so I just wanted to give everyone that opportunity if they choose the need to chime in. Certainly don't have to because it's public discussion, but I wanted to give everybody that opportunity.
And I also just want to make one clarifying point too. The timeline we're discussing is specifically on the diagonal parking pilot, and we will also continue the quarterly updates on the overall parking changes that we've made this year as well.
Right.
Thank you.
I think I would like to have a little further analysis specifically on the parking, most specifically safety aspects of it. I think that there is reasonable concern. I want to examine more data, but I don't know that we've been presented or had a hard enough look at why that recommendation was made. And if there is reasonable evidence, obviously we're not the first person to have, or the first town, excuse me, to have diagonal parking. I'd love to see data from other places that have tried it, that are comparable perhaps. I know, for instance, in Uray, so just a very local one, their entire main street is diagonal on one side of the street. So that might be an interesting comparison to look at. Yeah, I take these comments seriously, and I do want to continue to take an analytical approach. It was said in the discussion earlier that we should use data to guide our decisions. I think in this realm, I don't know that we had much data from the onset to look at before making a change. Now we've made a change and are trying to go backwards, and that I agree that doesn't seem like the appropriate sequence for us to be taking. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Dan. Anybody else?
I'll just make a comment. I think, reading through the parking studies and stuff like that, one of the points that was made in the parking study was that, continuing community outreach and discussion is like a part of the process that we're going through. I echo Rowdy's comments about that. Historically, there was diagonal parking on that side of the street. And so I think that, for me, that there has been an aspect of like, this is how it was. Maybe there was a reason why that was a good choice. I also recognize to other comments that it was changed and made into parallel parking. I think that I hear a lot of passion from our neighbors that are in the audience today. I want you all to also know that like when we are making decisions, we're not doing it with any sort of a lens that we're trying to, hurt a community or hurt a specific group of people, or that we think that it's going to have these negative impacts. We really are trying to make decisions based on the information as it's presented to us, and in the hopes that what we're doing is a betterment the idea of adding this additional parking on the outside of right on the outside of our commercial corridor was something that is enticing, especially considering that the diagonal parking option isn't something that we would necessarily explore in the commercial corridor because of the need for the center lane for large truck deliveries, which we all know that's how pretty much every restaurant and major retailer gets their deliveries to run their businesses. So that being said, I am open into revisiting this. I think that I can't say we. I am taking all of your concerns very seriously. And I think that perhaps doing our pilot on a shorter time frame or agreeing to revisit it and talk about it after we actually have some real-time data. I know that right now there's already concerns with it being in the off season. I would like us to see and understand what it's like during the on season so that we can also understand how potentially this overflow additional parking might assist with alleviating congestion in the commercial core, which is one of the things that we were trying to address. So that would be mine, is that I understand like where our decision was made from. I also see where all of the concerns with the changes that we've made. And I would like us to consider maybe a different timeline for readdressing some of these concerns.
Great. Thank you, Ashley. Any other comments from any council members?
Yeah, I feel like I should weigh in as well. I think my comments from earlier in today's meeting still apply. I think, by definition, a pilot is a trial period, and I would really like to see how this plays out so we can actually have data to inform our decisions. I think to not do that is defeating the point of a pilot, especially because we paid for this survey to be done of parking, and this is what the professionals have recommended us. So, I hear all the concerns, and I'm really glad that people give us feedback. But I feel like, the intent of a pilot is to try something out, and it's not permanent, and we can adjust it as needed. I stand with that. I think that's the value of a pilot. Change is hard. I live over by Lot L where we're talking about doing a parking garage, and my HOA is, this is what they're fired up about. So I think we have a parking problem and nobody wants to be near parking. And I think that's going to happen wherever we put it. So I in some ways, I don't know where the perfect spot for it is. But I love that this
Please
was,
keep it down.
yeah, I
You know,
feel like
we don't
it's
need,
disrespectful. I wasn't talking during your.
it's very disrespectful to interrupt us and just start mumbling. And if you can't keep quiet, I'm going to ask you to leave.
I lost my train of thought. I had another point I'd like to make, but let's see if I can get back to it. Oh, one of the things that I really liked about this was that it was at almost no cost to us. It was a solution that really didn't cost the taxpayers any money. And that's something that I really liked about this option. So, I think I would like a midsummer update.
July, yep.
Yep. And I think we'll see what happens. We'll keep continuing to receive feedback, and we can make decisions on how to adjust the plan as that happens.
Yeah, and I think for that July, I mean, to your point, Ashley, and you can correct me in that understanding, for July, we can give as in-depth of an analysis at that July point as we were prepared to do in the fall. And if there is any change in that direction at that point with the data as well, you can provide that to staff. But our intention is to take the data and have that July point be very mirrored of what we would be, again, analyzing from a full pilot in the fall.
Okay.
I would just like us to maybe put it in there that we're gonna actually have a discussion about if it's working, how it's working, things that we're seeing that can be adjusted. I want us to let our constituents know that we're gonna have that discussion, that we're not gonna wait all the way till October if there are major issues that we see arise from this, that we're not waiting additional months before we address them, that we can have that flexibility to address them midsummer if
We
we
make
need
it a
to.
full work session in
Okay.
July.
And then how much, when you say collect data to the being prepared for a work session, so to speak, what's that time frame look like? Do you know off the top of your head?
Well, at this point, it's just the data collection period. So, I mean, us to do that analysis, it's just really just having a healthy data set to do that. So that's why we were going to do it midway through the pilot and then at the end. I don't know if that's answering your question.
Yeah, I'm just, time wise, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to figure out if moving it up a couple of weeks and what, once it gets busy in June is something we might want to look at or not. Because we'll probably have a pretty good idea and, and will the data from, that one spike in the 4th of July mean a whole lot to those numbers or not? And trying to get an idea of,
Yeah.
I think for us, the key is I agree on getting the data and trying to figure out how this program is working. And if maybe there's a certain point a little earlier to say, okay, we have enough that we're, it's a positive impact, it's a negative impact, whatever that may be. And just maybe pushing it up a tiny bit. But
And-
if that screws up our data collection, then what's the
Right.
point?
And I
you
don't know that off the top of my head. Right now, I could just tell we don't have a strong data set at this current moment, especially with all the different factors that you guys are discussing. The other thing that we've been looking at within this pilot is also it's added benefit during some of our street construction projects like Pacific Avenue, the accessibility bump outs, and other things to help mitigate that future potential parking disruption in that mitigation. So it does play two factors, and we'll have to look at the data and how that could impact some of those pieces as well. So I don't have a great answer for you at the moment, but I'll discuss that with staff with that intention, and we can discuss that at agenda settings
Okay,
to come up with the best path forward.
great.
At this time, sorry, Geneva, but Zoe, are you at this time able to help me imagine what the data that we'll be looking is going to be like? Because
Yeah.
I think a lot of the concerns being raised are hard to quantify.
It is. So we're getting a lot of public feedback. So we have a public comment form, and I'll pull up that link in a second unless someone else knows it off the top of their head. So we'd be getting that qualitative aspect from people's sentiment, and collecting that and grouping into, the negative, the positive comments and that piece. And then from the usage, we would just be looking at, meter usage and other uses that we're getting from our T2 software. And then from the safety concerns, talking with our marshal's office and other key partners, such as the fire district and so on, if they have any insights as well. So we'll be analyzing those things.
Thank you.
And I think it'd be great, even if it's people in the room or who commented, or the people online who commented, or everyone listening negatively, positively, what have you, is to get us those feedback forms so we can compile them and help us with our analysis and data gathering. I think that's huge for us as we move forward in this pilot in some form or fashion. So please fill out that information, which is going to be a little bit more quantitative for us, I would think. That would be good.
Yep. And so that is a bit.ly-TOT parking pilot is where to get that. And
On the website.
it's on the website, and we'll continue to communicate that out to the public as well.
Great. Geneva, I know you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw out there, I agree with pretty much everything that council has been saying right here in terms of really valuing this input. I do also want to see what happens. I am a neighbor or a resident of this area as well, 449 West Colorado Avenue, and I have a pickup truck that I park in front of my house in the summer. So I will also be dealing with parking in this new manner. I wonder if there's, I have heard some positive feedback about this plan that I just sort of wanted to throw out there because we haven't discussed it in a bit, but the idea of having more parking options before people cross into the threshold of our commercial Main Street area is a good one. And another suggestion that I heard from someone in the public that I think maybe addresses some of the safety concerns of just the mechanics of getting in and out of these spaces, which I can, of course, see the logic in some of those concerns, all of those concerns, is angling the parking spaces the other direction so that you back into them, just like you would if you were parallel parking. So as you're driving down the street, you stop, you back into the space. And then when you're ready to pull out of the space, you're in the driver's seat on the front left and you have a much better view of traffic. So that seems like an adjustment that could potentially address some safety concerns while still maintaining those spaces. So I don't know if or when that would be something that would make sense to explore. I think we should keep a close eye on this and get an update before October for sure. But I just wanted to throw that out there. And Dennis and Draco suggested reversing the spaces, which I thought was a good idea, but I don't know if there's a reason to not do that.
Great. Geneva, thank you. And I think Mian's on her phone, but I'm not sure if she raised.
But she hasn't responded.
Yeah, she's traveling, so it might be tricky for her. And then one thing also I know was a comment out there that I want to address, is that, you know, as a council, we have had discussions with the Marshal's Department on the e-bikes, the speed, the lack of helmets. We wish that there was another community that had solutions that we could follow. We couldn't necessarily find one. I think Eagle was the only town that had it, and between enforcement and compliance, and what have you, and penalties for kids, lots of those things were just not really working for them. It wasn't really solvable. And so, you know, I even hear the goose drivers complaining about that as well as I ride the goose. And, you know, unfortunately, there's not very many communities that have figured out that solution. And we know, you know, that could be intertwined with the pilot, but it's also a larger concern for this community, and it's something we have discussed and just couldn't figure out what that answer is, on top of trying to figure out not only how you would enforce it, but what the penalties are, especially if you were under the age of 16 or 18. And so, you know, we will always continue to look at that, but, you know, we don't, unfortunately, we don't have that answer.
I hear what you're saying, Teddy, but I would say the fact that another community doesn't have something that we can model ourselves after. I mean, if we want to make changes around the age of people operating e-bikes or make these requirements, we can do that if there's an appetite for it. It felt like when we had those discussions, it was more along the lines of that law enforcement was apprehensive about how effective the enforcement of that would be and those types of things. There's communities in California that have outlawed e-bikes for people that are under the age of 16. So if there is an appetite for that in the community, we certainly can do it. I think that we heard from our law enforcement that it was the enforcement of those types of rules might be a little bit tricky, but if we took it further from just like a helmet requirement into like, if you're under the age of 16, you can't operate an e-bike.
That's right. We
could, if that's what the community, if there's an appetite for that, we certainly can. I think that, you know, I think that we are trying to solve a lot of, you know, problems in our community that have a lot of different sides and a lot of different viewpoints. And I think that we are intelligent, creative people, and that as, you know, new ideas and stuff are approached, I think that we can mitigate all of the stuff that we need to in order to come up with the kind of the best solution for us here in Telluride. It is tricky. It's not going to be easy. Obviously, like, we have a very passionate community here, which I appreciate, but also encourage any of you that are sitting here as town residents to run for town council. It's coming up very shortly. Happy to have you sit up here with us and help make these decisions. But yeah, I think that, you know, I hope that we can, in a meaningful way, show our community that, like, we hear and respect you. We're also juggling a lot of other ideas and viewpoints and needs that maybe weren't represented here today as well. But that's all I would say.
And I'll add to that really quick, is that I don't care what it is, what aspect of our community and decisions that we make. If we make something and we miss the mark, we will change it. We are not here to have the perception of one-sidedness or stonewall or anything like that. If, you know, we're not perfect. And so if we do come across a circumstance where a decision was made, even if it's implemented, you know, I don't think any one of our council is afraid of admitting to an error and making a change, because that change would reflect the fact that it is the best for our community. Sometimes that wheel of enacting change or changing change is slow. So bear with us a little bit, but I want everyone, you know, to know that for anything that we do, we're always willing to revisit things, because that's just life. We all make mistakes. Not saying we know if one was made in anything that we're doing right now, but if it is, we will change it, plain and simple. All right, I'm going to wrap this one up and keep rolling along on the agenda. Thank you, everybody, for your time today to further bring this concern to our attention. It is very much appreciated in how we move forward to make things as good as they can be. That brings us to agenda item number 4, presentations and proclamations. There are no presentations and proclamations today. And that gets us to agenda item number 5, and that is appointments to boards and commissions. 5A, reading of board and commissions vacancy. Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from residents interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town boards, commissions, or committees. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, May 5th, 2025, for possible consideration at the next town council meeting on May 13th, 2025. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 4 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident, 1 regular public at large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Election Commission, 1 regular seat for a 2-year term, town resident. Open Space Commission, and this seat is being considered today, and that is 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term. That is a town or county resident. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. And then that brings us to agenda 5B, Open Space Commission, and this is that 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident or county resident. And Piper moving across the room to present.
Thank you. Yes, so a regular seat vacancy has occurred on Open Space Commission due to Nancy Kraft terming out. You remember when you restructured boards and commissions, all but Hark and P&Z, there are 8-year term limits for regular seats, and a reminder that alternate seats do not have term limits. So we have had six applications, 5 of them applying for the regular seat. And so we have had Mandy Jew, who has been sitting as an alternate on Open Space Commission, Sophia Fabrizio, who is also served on in an alternate seat. Nancy Kraft has applied to be appointed to the alternate seat vacancy that would be created should Mandy or Sophie be appointed to the regular seat, be elevated to a regular seat. We have also received applications from Audrey Morton, Dennis Andrejo, and Aaron Howe. Let's see where I'm at. So, as I said, Mandy Jew and Sophie Fabrizio have served in alternate seats on Open Space since November of 2024, and they are applying to elevate to this regular seat vacancy. Nancy Kraft has served on Open Space from March 30th, 2010 to April 26, 2025, and she's hoping to be appointed to an alternate seat vacancy that will occur should one of those prior be elevated to a regular seat. And then we have Aaron Howe, Audrey Morton, and Dennis Andraco. So should you appoint someone, a sitting alternate to the regular seat, that will create an alternate seat vacancy. And you could appoint any of the applicants to that alternate seat vacancy.
Got it.
Yeah. And so it's just recommended that I think some of our applicants are with us. I haven't heard from all of them, but in any case, either term would be effective immediately.
Okay, great. What I'd like to do before we entertain any questions for you from council is I know at least 2 of the applicants are here in person, and I would love to give you an opportunity if you'd like to say a little something, is please step on up and do so. If you guys want a paper, rock, scissors, or anything to.
Thanks, everyone. I'm Sophie. I currently sit as an alternate member of the Open Space Commission. I do feel that my professional experience and my personal hobbies and passions would make me a good fit for a voting seat. I currently am the operations director at the Telluride Mountain Club, and I'm moving up into the executive director role in 2 days. And before that, I served for 5 years as the program director at Telluride Academy. And in both of those roles, I've spent a lot of time working with all the different regional land management agencies, whether it was applying for and managing our special use permits or maintaining trails, building new trails, working on environmental analyses with the Forest Service. I do feel like I have a good understanding of kind of the important relationship between recreation and conservation. I understand people have very different views on that and they're complex. And I think this role requires a personality who has a grasp on those different viewpoints and is willing to bring people together to work through them. So I'd really, really be appreciative of a voting seat, and I hope you will consider that when you vote today. Thank you.
Great, Sophie, thank you very much. Dennis?
Good afternoon, Dennis Andraco. I have none of that experience, and I realize that coming into a position like that, which is fine, you got to start somewhere. I realize coming into a position such as this would require getting up to speed. I would be willing to do the work that it would take to get up to that speed. I would also like you to consider maybe deferring on me to an alternate seat in lieu of somebody that would bring more experience with the power to have a vote on that board. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Dennis.
I'm sorry. We also have Erin Howe online. I can ask her to unmute.
That'd be great.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry, I'm outside right now. I'm traveling. Yeah, I've only lived here for about 11 months now. But I work for the planning department in Mountain Village, and I'm looking to get more involved in the community. And I'm a quick learner, and yeah, I'd love to help out in any way I can. So just thought I'd put my name out there, and I would also be up for an alternate seat if possible. So thank you for considering.
Great. Thank you so much, especially while you're traveling, to take the time to attend. So thank you for that.
We also have Mandy Jew online.
Great. We can unmute her as well.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm currently an alternate, and after listening to Sophie, she's really brings a lot of gifts to the table. She's my co-alternate. I am content to continue as an alternate, is what I'm saying, especially if Sophie is being considered for that spot. I don't know what else to tell you. I've been to the meetings. I've enjoyed being introduced to the open space, and just love being in the room when the meetings are taking place, and look forward to the summer season to see what's going to be happening with the Valley Floor.
Great. Mandy, thank you very much. Thank you for attending remotely as well. I assume that was it for
applicants.
Yep.
Yes, I don't find Nancy Kraft online.
Okay, no problem. Are there any questions from council for Piper?
Or Audrey Morton? Or Audrey's not online.
I I do not see Audrey.
Too many to keep track of.
Yeah. Bank businesses, that's a little harder to skip out on, I think.
It's exciting to have this many applicants. So before we start making any decisions or deliberations, I would like to thank everybody that applied. I wish that all of the boards and commissions were as popular, and would encourage, because obviously many of the people that have applied won't make it onto this one. There are other vacancies, and I would say take a look at the other vacancies and potentially look at another board to join.
And I'm sorry, I also wanted to add and bring to your attention that there is going to be another regular seat vacancy occurring on May 22nd. So we are going to take these applicants who are not appointed today and roll them over for consideration at the next council meeting in addition to any other applicants that are received.
That's great. Awesome. And then Dan, I know you're the liaison.
Well, I do have to correct that, Mayor. Actually, I am not. That was in the record. I am the alternate. The liaison is Jessie Ray.
Oh, God, I'm sorry.
It's just fine. I do often cover because she is absent sometimes. But I am not, and I don't have as much direct relationship with the entirety of this board. The point I was going to raise though was it was going to be a difficult choice because there was a couple current members that had made a recommendation. That member, Mandy, she seems now to be willing to accept Sophie going to the main fight, and that was the other person I was most strongly considering just due to her experience, and I think it's highly relevant and it would be a natural partnership. I advocated for the same actually when she was appointed to the alternate position. So if we do move forward with appointing her to a regular seat, we would have to explore who we would want to take her seat as an alternate if she moved up for it. I'm open to a discussion there. I think we have numerous strong candidates. It's a little hard to pick amongst the other ones. Nancy Kraft did say that she wanted to take that role as an alternate. I think that there was. This is another tough one because I love Nancy and I think she's done a lot of good work for it. When we made the decision for term limits for our boards and commissions, a lot of it was allowing space for new voices in the conversation. And she has served her community diligently and been a strong advocate for open space for many years. I do not want to discount that as well, but as we can clearly see, there's also a lot of interest to become part of this conversation. So I think we should honor that. And so of my top picks for the alternate, I would say Dennis, Mandy we're keeping, she wouldn't be in the running. So then it would be Dennis, Audrey, and Aaron are our three possibilities. Of the three, I'm open to any of the three. If any of you have strong opinions or thoughts, I'm happy to listen to them. One other point I'll make specifically around Parks and Rec, and I believe Case as well, at certain points, both of those boards were all one gender. Thankfully, we have a pretty good mix on this, but having a diversity of voices was one of the reasons for some of the changes we made for term limits on our boards and commissions, and having another guy on this board could help balance some of that perspective, and might be one reason to appoint Dennis. Those are some initial thoughts, but again, I'm just happy to listen to what the other council members have to say.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Any other comments from council members?
Yeah, Dan covered a lot of what I was going to say, but when we initially appointed Sophie as an alternate, I actually voted no because I thought she should be a regular seat. So for me, that's I'm pretty enthusiastically wanting to put Sophie in that regular seat. So that would leave the alternate seat. I don't know if I need to say why, but your experience and your connection to the community and what you bring to the table, it feels invaluable. So thank you for applying for this regular seat. I also agree that we have some great candidates, and I had actually had the thought that you just mentioned that in the name of diversity, when we have an opportunity to add more diversity to a board, whatever kind of diversity it is, and we have what seem like kind of equitably good candidates. I love to see some different types of people sitting on this board. So having another, some more gender diversity, I think is great. Like, I think we should have that on all of our boards when possible. That wouldn't preclude any, if somebody had a strong recommendation for any of the other candidates. I'm also, it seems like we are very lucky to have a lot of really qualified people, but I also Dennis has been in the community for a long time, and I think he would be a great voice on this board. So aside from, it's not just a diversity pick, I think he would be a great addition, but that helps kind of me lean in that direction.
You're saying he's not just a DEI hire?
Yeah, never.
And being an alternate, it would give him a chance to get his feet wet a little.
Yeah, and I love to see kind of our
harder, yeah.
longtime community members who want to get more involved, kind of take up some of these seats for, you know, a new generation of Telluride residents to start taking on roles of leadership. I think that's great. So,
Steve, anything else to add before I ask for a motion?
I agree with everything Ellen and Dan said.
Okay, I think that leads us maybe to a direction. I would entertain a motion if we're ready.
Move to appoint Sophie Fabricio to a regular seat on the Open Space Commissions and Dennis Andreyko to an alternate seat effective immediately.
We have a motion from Dan. Do we have a second?
second.
We have a second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
Before I vote, Mayor, I apologize. I just received a message from the current chairperson asking to speak.
Okay.
If we could honor that, I'd be happy to hear her thoughts. Certainly wish to get the input of the committee members before we make a motion.
That's fair.
I'll ask Angela Dye to unmute.
So we will strike that motion in its entirety.
Well, you can just pause it, can't you?
Yeah, so to strike it, you'd have to have the
Just-
maker of the
just-
motion and the second withdraw it. It can also just exist and then you can
You just
decide if you want
float
to.
out there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Dan even got through the whole thing though, but so it's an incomplete motion. So
No, I think I made the motion.
did
And then
you
I
go
thought
through
I
the whole
heard a
thing?
second.
I was the
Oh
second.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Oh yeah, you're right.
No worries.
Okay.
Either way, but you guys get to decide.
I'll leave it on the table for now. Just, yes,
That works for me.
thank you.
Well, let's hear from Angela.
Hi there. My video isn't coming on. I think I'm blocked, but anyway, I am here. Thank you for listening to my point of view. I sent a note to Dan in Geneva. I don't know if you received those. Sorry to cause a procedural error. That's why I texted you so quickly.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah. So there's a lot of interest in open space seats, and I think that's great. I just wanted to let you know that I am supporting Mandy for a regular seat. And in the event that when my term comes up, which I've been chair for quite a while, I wanted to become an alternate and see Sophie replace my regular seat. This is getting complicated because we've had so much turnover. We've had 3 new members in the last year. And I think in part we are changing it up because of your request to have changes on the board. I would prefer that people who have been to a couple of meetings and expressed interest are the ones that are appointed. So I'm supporting Mandy, who's been a regular attendee, and Sophie, who has obviously some expertise in trail planning and works in the open space realm, be the appointees. We do have Luke LaFemina, who is our male representative and a very active one. If that's the way you're interpreting that situation, I go mostly on experience, not on gender. And I would really appreciate that you consider that we've got a lot of knowledge and understanding. We need to have that on the part of new members of policies and issues because we're navigating our upcoming work plan. We've got our final restoration, river restoration piece coming online. And who knows, we may have more acreage added to the valley floor. And we'll have to consider what that means in terms of management and conservation values. So just wanted to put my 2 cents in there for all of you to consider. Thank you.
Great. Angela, thank you very much.
You mind if I just take a 2-second response to that, Mayor? Thank you. Thanks, Angela. I do really appreciate that. And I honestly felt a lot of conflict coming into this meeting because both you, Amy, and Nancy all recommended Mandy to take on that spot. But as you may have heard in her comment as we were opening this up, she offered to remain as an alternate for the time being in favor of Sophie taking that seat. I think there is pretty broad agreement on council that Sophie is a very strong candidate. Now, I will say that as Piper highlighted, in about a month's time, as you know, your seat will be open. So another alternate seat, or excuse me, another regular seat will be open. And Mandy's application will still be valid and held over to that. And I think there's your recommendations at that point, at least in my mind, I can only speak for myself, but that carries a lot of weight. So I hope at that time she still has interest in a regular seat and we can cross that bridge then. And I hope that feels like a sort of a fair compromise to you. She might have been muted again already.
No, that's okay.
Yeah,
We don't,
but
we don't need that to be a dialogue or anything. Just as long as Dan got his point across, I think is good. Okay, with that in mind, before we revisit the motion that is on the table with the second, is there any other further discussion necessary amongst council? Okay, great. So we have a motion from Dan that was to appoint Sophie as a regular member and Dennis as the alternate, and that was seconded by Elena. We have decided to not further discuss that. So we will go right to vote. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Helena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Geneva, yes.
And Teddy, yes. I don't think she's been traveling, so she's been in and out a little, but.
I'm not getting any response when I ask her to unmute.
Okay, that's fine.
Well, maybe she just did. Yep, she just unmuted.
Me and yes. And I'm going to sign off now, but I'm saying yes.
Okay, thanks, me, and safe travels.
Bye.
And Teddy, yes, that motion is approved unanimously. Sophie, thank you very much. Dennis, thank you very much. For the other applicants, also thank you very much. It's rare that we have a difficult decision with multiple people involved. We only can ask that you keep your applications in there as was originally presented to us by Piper for that term. The next seat opens in late May. Piper, thank you very much. That brings us to agenda item number 6, consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
A motion from Ashley. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Elena. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Helena, yes.
Dan, yes.
Oh,
Is that a yes or a hand
I think
raise?
she needs to be unmuted.
Sorry.
Oh. No
Geneva,
problem.
yes.
All right.
Sorry.
Teddy, yes, that is approved unanimously. So right now where we're at on the agenda is agenda item number 7, public hearing. I've not forgotten that we still have to wrap up the administrative reports, agenda item 2. What I would like to do, unless either Zoe or Kevin have an objection, is continue on with agenda item number 7, public hearing. And then once that's complete, before we go into our action items, is wrap up the administrative reports.
That's fine.
Kev, does that work for you?
Sure. Thank you,
Okay.
Mayor.
Great. Thank you. Agenda item number 7, public hearing. 7A, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of certain deed restricted real property known as Entrada Unit J. And theoretically, Ally is here to present.
She was online.
She's online? Okay, great.
Hello, council. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So I will just very briefly present both of these items for item number 7, 7A and 7B. We'll start with 7A, which we've seen several times already. You went through the process of first acquiring this unit and then transferring this property out of the deed restricted program under the guidelines into being a town employee unit. So at this point in the process, this is the very final step. We now just need to sell this unit and the next unit to town employees under a new deed restriction, and they will be under new ownership. So first up is Unit J. This one is already well, no, this one is not under contract. This unit, we have identified an employee. We are not under contract yet, but we will be soon. This is, as I said, the final step. So if you are all in agreement to sell this unit, we just need to approve the ordinance today, which you read at a first hearing at your last meeting. And I'm
Great.
happy to answer any questions about any step in this process.
Thank you, Ally. Any further questions from council? This is a public hearing, so there's nobody in the room for public comment. Is there anybody online with their hands raised, Piper?
I see none.
Okay, great. I would entertain a motion then.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of Entrada Unit J.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan, a second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Geneva is yes, and Teddy is yes. It is approved unanimously. That brings us to 7B, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of certain deed restricted real property known as Entrada Unit L. And it's going to be very similar to the last one, but back to Ally.
Yep, very similar. So the only difference between that unit and this unit, of course, is that it's just 2 doors down. And we are also already under contract for this unit with the identified town employee. That is scheduled, assuming the ordinance passes today, that is scheduled to close in mid-May right now. So I will, again, answer any questions you might have about any step in this process. Otherwise, I believe it is ready to be read after introduction at the last meeting and approved at a public hearing today, which will just wrap up that process.
Great. Thank you, Ally. Any questions from council for Ally on this? Seeing none, this is also a public hearing. There's nobody in the room. Is there anybody with their hand raised online? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of Entrada Unit L.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Geneva, yes.
And Teddy, yes. So that's approved unanimously. Ally, thank you very much. And nice to see you online remotely.
Thank you, guys.
That brings us back to diving into agenda item number 2, administrative reports. We had left off, I believe, after the Voodoo Affordable Housing update, which then takes us to our construction update.
Great, thank you, Mayor Erico. Piper, I'm going to ask you to unmute Kyle Beck if you haven't. Just as a quick introduction, so we are going to do a more thorough construction update at the May 13th meeting. This is an annual report that Public Works gives to council in preparation for summer construction from town summer construction. We'll also hear a little bit from Kristen, our Historic Preservation and Planning Director, on the 13th of any large private construction projects as well. But in the meantime, we wanted to give an overview of some of the large projects that are starting here shortly before that May 13th meeting. So this isn't the end all be all of construction updates, but just a heads up on some key projects coming up. So I'll leave it to you, Kyle.
Thanks. And afternoon, Council, Mayor. Thanks again for having me on. Like Zoe said, this update is just going to be specific to the projects that will be starting prior to the next council meeting on the 13th, which I'll give a more detailed presentation. But of course, all questions are welcome, as these several ones that I'll be mentioning here are starting up here in the next few weeks, and will have an impact to all, not all, but many businesses, residents, visitors. And so I want to make sure we just stay ahead of that communication, and that way give you guys an update on kind of where we're at on these projects. The first one that I want to bring up is the Colorado Accessibility Ramp projects. I know that we had several conversations about these ramps, so hopefully everyone has had a chance to catch up and understand kind of what these ramps are going to do, the purpose, and kind of the impacts to the community. The plan for this project is to start on May 5th. KSK from Grand Junction will be mobilizing on that date, where I would expect the first couple days is just going to be really establishing that project, setting up traffic control, setting up the erosion control, the safety measures before they actually start any of the construction. The plan is to start on Colorado and Pine. And again, if you recall, the plan is to just do one side of the street. They'll stick to the south, or they'll stick to the north, because we do have some traffic lane changes that will be established to allow us to be able to have continual pedestrian traffic on both sides of the street. So that's kind of where our goals were, is to make sure that we're not detouring anyone away from businesses. Each project will be different, but it will keep every business open at all times. There may be some challenges where we'll have some temporary measures in place to allow people to get into the businesses. But again, we have our town engineer and our engineer project manager that will be coordinating with the businesses as well as the contractor themselves to get to those day-to-day updates, so we can update the businesses to let them know kind of progress, what's going on, any problems, if we're ahead of schedule. And then we'll be continually posting this project on Engage Telluride to keep everyone updated on schedule changes and kind of where we're at on the projects itself. So again, May 5th, this project kicks off, most likely the south side of Pine, and it will be the east and west ramps that'll be removed and replaced with the bump out concept. So before I continue on with the other projects, is there any questions specific to the Colorado accessibility ramp project?
Only question I had is, if we have a contingency plan, if we're running, even if it's a couple days late, how I see some of the key intersections with Bluegrass, and what would we do? I know with the pushback, that makes life interesting for you.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, there's just so many challenges in this town, and it's not a terrible question, because that comes up all the time. And so we do work with those contingency plans with the contractor. We are working around the major festivals, where the ultimate goal is that these crews pack up and they're out, so they're not even impacting these festivals. But that also means, Teddy, just like you said, what if concrete, something happened with the concrete manufacturing, they couldn't get the concrete in to pour it, so now we don't have concrete in place. We'll have those plan B measures to where it'll be completely, filling those areas with the class 6 road base and compaction, to where traffic can still just go right in front of the stores. It's not going to be ideal. It's not going to be a hard surface, but there'll be a temporary measure to where we get traffic back to normal as best as possible. But there may be some scenarios where it's not, the visitors may not be walking on concrete. It may be more like a class 6 hard road-based surface, but it'll be a weather, what we'll call a weather resistant surface, but it'll be the safest bet for the public.
Great, Kyle. Thank you for that. Any other questions for Kyle on that project?
I have a quick question, and maybe I think I might just be forgetting, but are we raising the actual crosswalk itself? Like, are we doing anything to the road, or just to the sidewalks?
No, great question. And I'll kind of back up. We do have a public meeting this Thursday, so definitely welcome. If you guys think of more questions, please feel free to stop by from 9 to 10 this Thursday. We're going to go over the project again and answer some of those additional questions. But for your question specifically, the crosswalk itself does not get raised. What these bump outs do is it physically moves the accessibility ramp further into the street. That way, pedestrians, before they cross, they have a visual of the vehicular traffic, and the vehicular traffic has a view of the pedestrian before they cross. So it brings the public out further, and then there's the lighting that'll go at the intersection to help light that intersection up at night for just those additional safety features. But that is really what those ramps are doing, is it's pushing it out, but the crosswalk itself will stay at the existing elevation.
I'm going to jump in quickly, just so all council knows that these updates are within the manager's report. So if you're looking for another memo, it is embedded within the manager's report. Just a quick correction on Thursday, this Thursday, that meeting will be specifically about Pacific Avenue and that construction
Oh, I'm sorry.
project.
You're right.
We have
Sorry,
already
sorry.
done a large community engagement specifically on this project, but we will continue to do community engagement throughout the process. But we have done our community meeting and education for that project.
Thank you, Zoe, for that correction. My apologies. Yeah, it's this Thursday is for Pacific. But as well as that, if anyone has any questions, you can always reach out to me. I plan on spending a lot of time out with this project as well as Pacific. So anytime you see me, you have a question, feel free to just ask those questions.
Hey, thanks, Kyle.
Moving on to the next project is the one that Zoe mentioned, the Pacific Avenue Improvement Project. This is the project on Pacific between Mahoney and Davis, and this is that street improvements. It's that complete street concept where we'll be completely redoing the street, the sidewalks on both the north and south side, introducing some new lighting, introducing safety features again, like the accessibility ramps along that stretch. And this will go all the way to Davis. And then from Davis, we'll be doing the four corners there with the accessibility ramps as well. And then we did put a pause for Davis at this time, headed towards Colorado, as we look at some additional options for that location just to help with traffic flow. The contractor that was awarded that is TGI. So I'm really grateful for that. We have a good history with TGI. They've been doing a lot of projects in town for several years. And so excited to have not only TGI, but their project manager, CJ, who did work for Telluride. He'll be overseeing that project. So it'll be great to have a complete team there that'll really help benefit with engagement with the public, as well as overseeing the project to make sure that it's completed on time, on budget, and as well as just an overall product for that. And we did have our pre-construction meeting today for that. And so if you've seen some activity out there on Pacific, TGI has mobilized in. They do also plan on starting May 5th. So same time as accessibility ramps. TGI, though, has already mobilized their equipment into the Carhenge parking area where they will be using for staging the very north section of Carhenge, that basically that first row, but also leaving the handicap parking spot, so that'll remain available for the duration of that project. So met today, they'll provide us a detailed schedule here at the beginning of next week, which again we'll have updated on Engage Telluride. That way everyone is informed of the project itself, and then being able to keep track of how we're progressing through that project. The plan is to start restoration of South Tomboy first. So that's really the initial plan, is to start on Tomboy, because that street is going to be critical for detour options when they're working along that stretch. As they start from the west and move east, we'll have that opportunity to where if we need to shut down Pacific between Mahoney and Tomboy, we'll be doing reroutes from Mahoney to Colorado down to South Tomboy. And again, I'll have some details of this on the 13th with some visuals. That way, if I'm confusing you with street names, that'll help at that time. But we have a plan for those detour setups to where the contractor is going to be working in the street. It's not safe to have vehicular traffic going through there next to the contractor and their staff. And then same with the Galloping Goose. We'll be utilizing those detours to accommodate pickups. The only one that would potentially be impacted, and that's going to be when construction is on Pacific between Tomboy and Davis, is going to be the Carhenge pickup. But again, we'll be sending out notifications well ahead in time for any impacts to traffic, pedestrian traffic, Galloping Goose. Our goal is to really make sure that everyone's aware of any changes that'll occur during this project. Any questions? Okay.
No, I'm just gonna also just add, obviously, this is part of the larger Southwest area plan.
Mm.
But we are working on more specific communication. So while all these projects have their own Engage page, we're also looking at dedicated text, just like we have for our snow removal operations or things like that, that if people want very specific text message notifications, not just signing up for our newsletter on these projects, but specifically this. So that will be communicated out. But for people to text, I think I can't remember exactly what it is. Let me find it, but a certain code to our text notification.
Yeah, to stay engaged, and I think that would be very beneficial. And in summary, for those that aren't too familiar with this project, this is the project that has many it'll take new a new shape, but everyone knows of this project as that 10-foot bike path that'll be installed on the south side of West Pacific between Mahoney and Davis.
And it's text specific to 38276, and that's all on our Engage page as well.
Great. Next item up that I want to discuss is the 2025 crack seal program and the spur bike path repairs. Zoe mentioned a little bit about the bike path repairs, but the crack seal program is, I'm going to say it's new to Telluride. One of the things that hasn't been implemented for the maintenance program is crack seal, and all that's doing is it's going through all the cracks that are in the streets and it's filling it with a rubberized flexible material. And what that does is, the reason why our streets are falling apart so fast is anytime you have moisture that gets down in the crack, it compromises the subgrade, it saturates it, so it causes it to get soft. And then in any vehicular traffic that's riding over that, just starts to pump. And as that pumps, it disperses the material, the subgrade underneath the asphalt, and then the asphalt itself folds in. And then as it continues to fold in, asphalt is a flexible material, but becomes rigid when it becomes oxidized. And so that's when you see the alligator cracking. And once the alligator cracking, then the whole asphalt itself is compromised, and that's when it just pulls out, shoots out, falls out. And then you have a form of that pothole that we still have notorious around town. And so the crack seal will help prevent any of that moisture even getting to the subgrade. So it'll help extend the life expectancy of our streets. So as we continue our mill and overlay program, this is going to be vital to make sure that the money that we're putting towards the street repairs, that it has its longevity, so we're not always falling back just to do repairs on streets that we just recently had a mill and overlay. So we're going to attempt that this year for 2025. Originally, I was going to have a contractor to come in and do it, but the prices came in again pretty high. So we're going to attempt to do it in-house. We're going to bring in a rental unit from Utah, and then we've got the materials being shipped in, and our in-house crew is going to perform that work. That way we can work with the public as well. The plan is to establish almost like a snow season call out, to where on these specific streets, we're going to cone and ask people not to park. That way we can make sure we can get the entirety of the cracks and not just what's in the travel lane. Because really where the parked cars are at, that's where the water sheds. And that's where we really need to make sure that we're stopping that water from penetrating the asphalt and saturating the subgrade. So we'll be introducing that program. Very little impact. It's almost going to be like following a garbage truck. It's a mobile unit. They go along and they just spray the dirt material out of the crack. That way it has something to adhere to. And then it's just a little wand that they roll around the crack, and then you squeegee it, and then you're good. It's good for traffic flow. So it's not going to be a huge impact. And then again, if we'll communicate a lot more when we're getting into the business district side of things. We're going to really start off on the side street, so should be very little impact. And then again, we'll just kind of update everyone as we expect to see that equipment come in and where we'll be throughout town. So just pay attention to those notifications, and then we'll also be putting those cones out to assist with folks to move out of those parking spots.
Great.
Any
Kyle,
questions
thank you
on
very much.
Crexel? Yeah. And then let's see. Yes. The other one I just want to make sure. Oh, go ahead. Oh, do you have a question?
Cass has a question. I didn't see your hand. That's my fault.
Oh, sorry.
Now I feel bad. My question, I have a couple of kind of comments. I appreciate this, what are you calling it? Crack and seal?
Crack seal, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, crack sealing. I think that this is, another step in us trying to improve the longevity of our roads. I just want to reiterate that it seems that the issue is that the actual subsurface beneath it is not sufficient. And that's why with the amount of traffic that we see, that we're seeing our roads get degraded so quickly, even though it feels like we're constantly repaving. I hope that this is going to help us assist in that, but I would like us to always keep in back of mind that that's probably going to be a big project that we're going to need to take on to actually fix the road-based material to the correct material that needs to be there for its usage. So I appreciate it feels like we're, again, trying to like Band-Aid this ongoing situation, but hopefully this improves that. And then I just had another question. This is probably a little out of, step with what you're giving us, but I know that the Tomboy Alley Road between Colorado and Pacific, where the construction, they had to move the sewer line, the main water line there into the actual right of way instead of underneath the Telluride Lodge buildings.
Mhm.
Obviously, the construction for those two projects is going on, but when that road was put back, it doesn't seem like there was any road base there, and so that whole stretch is really degraded. It's basically like driving on a dirt road. Essentially, all that asphalt that was put there is sunk into the dirt. And I'm just curious if remediating Tomboy Alley before the summer is in any sort of plans, because it does get quite a bit of use.
Yeah, yes, great question. And you're talking about South Tomboy between Colorado and Pacific.
It's that wiggle.
Yep, exactly. Along Telluride Lodge. So yes, because of the timing of that project and when they completed, asphalt was no longer being made by anybody. And so they came in and they placed a cold patch. So it's always a temporary patch material. And it has different viscosity than normal asphalt. It doesn't compact. So that's why we're seeing that huge settlement there. So for that project, we will be removing full depth pavement restoration for that whole stretch. So that whole road is actually going to be reconstructed. So there'll be the proper road base, the proper asphalt thickness, which is huge. And then there'll be proper drainage on the west side. There'll be a concrete channel that's going to intercept all the flows versus it being an asphalt channel. So yeah, the stormwater and the street itself will be all reconstructed on South Tomboy.
Okay, I just was curious if there was a timeline on that, because like I said, that with the summer fast approaching and all of the festivals and the car hench parking, a lot of people access it via that little alley. I'm just curious if there's a timeline.
Yes, and so that is actually tied in with the West Pacific project.
Okay.
So they're coming in May 5th, and that is the first thing they're going to be doing is repairing South Tomboy.
Cool.
Yep.
Great. Like I said, traffic and construction and all that there, it's getting beat.
Yes, I agree. So yeah, that'll be first on the list for next week for them to start on that project. But yeah, no, great question. And you're right on. That is such an important piece of the big puzzle of getting that reconstructed, because that's going to be a huge player on those detours for that project itself.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
And then kind of touching on your question in regards to the subgrade, the subgrade in this town is actually, it's pretty good, even if it's native. But when you introduce water to it, that's when it gets compromised. And so that's kind of our goal is to stop that water penetration, because majority of the streets in this town, minus Main Street, are only 2 to 3 inches thick. Based on our traffic flows, we should be at 5. And so just for hopefully makes everyone a little more comfortable, what we're doing during our overlay isn't just matching what's existing just to get that 2 to 3 inches. We're establishing a thicker pavement by introducing a crown or sheet flow into the street. So all the streets that we did last year, I've actually pavement thickness by changing the profile of the street and introducing pavement, and then also minimizing the milling that we're doing on each street. So I introduce a thicker edge of a reveal. So we're getting closer to 4 inches at the edge. And then I'm establishing a 5-inch thick as I get to the middle. So the benefit of it all is we are thickening our pavement. We're getting to, best practices of where we should be at as we're introducing these overlays each year. So after this year, my confidence level on our overall streets will be high. And then I'm looking forward to 2026, because after 2026, I think it's going to be pretty much just a routine maintenance when an initial, pothole establishes. But like right now, I can't even keep up. As we all know, Colorado and Willow just deteriorates, every single day. And so that's my ultimate goal, is to get away from those scenarios to where we're not fighting these massive craters around town.
Great.
And that kind of gets me to the 2025 paving program. Again, that is awarded to TGI. So we're working with them right now how to establish that schedule while they're doing the West Pacific, and then getting their subcontractor in to start that paving program as well. So that'll be another big program that gets brought into town, kind of while this other construction is going on. Overlay comes in 2 phases. We have our spring phase and we have our fall phase. This spring, we're going to try to touch on more of the residential streets that have been planned for this year. And then fall will be Main Street from Pine all the way to the east near Gold Run. And we're waiting on that because we need the accessibility ramp project to finish up. That way, when we're milling those out, it ties everything back in and gives everything a smooth transition. And so that won't happen until the fall. So I do need to do some Band-Aid fixes on Main Street, because we just can't live with those massive potholes that are at Willow, until fall of 2025. So I will get in there with the contractor to just do that initial repair to those sections of failing street to get us through for the next couple months.
Awesome.
Mahoney Britt. Oh, go ahead.
I was just say thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
Mahoney.
more things.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. This is. Yeah. Wait till the 13th if you think this is long.
Having plow flashbacks.
Mahoney Bridge replacement. I won't get too detailed into that because we're just in the design phase, but just giving everyone the heads up that we are in the planning stage for the replacement of the Mahoney Bridge, as that bridge has failed. And we've been under notice under the CDOT bridge inspection, but we're in a perfect place right now to have it under design, and then looking forward for construction towards potentially the fall of 2025. That's being conservative, but definitely 2026, we're looking to replace that bridge. And then that's kind of that big picture tie-in with all the other projects where we need to get Mahoney done, the Mahoney Bridge done to complete some other big projects. So looking forward to that one. And keep everyone updated as we get more further into the 30% design concept for the Mahoney Bridge replacement. Public Works facility expansion. Zoe already went over that one briefly. We're at to the point where we're shovel ready, but the grant funding that we received in 2024 is currently frozen. So we're just waiting to see what happens with that and at what point we can move forward. But it's a good feeling to know that we've received all the approvals, HARC approval, the FTA approval, but again, just waiting for it to be unfrozen. And the last one I got here is the sanitary sewer main rehabilitation project. I'm sure some of you have seen around town. There's that massive truck. It's called a combination vacuum truck. It's got a big tank on the back, a big hose on top. Currently, what it's doing is it's cleaning out the sewer mains. It's got a high pressure jet head that it goes through the sewer main and just cleans it out. Hopefully, everyone that it's affecting the segment, they received a notification from the company indicating that they're going to be cleaning the sewer, followed by a CCTV, which is a camera system that goes down and gives a visual inspection and a grading of that pipe segment. And then that information gets kicked back to us, and then we determine which line segments we want lined. The nice thing about this is it's a newer technology that allows us to technically completely replace the main pipe without digging anything up. So we don't have to do trenches like you've seen around town and try to get through all the existing utilities or rehabilitate the street after with new asphalt, and you have joints everywhere. So this is a trenchless technology that'll introduce a replacement pipe within a pipe. And so the impact on this is you have to shut the water off to anyone that's tapped into that segment, because this sleeve goes through, takes over the hose pipe, and then you send a robot in and it cuts out the existing service line to reestablish that service. And so the pipe has to cure for a couple hours. And once that's done, then the robot goes in, cuts the coupon out, and then you're back live and able to use all your services. So the impact is the shutting off of the water. Not too worried about that in the residential so much, because it is just a couple of hours. But on the business side, those are the larger diameter pipes. And so most likely we'll be requesting to do the work at night. That way it's a less impact to any business that, restaurant, anyone that relies on that water source. Now the variance will be for the noise side of things, but it's not like a heavy piece of equipment. It's no different than like your Coca-Cola truck that sits in the center lane, and its engine turned on. It's a refrigerator truck that just needed to cool the resin-filled, basically sock. And then as it's getting put in, there's guys on the ground, they'll have lights, but it's really just pushing steam or hot water through it for the curing process. But that's really the big impact of that. At most they'll take up a lane. And so we'll have some lane changes where we have the room for it. Otherwise, they'll have traffic control out there flagging for one direction. But I just wanted to make sure everyone's aware that that's kind of the impact of that. This process, I can't tell you how necessary it is. Our infrastructure is so old and so outdated. I'm sure you guys can count how many times we were out there doing mainline repairs because of the pipe collapsing. So this is what will prevent all that. We're going to identify all the segments that have cracks, have holes, have infiltration, separated joints. And that's what we're out there to repair, are those ones at risk that we see with the CCTV camera.
Thank you, Kyle.
So sorry, that's a mouthful on that one. Are there any questions on the?
Very thorough.
Kyle, thank you.
Yeah.
We really appreciate the update. Any questions for Kyle before we let him go?
I won't dare.
All right. One thing I should say is that, other than Kyle, thank you, appreciate it, is I realized poor Kathy has been sitting here for a long time waiting.
Yep.
Her opportunity. Is it a problem if we jump to I think it's 8A? Are you guys okay with
And
that?
I could wrap up the manager's report. It just saying, does anyone have any questions on the two remaining items, which is the shed construction or the wash stand update?
Shed's opening soon.
Friday.
Shed's opening Friday.
Yep.
Yep, or grand opening on Friday. They're gonna do some team building and putting together the furniture. So I think they're not opening yet till the following week, but the CO is expected to be issued on Thursday.
And there is an opening party.
There
isn't
is a
there?
grand opening party. Yep.
And the hand wash and warming hut is on schedule as far as I've heard.
Yep.
I kind of wanted to say goodbye to the old warming hut, and I was a little disappointed.
Oh.
Ceremonious. I got to
Oh.
by just chance, because I went to hang up a liquor license notification, and that's where we've traditionally done it. And I walked up and they were like, "We're tearing it down right now." And I was like, "Okay." So I won't be putting it there.
As a lot of people started their comments in our meeting today, I've lived here for 29 years, so I spent a lot of time in that warming hut. So I was not sad to see it go, but it's a little sad.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, Stephanie is on for any questions, but if not, then maybe we can.
Yeah,
wrap up
does anyone have any questions on either one of those topics? Excellent. So then we will come back to the attorney's report shortly, but Kathy's been sitting here for like 10 hours. So we're gonna have her step up and just skip around to action item 8A, which is the consideration of approval of an intergovernmental agreement for the sharing of geospatial data and GIS products for the purpose of coordinating resources to enhance emergency planning, preparedness, response, and recovery efforts. Take it away.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Erico and council. Thank you for moving things around a little bit. That's okay. I was at a site walk for this project that we kicked off today for Pacific Avenue. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be on council soon. So I should have listened in before I rushed over here. So I have for you today this intergovernmental agreement. This was proposed by Heather Woodland at San Miguel County, who I work with kind of as a networking, mentoring kind of person to reach out to. And she has always been heavily involved in the emergency management planning for the county. And it occurred to her that she might not always be available to do the mapping if an emergency comes up. And there's now through cloud-based technology, a safe and secure, easy way for her to share information that she has with me for the town and with LT at the town of Mountain Village, where we can kind of assist with this mapping should a need arise and somebody's not available. So this would be we'll be training on it, so we're familiar with how to create the maps and get the information and the dashboards and other pertinent things up on the web for the public, but it's not meant to be like a full-time job or anything like that. There's no financial impact on this beyond just sharing some of our data and time. And it's hopefully we never have to use it, but if we do, we want to be ready.
Great.
And so obviously I move to approve this. All right, I recommend.
You
approval.
recommend it.
Sorry.
No problem. Any questions from council?
This one just seems like such a no-brainer.
Yeah.
It's like, it's
Easy.
so easy. Yeah.
It is an action item, so I will receive if there's any public comment. There is none in the room. Piper, is there anybody online? There is none. I would entertain a motion if anyone is ready.
I move to approve the intergovernmental agreement between San Miguel County, the town of Telluride, and the town of Mountain Village for the sharing of GIS data and mutual aid in support of emergency planning and response.
A second.
We have a motion from Ashley, a second from Dan. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
And yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva is a yes, and Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Thank you for your patience.
Hey, thank you.
Nice work. That will bring us going backwards again into agenda item 2, the administrative reports, and we go to agenda item 2B, and that is the attorney's report. Kevin, do you have anything for us?
Thanks, Mayor. I'll mention one thing. Council's aware of it, but we did get some public comments, so apparently not everyone is aware of it. The trial for the lawsuit on ballot question 3A did go before district court Friday, April 18th, right before and on the eve of the trial. You'll recall that the town of Mountain Village, town of Telluride, San Miguel County, all three governmental entities, except for SMART, were dismissed out of the litigation, even though we had prepared in advance to be represented in that litigation. So the lawsuit and the trial proceeded just against SMART. I think we had a couple council members who were in attendance in person as well. Number of interesting interactions with the court. I'm not going to read tea leaves and tell you how the court's going to decide. The court will decide on its own. Briefing wrapped up on Friday of last week, and I would expect an order from the court because this is on an expedited schedule for election matters. I would expect an order from the court forthwith. So just thought I'd mention that to make sure everyone from the public also had that information. The newspaper, I think, picked up some of this. And I think it's been in the public eye. So thought I'd mention it. That's it. Thanks, Mayor.
Great. Kevin, thank you very much. That brings us to C, to council reports. Eleanor, do you have anything for us?
I just had I have a HARC meeting that I have to listen to, and I totally didn't make it on my schedule before this meeting, but
No
I'll
problem.
have an update at the next meeting. But I had a case meeting, and nothing out of the ordinary except I wanted to mention the Telluride Education Foundation is having some new events, including a supper club May 28th through May 31st, and it's partnering with the restaurant community for a fundraiser for TEF. So that's a new event, and I think that's going to be a really cool collaboration. And if you guys are in town, if everyone's in town, they should participate. But that's the only update that I had.
Great. Thank you very much. Ashley, do you have anything for us?
I do. Since Mian isn't here, I'll give a gondola subcommittee update. We had a meeting. There wasn't a huge amount of discussion. We did talk about formalizing how we would receive public comment, which is basically just a copy of how the town of Mountain Village does it, with speaking limits of 3 minutes, and that there was no visual aid, no debates, that you'd identify. It's very basic. It's posted, but basically solidifying that for gondola committee meetings going forward. So that was great. We are continuing to discuss our the station planning. So there was some time dedicated to looking at specifically the San Sofia station and what that project would look like up there. As you know, there's discussions about utilizing that station for gondola storage during times of, huge weather events, or when they needs to be brought in for maintenance, and how that facility would look and kind of the format of that building. Obviously recognizing that building is probably going to expand beyond the footprint that exists today, and coordinating with all the different stakeholders for that. And so just discussion, looking at that as we move forward, which was interesting. And then, yeah, like I said, it wasn't tons of discussion, but that was basically the gondola subcommittee meeting. And we're just continuing forward with our planning there. And then we also had a SMART meeting. So I'll pull up my notes from that as well. So we had a SMART meeting on April 10th. We took the bulk of the meeting to discuss bus pass products and kind of what that would look like. Obviously, a lot of our routes now are free of charge, which is amazing, and people should take advantage of that whenever possible. But the further out routes do require payment. It is very small, but or I shouldn't say very small. It is, I think, very manageable for the access that you get with it. So, but discussing, whether we were going to offer annual passes or something like a monthly pass or punch passes, and we're kind of getting that figured out. I think right now leaning towards creating a pass product that would be like a monthly pass, and that's something that individuals or businesses could buy for people to utilize buses in that way, rather than paying each individual time that they utilize. And then that also would give you a discount if you purchase them on a pass product like that. And then we also discussed offering student discounts and not elderly, what's the word? Senior citizen discounts. Senior citizen discounts as well. So we looked at that, which was great. We got operations update as well. Kind of the bulk of that discussion focused a little bit on our decline in ridership that we've seen out of Norwood, and our desire as SMART to reach out to that community and try and determine what is causing the decline, as we're seeing increases in most of our other routes. It's kind of shocking that we've seen a decline in Norwood. So we just want to, we're planning on reaching out to their board of trustees, which is like their council in Norwood, and just discussing, how these services could be better utilized by the community. If it's just a matter of getting more people information about the bus system, or if it is a timing situation where it's not meeting the needs of the community with the time that the buses are offered, or if it's a financial issue. We just need to figure out kind of how we can get hopefully our ridership back up in those areas. But like I said, most other ridership looks good. And obviously the bus system takes over as the gondola is shut down during the off season. And so we continue to operate even as the gondola is closed to get people from Telluride to Mountain Village without having to drive if they choose not to. And yeah, then I will not give you a museum update because we heard that, it seems like a long time ago this morning. We heard from Kieran, so I'm not going to give you a museum update. Like, is there any other board? Oh, Parks and Rec. I'm like, there's one more. Yeah, Parks and Rec. Let me pull up my notes from there. We had a meeting. A lot of the beginning of the meeting was dedicated to some public comment regarding the new proposed memorial garden along the river, which is it's on Colorado Avenue, like past the park. There's that kind of like riparian area where the path goes through, and creating a memorial garden there. That's actually something that's already been approved by Parks and Rec. So again, this comment is kind of coming after the fact of that approval. The commission heard a mix of people who were, against putting it there for various reasons, feelings that it could be triggering for people who are just trying to, relax and walk on the river and don't need, to be reminded of loved ones lost. That there was some feelings that it maybe was, too public of a place to put something that's supposed to be like a memorial space. And then we did hear support from a lot of people also saying that they, would appreciate a community space like this that was accessible and was easy to get to. So again, a mix of comments there. It was noted, like I said, that was already approved. So it's, it's kind of a little bit out of sync with the process. But it was good to get that public feedback. And then what else did we talk about there? Elena just talked about the Telluride Education Foundation is doing their supper club. And so that was approved to be in the park. That is going to be on Saturday, May 31st. Will be the first one. It looks like a really cool event. They're going to be selling tickets for that. I would recommend everyone goes. I think I'm going to try and make it. It is during the Durango Blues Train though, which is tough. Make that decision. But I recommend everyone check that out. It sounds like a really cool event, and it's something new. And other than that, we just got comments, updates from staff, specifically about the all the facilities and stuff. Like we mentioned, the warming hut wash stand facility is on track to open on time, which is great before the summer season. I know a bunch of the festivals are excited to utilize that. And I don't think there was anything else from Parks and Rec that's coming to front of mind.
Awesome. Well,
That's it. I'm done. I feel like Ellen and I get a bunch to say today.
What?
I feel like you.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Well, is that a
I'm
compliment?
like, okay, hi.
Whispering about the supper club to Zoe. I was like, what do you do?
Ashley, thank you very much. Dan, do you have an update for us?
Mine is much more brief. Thankfully, spring break, I didn't have a lot going on. For a lot of that, planning and zoning was canceled last month. The one I'll touch on briefly is the Telluride Housing Authority Subcommittee, which Geneva, Elena, and me, and we're all there as well. We are continuing to work through the Affordable Housing Guideline Review and Revision. That's a biennial review, so every 2 years. So we are on schedule for that. As you all know, we did a pretty major overhaul about 2 years ago. So this one's a little more surface level, not quite as deep on this, but there will still be some things that will be some changes for some folks. I don't need to get too specific on those details right now, that will be getting elevated to council. But for anybody who lives in the Affordable Housing Guideline Program, that is our deed restricted ownership program, I do really encourage you to get involved early. We want your input as much as possible. So our next meeting is next Wednesday morning, the 7th, not tomorrow, a week from tomorrow, 7th at 9 a.m. right here, Rebecca Hall, or you can attend on Zoom. And that's sort of our big agenda topic for the next couple months as we finalize that review and revision for it. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Dan. Geneva, do you have anything for us?
Well, Dan just covered the THA subcommittee stuff. I would just use this radio opportunity to repeat what Ashley said earlier, which is that we have an election coming up for town council this fall. There are 4 seats that will be up for election. And if you are interested, please go talk to the clerk's office or any of us about the compensation package and how many hours and all of that. It's a really
Don't forget the
rewarding
fun.
job. Sorry, and the fun, yes.
That's fine.
Very rewarding job. You get health insurance. We've increased the salary recently, trying to make it a more enticing thing for people from all kinds of backgrounds to feel empowered to participate in local government. So now is this time to start thinking about it, and you will need to get signatures to get on the ballot in the early summer timeframe. So if you're interested, so just wanted to plug that, and that's it. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. I don't have anything. So that brings us to agenda item 2D, related organizational reports. Piper, do we have anything?
There are none.
Great. 2E, comments on payments. Please provide those comments by email. That will take us back into number 8, action items. 8B, consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Town Council adopted rules for the conduct of meetings and general business to allow for remote participation in executive session. And we have Kevin to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kevin Geiger. I'll be presenting on agenda item 8B. What you have in front of you is a resolution, so one reading, one consideration of this, and you can pass it, of a change to your original resolution that you passed at your organizational meeting in late November of 2023. The genesis of this is your reception to consider changes to this at your last meeting on April 1st, where a majority of town council indicated that you would like to revisit the current prohibition that electronic participation or remote participation cannot occur either in executive sessions nor in quasi-judicial. And what we heard was that you were interested in maybe considering a change to have remote participation be permitted for executive sessions. So what we did is we've looked at the resolution from November of 2023. We've made a number of discrete changes. Those changes are probably best referred for your consideration if you look at the packet material at page 301, where you'll see a red line, and I'll briefly go through that red line with you. The first 2 are what I would call safeguards that we're proposing. So if you're going to allow for remote participation in executive sessions, we would recommend 2 safeguards. One would be at the beginning of that executive session that council members make an affirmative statement that they are alone and in a secure location, that they're the only ones who are able to participate in the executive session. And of course, you understand why a safeguard like that would be important. The executive session is only for the elected officials and anyone else who might be invited in from a town staff point of view. So we think that's a prudent safeguard to recommend to you. The other is in number 2, the addition in number 2, which is a requirement that council member keep their camera or video component on during the duration of that executive session participation. The next provision is under sub 3, where we have a practical consideration that we need some time from the town manager and also town clerk point of view to have a computer in the executive session, which typically occurs in the green room. Not always, but I would say 95% of our exec sessions occur in the green room. And we need a little advanced planning. So we're requesting at least 24 hours notice if a council member is interested in doing executive session proceedings remotely.
Have I interrupt you real quick?
Sure.
Just a question I had, just to make sure I'm clear, for acceptable terms of written, is an email sent? Okay.
Sure, that'd be
Okay,
fine.
great. I just wanted to be 100% clear on that.
Yep. That's a good question. Sometimes does come up because in other contexts, I've seen some litigation where it's an email in writing and emails are in writing.
That's right.
They're considered a written document.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right. Give me an opportunity to take a drink of water. Okay, so number 4 is that there was some question at the last meeting about whether if a council member is only or solely participating in the executive session remotely on that issue and not the remaining matters before council on that agenda, should that count to the no more than 4 meetings of a council member, or no more than 4 meetings can be participated in remotely by a council member. We've drafted language to clarify, and certainly this can be a topic of your discussion, but to clarify that the mere participation in the executive session component remotely does not count to the no more than 4 limitation. And then number 5, we thought it was prudent to put a practical limitation in here that if something comes up during the executive session, let's say someone comes into the video and it is realized that that connection, which we thought was secure, is not secure, that we should have some delegation of authority to the mayor or the presiding officer in the executive session, that they have the ability to control participation remotely if it's determined that the safeguards of B1 through 2 are not met, or if there's any other objective information that indicates that the security of the executive session has been compromised. So we're recommending that as subsection 5 of the red line before you. I think that's an adequate introduction to get this before town council. And of course, I'm available to answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Kevin, thank you very much. Questions for Kevin?
No questions. Apologies. Comments whenever we're ready.
Oh, yeah, we're ready.
Great.
Questions, comments, whatever.
Alrighty. So, I'm open to a discussion around it, but I do want to consider clause number 3 on the 24-hour notice for it. I think I'm viewing it from a perspective of, yes, we want to accommodate when life circumstances, travel, visiting family, et cetera, are there. And for that, it would be appropriate. But I think the other circumstance where a council member would want to participate remotely for an executive session is if they're suddenly ill. If they get sick, sort of like last night, the night before, I kind of feel like I've got flu. I think it's best for everyone if I don't get into a tight room and breathing those sick germs onto everyone. I think that would be a valid reason to want to participate remotely. Say it's something very important that you really want to have input on that's happening in our executive session. So I would want to re-examine that 24-hour limit. I do want to balance that, of course, with the ask we're putting on the clerk's department particularly, because I realize it might not be so easy, but I think we could likely accommodate it with less than 24 hours. I would say even like 6 to 8, the morning of, you wait, if you're really like, hey, I was trying to power through, I've turned worse overnight, I'm more sick. I don't think I should participate in person. Something like that seems reasonable and accommodates both us as council and while still respecting the clerk's department.
I agree. I had that thought as well. And what if we made it like the cutoff is like an hour before the start of the town council meeting, not the executive session, but like if we start at 10, the clerks need to know by 9 a.m. if you're going to be remote. Like, would that be enough time? I'm kind of looking at Piper.
Can we, and this may be just tough to word, but and I do agree with Dan and Elena. Can we make it 12 hours for anything else to give them proper time and not a habit? But if it's an illness, you can trigger that clause. Is that?
I'm sorry, I don't follow what you mean by anything else.
I think
So like if you know you're not going to be in town, they want 12 hours notice to help them understand what they need to do. But if you have an emergency like an illness, maybe the hour before the start of the meeting or something like that. I don't want to get, not to single anybody out, but I want to get out of the habit of being notified 15 minutes before a meeting starts that I'm not coming to the meeting.
Yeah, that's why I feel like an hour before the meeting starts, you're kind of like awake and realizing like, oh, I'm really sick. I can't do.
But can we do it just for illness for that time frame? Everything else backs up. Ashley.
I guess I feel like I think 24 hours notice is totally legit. I guess my question is that can we just put in there a clause that says like, or at the discretion as approved by the clerk? So it's like, if you had an emergency or whatever, I'm thinking about like not just illness, like you could get injured or I don't know, anything, there's an emergency that is not going to allow you to participate in person. And Tiffany has the discretion, or whoever the town clerk is, has the discretion to accommodate that or not. I don't know. That to me seems like we should have a rule that's like, I like 24 hours in advance, because you should know if you're traveling or if you're not going to be there, like you should know that. And then if there's extenuating circumstances, it's at the discretion of the clerk, who ultimately is the person being burdened.
It could, yeah, and I'll let you think of that language, Kevin.
Does that put them in an awkward spot?
Well, that's where I was gonna go. I think maybe it should be at the discretion of the mayor in consultation with the manager and staff or
Okay.
something like
I'm
that.
fine with that.
I think that's a better way to go. I don't want to put,
Yeah.
you know, where someone's like, oh, you didn't allow it, but you allowed Teddy to do it or
Mhm,
whatever, and put them in a position where they feel a little
Mhm.
like they might
Yeah.
be accused of playing some favorites.
But the mayor can play favorites, and that's fine.
Well, Fred, I don't mind taking the heat if, you know, if someone wants to question.
I'm fine with that. I was just
trying to
thinking
take
that
the
like,
heat off staff.
I would rather, like, if it's an emergency situation, I would rather just be at somebody's discretion versus like, again, another timeline of like, something happens. Like, what if you have a kid and that kid, like, you're called out of council because the kid is sick and you have to go home. You're able to still participate remotely while you're taking care of your child. But like, I don't know, I'm just trying to think of scenarios where
And I
if it is
think-
truly emergent, you might not be able to get that timeline stuff.
I think that gives us a lot of flexibility because there's a lot of circumstances on our requirements to set it up as well. Sometimes maybe easier than others, not just the technology, but like presentations or, or whatnot. So I think there's a lot of future factors at play in those potential emergency situations that I agree not limiting it to the hour before or whatnot, so that we can accommodate in the most flexible way.
And if it can't be accommodated, then it's known that
Mm-hmm.
that might be the case.
I'm good with that. Now,
Got it.
all right, Geneva, go ahead.
I was just gonna throw in, I agree with all of this, and I know that Mian is also strongly in favor of more flexibility for remote participation in executive decisions, and she had to log off, but I'm pretty sure everybody knows that where she stands on that. But I told her I would mention it.
All right, perfect. And then this might be a stupid question. Do we want to offer that flexibility to a staff member that may not be able to be there in person?
We already do.
It's okay for,
I believe so.
I know we do it for like, when we have
Attorneys.
outside, like an attorney comes in, outside attorney gives us a presentation, but let's say Kevin had to go out of town and we had an executive session. Do we allow that now, Kevin?
Yeah, there's no rule. The rules are among town council.
Yeah, that's
Okay, so
Not among-
you can
Yeah.
already be remote.
Yeah.
Well, that was unfair.
I mean, to be
Just to get
real, the
stuff.
reason we put this into place was to encourage better attendance and to, I think Kevin would agree, to maintain a certain level of seriousness of taking it not that we're unserious, but the levity of executive session, or showing up wholeheartedly in person, to sort of
Oh.
show that. But I think that didn't really affect a situation it was trying to address, and now we're just trying to move forward.
I had one question, Kevin, based on what you were saying. I got a little confused because you were saying that the 4 remote council participations would not go against your participating in executive session. Can you just, I'm like a little confused about
Yeah.
that. So you're saying that we have a limit on, you can participate remotely in town council 4 times where you still have a vote and everything. You're welcome to participate more, but you just won't be able to vote. Is the idea then that, let's say that you wanted to participate 6 times remotely in executive session, that would still be allowed? Or would it just be that you would only have 4 cumulative times that would be different than necessarily like let's say I participated 3 times in remote council meetings, but I had to leave early and chose to participate in executive session remotely 4 times, those are different. I'm just trying to figure out what it means.
Yeah, and it's an important distinction, so let's make sure we're clear on it. what the way it's drafted is solely participating in the executive session will not count as one of the not more than 4. So if you were up to 3 and you're sitting out the rest of the meeting, but you want to participate in an executive session at the conclusion, you could do that without triggering and going from that 3rd to that 4th prohibition number. But if you participated in, let's say, half the meeting up to it, we don't make that distinction. I mean, I suppose you could probably alter that section if you wanted to look at that. We've taken the position that if you're participating in the meeting, even if it's for, let's say, half of it or 3/4 of it remotely, that counts to one of your not more than 4.
Participation.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the executive session alone, solely participating just for the executive session remotely, will not add to or increase the not more than 4 or add to that number.
But if you have maxed
Count to that
out,
number.
if you have maxed out your 4 remote participations, you would not then be able to do just executive session?
You could.
You
sure.
could. Okay.
Yep.
So you would be able to participate in executive session remotely,
anytime.
potentially at every meeting if you wanted.
That's another way to look at this, which is to say, an executive session participation only remotely would never count to the no more than 4. And I'm sorry if I find that language a little clumsy too in my head, not more than 4.
Because it'd be like if you decided like, okay, I'm gonna skip the meeting from 10 to 4 and big deal, but then I want in on executive session and you turn your phone on and that's cool.
I mean, yeah, but I just don't really think anybody's going to do that. But yes.
Maybe one person.
Well, and I think the
Well, you
point-
might if you want to, if you're, well, I don't know. I've only participated remotely twice, so I'm not.
Well, and I think the point of this is that if you are having to just completely miss a meeting, because either you can't attend or you can't attend remotely or you can't participate remotely, whichever one it is, there's still opportunities to watch the meeting recording and to listen and not participate. But with executive session, if you're not in that room, you're missing all that information and there's really no way to play catch up.
You can.
You can listen to the recording.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
If there's a recording, remember only 3 of the 4 reasons for executive session are recorded. But there is an executive session recording for 3 of the 4. And under the guidance and protection of the town clerk, you can ask to go listen to the executive session recording that you've missed. Recognize that recording is only available for a limited period of time before it is subject to destruction under Colorado law.
Okay.
And you also can't get it and like take it to the coffee shop or go home and listen to it. You have to take the recording from the clerk, and in there doesn't have to be direct companionship, but they will find a secure place for you to listen to that recording.
Okay, well, scratch that.
Yeah, it's still kind of.
But attorney-client privilege things again are not recorded, so there is some, you would be able to then,
Yeah,
yes, still
and
participate.
As we know it, like, it's hard if you miss just a couple executive sessions, there's a lot of information there that's hard to fill in for anyone who's not able to attend those. So I don't know, I see why that's in there and I can get behind it.
I'm okay with it. You might have to prioritize an executive session over a meeting you couldn't participate in because of what. And for that reason, I'm okay with it.
I had one other thought, and this also might be a stupid question, but would there be any like reason to require headphones? Like if you think you're in a secure situation, but you have a window open or you have roommates or family in a space and you close the door, but you have it through speakers and it maybe isn't as secure as we would like. I don't know if that's something that would make people feel more secure about this, but that was a thought that I had, like even in my own house, if I'm homesick, I have tenants upstairs and sometimes they can like hear me talking to my mom. And I like wonder if I were just like at home, I would probably just go ahead and put headphones in for that reason. But I don't know if that's something we would want to require or if that's kind of overreaching and we can just trust them.
I mean, I think I'm fine if we want to include it. I think provision 5 of having sort of you know, a safety mechanism. Should we feel that somebody is abusing their discretion or just acting improperly, that leaves me comfortable without it. But if we want to include it, I don't oppose it as well.
I'm comfortable with it because number one covers it, right? Like you're saying, you're in a secure spot. And if you're not, I have trust with my fellow council people that they'll wear headphones or go into a room. Well, they'll be fine.
Yeah, and if we have concerns, we can say, I don't like it, and it sounds like it would be at your discretion then.
Yep.
Or the mayor's
Or
discretion.
whoever's, or
Can we write, Teddy, Erica, you have to forever be in charge of
oh,
this?
I want to correct that. That is the presiding officer.
The presiding officer, sorry, yes.
So it might not be me.
Okay, I that wasn't a sticking point. It was just a thought I had like in my own
Mhm.
situations of the options of like secure locations that one might have.
Yeah, I'm pretty good with it.
Sorry, to circle us back though, did we come to a consensus on number 3 on far as the timing goes?
I thought we're gonna keep it at 24 hours, and then if it's less than 24 hours, it's at the discretion of the mayor and the clerks.
I have some language I could
And I think-
Comment.
suggest.
Comment.
Oh, and town manager?
I think we just can do town manager. I will obviously
Yeah.
be working with the clerks on
Yeah, just go mayor and town manager.
Just mayor and town manager?
Yep.
Okay.
I'd love to hear your suggested language, Kevin, if you don't mind.
Sure. So this would be at the end of sub 3,
Uh-huh.
where it requires the advanced at least 24 hours prior to the applicable council meeting. Unless there is an emergent situation such as illness, sickness, or travel delays that compromise the ability to provide the full 24 hours notice, provided consent is received from the mayor and town manager. I also heard town clerk,
Just town manager.
just the town manager.
Yeah, mayor and town manager.
Mayor and, got it, thank you. And if you want me to say it again, I can.
No, I think then you can just say something like
this.
this.
Make a motion here.
Yeah.
This
Thank you.
provision may be waived. Right, because you don't have to, right? I mean, we can decline it depending what the reason is and where they
Well, it says
are.
unless, right? 24 hours.
This is-
Notification
This
will
was an
be made.
exception to the 24 hours, unless there is an emergent situation such as illness, sickness, or travel delays that compromise the ability to provide full 24 hours notice, provided,
And permission is granted.
and permission
Yeah,
or
something like
consent.
that by mayor and town manager.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm happy to say it again when we get to it.
Okay, and then any other questions or comments before I open it up to public comment? Okay, there's a huge crowd in the room, so there's no public comments. Anyone online?
Doug Tooley.
Great. You can unmute him, please.
So this whole policy, secrecy policy, sounds like a bit of an overreach. I will remind you that as the client, each of you individually has the authority to waive that confidentiality if you so wish. If there's any Colorado state law that or case law that goes against that, I would argue that that is a criminal action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley.
I don't want to get into a back and forth, but individual council members do not have the ability to disclose communications from an attorney-client privilege or other executive session item. Attorney-client being the most applicable, I think, in this regard. The privilege is held by the body as the town council, and there is case law on this. There are cases that have gone up where an individual, what I would call rogue council member, has taken information from an executive session and disclosed it in litigation to third parties or interested parties. And upon that disclosure, there have been court orders that have said that information is still precluded from being introduced into any civil or criminal proceeding. The privilege, the attorney-client privilege, is held by the entity itself, the body, the council, and one member does not have the ability to waive that or disclose it.
And what does that mean for remote participation?
I don't think it has direct application necessarily, but let's say someone did have a compromised remote participation environment. They had someone behind the screen, they were listening to it, they were writing down all the words that were said. If there was an attempt to then introduce that information into a proceeding, it would still be protected by whatever the application of privilege would be. In this case, we're talking about an attorney-client privilege, I would imagine. So it would be out there. Once it's out there, I suppose there's no prior restraint on publication by newspapers, things like that. But it would be
It's a risk well worth taking. I mean, we're not the first council to be doing remote participation in executive session. It's done locally already, and as
Yeah.
well as so.
and during the entire pandemic, the first 18 months of the pandemic, we did it
Had to do it that
exclusively.
way.
That's right.
I appreciate his concern, but I'm okay with it. Any other hands raised?
None.
Okay, unless there's any other further discussion, and Mr. Geiger has come up with a final revision for the action item, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Town Council adopted rules for conduct of meetings and general business to allow for remote participation in executive session with the following amendment at let's see here. It's the title of the whole section.
It's under hybrid meetings and electronic participation of subsection 2.
Thank you. So with the following amendment under subsection 2, hybrid meetings and electronic participation. Further under effect of electronic participation, new subsection B, executive session, subsection 3, amending to the end of that subsection saying, unless there is an emergent situation such as, but not limited to, illness, childcare emergency, or travel emergency. Sorry, Kevin, help me out a little bit.
That compromise the ability to provide full 24 hours notice.
That compromise the full ability to provide the ability to provide full 24 hours notice.
And with permission from the mayor or town manager.
And with permission from the mayor and town manager.
Okay.
Great. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Geneva, from Elena, but before we vote, Geneva has her hand up.
I was just raising my hand to be unmuted. I'm ready to vote.
All right, perfect. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Elena.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Geneva, yes.
And Teddy, yes, that is approved unanimously. Kevin, thank you for getting to that in short order from our last meeting's discussion. I appreciate that.
No problem.
That brings us to action item 8C, consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 295 Mahoney Drive, Entrada Unit O, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado. We have Zoe here to present. Do we want to kind of mix 8C and D together?
Yeah, so I'll just kind of note that we had 2 deed restricted units come up for the seller is looking to sell their property. So this gives the town that opportunity to exercise its first right of refusal. So we have 2 here, one Entrada Unit O, and the other is a Gold Run Unit A. I think it's on lot 5 and it's Unit A. So that was my typo. So both of these units are under previous deed restriction where the seller has the option to either sell to an individual of their choosing or put it into lottery. As we have discussed from the town's perspective, for Entrada Unit O, we had 6 employees that were interested in the unit, and for the Gold Run unit, we had 3. And then the rest of the memo is very similar in the options for discussion.
Okay, and then remind me, I might have missed it, or are both of these sellers, can they pick and choose who they want to sell?
So
or do they
both
have
of
to-
them.
Both can pick and
So
choose.
both
their
of them
person.
are under the previous deed restriction where they have the option to either sell to whoever they would like, or they do have a choice to put it to lottery if they
they
do
wanted
so
to.
choose, but they have that option.
Have they given either seller given an indication of what they?
I have not heard that.
Okay.
Yep.
But that's after our,
So we still have the first right of
First right.
refusal. So as I mentioned in the memo, if town council wants to force a lottery, then you can exercise your first right and then the town would pursue with the lottery under the town.
okay. I just had one question too. This, I'm just looking at this because I know we just did the 2 units earlier.
Yep.
This says that currently 11% of town employees are housed in dedicated units. That seems, I for some reason remembered a number of 17%.
So we had 16.
Okay.
We redid the analysis and separated, and that's why I have 2 for context. And if I don't, I must have had it in another memo. So we have town dedicated units. So this would be either a employer rental contract or lease, excuse me, or it is under a town deed restriction. So those are the town dedicated units. We do have a number of staff that live in town units, but not under a dedicated employee restriction. So whether they got through their own lottery or through waiting on the normal wait list and things along those lines. So we have separated that out, and I separated that out in the goals and objectives as well, just so a better understanding, because we don't have the same control that we've been looking for in that goal and how it was stated of 30% of staff in town dedicated employee housing, because that is their unit regardless of employment. But I think it's good context for you to have for both instances.
I guess maybe I understood that goal differently. To me, it was that 30% of the town staff would live in the town of Telluride, regardless of how that worked out. So for instance, like I live in Telluride in a condo that is owned by my family. And if I lived in that condo in the town of Telluride owned by my family, then that would count towards 30% of is that correct?
So that's not how it was stated, and I did kind of confirm this with the previous discussions, but we can definitely reword that goal and we can change the amount in the future as well. I will maintain, and I apologize, I didn't do it in here. I thought I did it in another place, both of those percentages, just so you kind of have that understanding. From the employer standpoint, it is what we are looking for in having that secure housing to maintain our workforce. That is an important aspect. It is also important to have our employees housed within the town. So there's kind of a give and take in that goal overall as well. And let me pull, I think.
Does that 11% though include the 2 units that we just dedicated?
That 11% does include the 2 units that we just did. I can pull up the spreadsheet. It gets up to 22%, I believe, off the top of my head, when we are counting all town units.
I think that the goal was always deed restricted units. I think the more recent change was whether they're dedicated or not.
And that's how it's always been worded in the goal and objective, but I will, if that's the consensus, I will make sure to have it be the 22%. So we're 22% now. And that's again, because there's lots of transient, more people get off the wait list or move or whatnot. So we are keeping track of all of those pieces. Obviously, we have the option to do that, or they'll buy their units. So that is just a number that we will continue to keep on top of.
Yeah, I agree with Geneva's recollection of it. While I understand the perspective of protecting that resource for future employees, I think that is a good component for us to consider.
Right.
But I think that, the way I had it always sort of envisioned it is 30% of our employees within our housing system.
Perfect.
Whichever way that shapes.
I will make sure to have both for context and for the updates. And again, I apologize, I didn't put it in this one. These were rush memos, but it is in the updated goals and objectives as well. So we are at 22%.
Zoe, do you have at your fingertips the sort of, I feel like we usually review how many units we've exercised our first right versus passed on in the last year or so.
Man, Geneva, let me see if I can pull that up.
I don't know the numbers, but I know that we felt comfortable doing the last two.
Yep.
Because we had done
It
several
was-
other prior to, so it seems like cyclically, if we just did two, then we should maybe be looking at other opportunities for people with these two. We could also split it. It seems like one of them is more desirable to our staff than another. I don't know. But yeah, my
I'm
feeling-
inclined to let them go to the market as they would, just for for that very reason that last time we talked about this, we purchased them. Personally, I just know that I like looking at those numbers, but I don't require them to make a decision.
And I'll make sure to have that in any future memos as well. Apologize.
Did we get any
No
indication?
worries. I know this was a quick one.
Yeah. Did we get any indication from these sellers that whether they wanted to do lotteries or if there was?
I didn't hear that.
Okay.
Yep.
Because sometimes they're like, I've already identified my buyer. This is who
Mhm.
I would pick, but there was nothing like that submitted with either of
Oh, I
these.
can quickly text Pam and ask.
And they
Yeah,
can always come to us and say, hey, can you just purchase this from us? We're making the choice to exercise our first right before we've necessarily even talked to them, right?
Yeah, so yep.
Because that's information that's good to know. Because some sellers like when the town buys it because they can count on it, a lot more than an outside buyer with not only deed restricting qualification confirmation, but also the lending aspect
and all
to
that.
it.
Yeah.
So if it helps people, I always like to give them opportunity. I'm with Geneva, seeing that we're acquiring two, letting these two go. I'm all for. I can be convinced either way. And I would like to at least strongly encourage, if we let them go, strongly encourage the sellers to go to lottery. I don't think legally we can require that because they're under the old.
Well,
deed
we could buy
restriction.
it and then we could.
Yeah,
We could buy to do it, but
which we've done
done, right?
at least since I've been on
Yeah,
council.
At least
And
once.
I'm just going to remain consistent because this is how I've always felt. I think all of these should go to lottery. I think that's part of equity and inclusion. So I know that I'm kind of a lone soldier here, but my instinct is to exercise our right of first refusal and put them both to lottery to the public. But I already know that I'm probably alone on that because I say the same thing every time.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that because we sold them to somebody under the pretense that they could sell it to someone. That's why I'm not a big fan of that.
Well, I'm saying if they have somebody and they want to present it, but I don't,
At this time, Pam said neither of them have indicated if they have identified buyers. It doesn't say, that doesn't mean if they have or haven't, but that just hasn't been communicated yet.
What is is there a quick time frame for this?
Yeah, so we have, within the memo, both of them have their deadlines that we need to exercise our right of
yeah, by May
refusal.
2nd.
So we've got to make a
Now.
decision.
And yeah, that's why when it came to us,
It's quick, but that's how
Yeah.
it goes.
we had to put it in.
I mean, I'm good letting them both go and strongly encouraging them to use the lottery, is how I would lean. I can be convinced to a whole host of things, but if we have to try to start the discussion, I'll start it there.
I mean, we do have a lever we can pull to put them both to lottery. So that's what I would do. Just because something existed in the past, if it's not equitable and it's not inclusive, doesn't mean we need to keep supporting it.
I know that Elena has said that she's always felt strongly this one way all the time. I prefer to kind of look at these on a case by case basis. I feel like because they weren't like, hey, I'm selling this. I've got somebody, here's this person here, that hasn't happened. My preference then at this point would be for us to purchase these, to put them into lottery and just do it. We haven't had a lottery in a minute.
But if we directly ask the seller the question,
That's the same.
It
I
doesn't
mean,
really matter.
Yeah,
If anything, we're doing them if they're okay with the lottery, us buying it now and doing it is,
No, I don't mind that if they're okay with the lottery. I'm just
they get to
saying.
move on faster.
If they weren't required to tell us they wanted to sell to somebody and they want to sell it to somebody, I don't like taking that property. I mean, I know we're doing it in a different way and we've done it before, but to me, that's almost like taking someone's property right away.
But don't you feel like that if you wanted to exercise that right, that you would have come to the, I don't know, I feel like I would have come to the town and said, I want to exercise this right. I know you guys have the first right of refusal, but I want to exercise this right.
They
That
don't have the exercise that right. They can just do it. There's no exercising their right. They have to come to us to buy if we want to buy the unit.
No, I'm saying that they're not here or haven't sent in anything asking for that to say, please don't buy this. I want to be able to sell it on my own to whoever I want, right?
But they don't have to do that though.
All they have to do is provide the notice of intent to sell.
That's right.
Which is what has been provided.
Because the way their deed restricted was written, they have the ability to sell it to whoever they want.
No,
Unless we buy it.
Unless we
we
buy it.
buy it, right.
But I guess that's my point is I understand that they've done what they were supposed to do, but they're also, to me, it's like, if I was like, I really want to be able to sell this, you guys, on my terms, I would have submitted my intent to sell and accompanied that with a letter saying, I'm very interested in selling this on my own and not having you guys buy it.
I just don't know that I can assume.
Yeah,
I'm
that
following the
feels
rules.
a little hypothetical, but I mean, I'm in agreement with you. I'm kind of surprised because I feel like most of the time people don't agree with me on this, but I would love to see these both go to lottery, and I feel like us putting them to lottery and us buying them for a town employee is effectively a similar experience for the seller. So if one is okay, I don't understand why the other is controversial.
Okay.
And
Ally's hand
Yep.
raised. Jeanette has her hand raised, but she's not unmuted yet.
Okay.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So just to provide a little bit more background on how these units even came available, both of these are coming available actually through notices of violation and settlement agreements. So when I was negotiating the settlement agreements with both of these owners, I did not require that if the town passed on its option, these go to lottery. The settlement agreements have been executed. I cannot amend those now unilaterally. However, if it's possible that both of these current owners would be willing to amend those settlement agreements to allow these units to go to lottery if you do pass on the option today. Or what we could do is if you could either exercise the option, and I'm trying to phrase this correctly, and Kevin might have something to add. We could still decide to exercise the option, but alternatively, if the settlement agreement is signed and the owners voluntarily decide to go to lottery, that could remove the town as just the middle person here. Because I know that if we have to wait for the town to purchase and then hold the lottery, it just delays getting a household into each one of these units. So I hope I said that clearly enough, but I wanted to let you know how this came about and how there could still be a solution here to have both of these go to lottery without the town having to purchase.
Got it. So Kevin and Ally, just to make sure I'm thinking about this correctly, knowing that extra information, I was actually going to ask this question is, can you kind of do, because there will be some money and time spent by the town in some form or fashion if we buy them first, right? That's how it goes. So can we, if we decide, I'm still not sure how I would vote, but if the majority's direction was we want them in a lottery, is that the motion goes that it goes to lottery, and if the two sellers decline, then we would buy them? Can you do it that way?
Yeah,
I think,
go ahead.
yeah, I think what we could probably do is say that the direction from council today could be have legal counsel discuss with both of these owners whether they would be willing to submit to lottery. And if the answer is no, then the town would exercise its option. So I think you give me direction to take another step with the settlement. But if those conversations are unsuccessful, that's when the town would then exercise its full option. either way, the unit could go to lottery. But if we could remove the town as the middle person, I think that would be ideal, I think, for everyone, especially staff. I know doing multiple closings is, it gets confusing and it takes up a lot of time, more time than it should.
No, got it. All right, I think does that clarify everything? Geneva? Sorry.
Yeah, I always love to know the background, but I don't think that how these units came to be sold should affect our decision. When we updated the deed restricted guidelines to require homes to go to lottery past a certain point, and you know, had exceptions for all those who purchased under the old guidelines, we as a council made that decision, and I don't love going back on that for a judgment on every future purchase at this point. I think that if we as a council believe that all homes should go to lottery, then we should make that change in the affordable housing guidelines. That was a change I advocated for, but we got serious pushback from owners who really wanted to choose who they sell to. I just feel like we should let this play out and see what happens, personally.
I mean, my response to that is that was a different council that made that call. So, you know, us currently sitting in these seats, if there's consensus,
Well, then we should change the deed restricted guidelines. I just think that it's
then
bad
I'm not-
policy
Yeah.
to have, you know, them say, well, this rule that you made says that I get to sell it, and yet you're going to make a special exception every time. I just don't think that's good policy.
And I'm not sure that's a property rights battle that we want to take our time in, which is changing those policies to existing owners who bought under a certain.
I mean, we
it's
can
not even an
absolutely do
assumption.
it.
Change the
We
policy.
can absolutely
I'm
do
just-
it, and we're changing the deed restricted guidelines this fall, and this could be a change we could make. I'm just saying, I think that our exercising our right to purchase the units because we're going to put them into our inventory is different than buying them to ensure they go to lottery. Those are different ethical approaches to why we would be exercising our right. So if we think everything should go to lottery and we feel strongly about that, we should change that in the deed restriction guidelines amendments that are coming up all summer and this fall, and will vote for that. But I don't think that in the meantime we should be using this other sort of avenue to ensure that more lotteries happen. And they may choose to go to lottery anyway, but I just don't think it's cool to be switching it up on people.
isn't that what we did with the last Gold Run unit and the ADA unit though? Like we bought them so that we could put them to lottery. So I just
We
feel
bought
like
them because they needed major upgrades and there was issues with them selling it to specific buyers and negotiating what the sale price was, and we did a lot of fixing on those units.
Not the ADA one.
The ADA one was just because it was not
Because we
specified.
wanted it to go to an ADA, yeah,
We created
which
an
made
ADA lot
made sense.
because it was an
and the
ADA
Gold Run
unit.
unit needed a lot of upgrades.
Yes, it needed a lot of upgrades and there was other factors on that one.
Right. It's just like the ones on Zafino,
The Pheno units,
same thing.
which are still
Still haven't
not
figured out,
directed
yeah.
to, those are to potentially go to lottery, and I don't know if Ally wants to speak to that too, but we're working with HOA on a lot of matters.
No, look,
I agree with Geneva on this one. I think we are shifting everything eventually to lottery, and that's the long-term goal. I think we all have an agreement on that being the most fair thing overall. But I just agree with the sentiment that these buyers, these owners of these homes had an understanding, an agreement that we made with them. And it doesn't feel right to me to go back on that agreement, even if it was not, that rule was made before any of us were on council. But I still feel that because it's meaningful to those owners, to our residents of the town, it's worthwhile in my mind to honor. And we might disagree, and that's okay, but that's where I'm at.
and it could be, it is an action item, so I should see if there's anybody online. Okay,
Sorry, wasn't sure if I should make public comment.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tammy Brand. I live in Silverjack. I had some life changes and I would like to lottery my unit and buy the Gold Run unit. Sorry, I don't want to get emotional. I'm one of the 3 that said they would be interested in the Gold Run unit. So just throwing that out there that I would lottery my unit if I could buy the Gold Run unit.
Thank you, Tammy.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
I mean, we as council don't normally partake in the sort of horse trading of if you do this, we do this sort of thing. So I'm hesitant to engage in that now, even though that's a person I very much want to support and want to make sure that we keep in our community. So that I'm having a hard time reacting, and I'm processing what just happened in real time a little bit here. That's sort of my initial reaction, and I would love to hear what other council members have to say.
My question is because I am a little in the dark about how, like, for instance, you said that there are 3 people interested in the Gold Run unit, right? That came forward. How does the town determine which of the employees that are interested when there's multiples gets that?
Yep. So we have a policy, an internal policy. It's based off a number of factors. The size of the household, tenure with the town, grade, meaning like, are you director level or at what level are you with the town? So there's a lot of factors, just like we did with the Entrada units that we had multiple interest. So we weigh those factors, and at the end, it's the town manager's ultimate discretion, but usually we follow those policies.
I guess
So it would not be if council decided to exercise the right of first refusal for the Gold Run unit, which is, and currently a staff member does live there. But if they were to exercise that right, then it would go to for the purpose of selling back to a town employee, it would go through that formalized process. So I can't guarantee who it's going to be going to at this juncture. So, that is a good sentiment. I'm not exactly sure who. I could look quickly on who else it is and maybe even tell you, but we would have to go through that process.
It makes me a little uncomfortable. Like I said, if I don't know the situation of the employees, the other employees that expressed interest in that unit, from just like a kind of moral analytical standpoint might have a hard time if those other employees that expressed interest would have potentially gotten a unit, and then we're giving it to a different employee because of this trade situation. That feels a little icky to me.
Yeah, and I don't know within the context, I mean, can toss it to you, Kevin, but the context of what we're asking for in this decision making, it's whether you want to exercise your first right of refusal or not.
Yeah.
If we want to put additional conditions on the next steps of that first right.
I mean, I'd like to keep it simple. I mean, it just stick to, do we want to buy these units or not? And that's it. And special circumstances, and other than that, cloud the discussions and the decisions and make it more challenging and heartfelt, which is tough. But I'd like to try to just stick to, I mean, I'd like to think that we're at a point one way or the other that a motion is going to be made, everyone vote, and we move on. Because there's so many different scenarios now that makes it kind of tough. Unless anyone has anything else to add.
I mean, one option on the table still is that we buy them for town employees. I think the timing of this is tough because we just had those 2 that went to
Yeah.
town employees, and I don't love the idea that we're collecting too many units without giving people who don't work for the town opportunities for them.
Kevin, you had your hand raised?
Just to kind of give you a summary that if you want this either to go, either unit to go into a lottery, or you want to have it be for a town employee unit purpose, those are the two scenarios where you would want to, I think, exercise your option.
I mean,
And it can be one or both or none.
these are the circumstances where it's no fun being a council person. Because no matter what decision we make, somebody loses.
Yeah.
And that's hard. I think I stick with my original position that for these ones in this circumstance, we do not exercise our right of first refusal. I hope that the owners will send them to lottery, and if they have no other option, that's what will be required of them. As a person who doesn't have guaranteed 100% secure housing in this town, I know it can be hard. And I know all of us struggle with it and are looking to find our own little slice of this place and call it our forever home. So to any of those persons not in the, or in a similar circumstances, I hear you, I feel you, I'm right there with you, and we're all just trying our best.
Well, my thought is when you have all these extra circumstances coming in is sticking to the original intent of what the, you know, the restriction is what I prefer, you know, it's only me. Which is let them go, and however they choose to sell it, they sell it. Because we do have those two other units that we just purchased. So I think, although I'd love to give these units to the town staff, I think it's important to give some to the public and just let it go at that, because it seems awfully, it gets dicey once you get past that decision to me, to help me make what my vote would be. So with that, I would entertain a motion if anyone's ready to make one.
You need to make a motion if we're not exercising our first right?
You
And can
don't
we com-
technically, because the resolution is to do something affirmative.
Yeah.
So no, you don't.
So would it be like, Kevin, like can we get a straw poll of who would not approve the resolution for 8C and 8D, and then that would lead us where we're going?
You can, or you can just make a motion. Someone could also just make the motion and see if it passes. And if it fails, then there's no action.
Okay.
It's the other way to look at it.
So then someone would then, if they chose to make an option for us to acquire one or two of the units, then is that what you're suggesting? And then
Yeah.
we vote on it to see how that goes.
I would treat each one as a separate resolution too, and they're drafted that way. They're
Okay.
on an agenda
Great.
that way as well.
Okay, so I think that's clear direction from council, which is, if someone is in favor of 8C or 8D, that they would make a motion for us to approve those resolutions, and then we would vote yes or no for that direction. Is that fair, Kevin?
Sure.
Okay. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yeah, and I don't need to state an intent in the motion.
If you'll vote first.
Okay.
I think we'll vote and then say, well, this is what, if we choose to say we
Okay.
want them, then we can say we would like them to go to lottery or to an employee.
Okay. I
Yeah,
mean,
the
if-
motion is only to approve a resolution. You don't need to do a motion to deny. You can. On a land use issue, I would usually recommend that you deny
Right.
something, just so there's clarity. But on this, the resolution is to exercise the option. So if it doesn't pass, then you've not let it go. That's right.
Okay, I mean, I think I know what will happen here, but I'm just gonna do it. I move to adopt a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted property known as 295 Mahoney Drive, Entrada Unit O, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado.
We have a motion from Elena. Do we have a second?
I second.
We have a second from Ashley. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes?
Ashley
Ashley, yes.
And no.
Geneva, no.
and Teddy, no. That motion fails 2-3.
Correct.
And then that brings us to agenda item 8D. Do we have a motion for that?
Yeah, let's do it again. I move to adopt a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted property known as 1002 Gold Run, East Colorado, Unit 5A, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado.
We have a motion from Elena. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes?
Ashley, yes.
Dan, no?
Even though.
And Teddy, no. That fails with a vote of 2-3. That was a tough discussion, everybody. Thank you for getting through that one. That was not fun.
So are we gonna send them a request, both of these sellers to, that say that we have given our, given up our rights to purchase these? We would prefer or recommend that you put them into a lottery?
I prefer probably the word
I think.
request.
Yep, and I think Ally's still on the line, but if she wants to have those conversations as she looks to
Great.
complete some of these settlement
And if
agreements,
somehow
then
she had a
yeah.
conversation and they said, we want the town to buy them,
Mhm.
you come back to us.
Yep.
So that there's that door open as well. If they looked at it and said, boy, I'd be really comfortable in just closing this unit and getting out of it. And I know the town gives me the quickest avenue to do that. And then we would just revisit it. And I would be okay with rediscussing it if they wanted us to buy it.
Yes, I will. I will let both of these owners know that the option has not been exercised. I did send an email to one of the two owners yesterday. I think the other owner already knew that this conversation was going to happen today, and just let them know that if they had a strong preference either way, that they could come and give public comment, just to see if maybe that would sway you either to exercise or not exercise the option. I don't think they cared, so they did not show up. But when I relayed to them that the option was not exercised, if they change their mind at any point between now and when they have to close on the unit, pursuant to the settlement agreements, I will definitely let you know if an opportunity to exercise comes up again.
Great. Now, quick question on another note. When someone does give their intent to sell, do we have an opportunity to ask this question in advance of our discussion where
We
we?
usually do. This came up so quickly for our agenda, that the communication, as Ally said, I think.
Yeah, it's quick, but usually when they say, even if
Yep.
whether it's a phone call, written document that says, we're gonna sell this unit, can we add an item that says, do you have a preference of this going
Yep.
to?
I think I've
option
got a
one,
lot of
option
feedback
two,
for
option
these
three?
future memos.
Yeah, because
for
I
things.
think it's right to assume that sometimes a seller might find it advantageous to say, if the town wants this property, I would rather just sell it to the town because I know that that process, like Teddy said, will go faster and quicker.
Yeah.
Seems like we don't have that information. We might have two sellers here. We don't, two completely different situations, so who knows? But we potentially could have two sellers here that are both saying, we would prefer
Sure.
the town to
Yep.
purchase this
Yep.
so that we can be done. I feel like we don't know.
Yep.
And again, I feel like in previous iterations of this, when we had sellers who wanted to exercise their right to be able to sell it themselves, they either came forward and said, here are the sellers that I have identified that I would like to sell to, or the buyers, sorry, that I've identified that I would like to sell to. Or they, were adamant about one thing or another. And it feels like in this case, there didn't seem to be that opinion.
Mhm.
And it seems like, so that's why I was in favor of us just purchasing them, because it wasn't one of those situations where
Mhm.
a private individual was coming to us saying, I want to exercise my property rights.
Right.
That wasn't an indication that we were given. So again, that's why I was like, well, in that case, preference would be for it to go to a lottery. Anyway,
If we could add.
it would
if we
just
could-
be great to get a little bit more.
I'll add more context on the employee percentages in housing. I will also add the history of us exercising our first right and add in more context on the seller's preference.
Awesome. Thank
A lot
you.
of great feedback. for future
All right,
memos.
that
Good feedback.
That brings us to agenda item number 9, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. Agenda item 10, Telluride Housing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Housing Authority. That brings us to a decision on whether or not to hold our executive session based on the number of council members that are in person, because of the decision that we made a few moments ago. We could theoretically have Geneva remotely, but I'm not sure if we're prepared for that technology wise, what our appetite is for this. I know we're a little delayed on this agenda item from the past. We could push it to the next meeting. We'd like to get people's thoughts on what we would like to do as a group.
I think that I would prefer for us to push it and obviously we know that people are out of town and stuff like right now. I would like to push it and then that way if we do have remote participation, we could establish that, or if people are here in person, they could join, would be my preference.
I agree with Ashley because I think with it's important to get Kevin's quarterly check-in and with at least two of the members missing it. That's good for me too.
Well, and we have a meeting in 2 weeks, so
Yeah.
it's not gonna be that
Agree.
long, yeah.
Okay. Dan, any thoughts?
I can live with that. I'm would have been fine holding the meeting now, just because I think we've pushed it off for a ways, but I hear the logic and don't need to argue it. It's fine.
Neve, you cool with that?
Sounds good.
Okay. That brings us to adjournment by mutual consent. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Hi, Chief.
It's